Hello， 各位亲爱的观众朋友们，欢迎回来，我是陈小兔。那我们的正赛开始之前，也是要连线采访一下 SR 战队，让我们赶紧来跟他们连线一下吧。
Have an interview with Team SR。
好的，欢迎 Lambo 接受到我们的采访。那么也是想问一下 ，SR 其实在上个赛季的一个比赛表现并不是特别的出色，然后无缘季后赛，可以跟我们聊聊为什么上个赛季的时候大家的状态都有些低迷吗
？We have Lambo here, so the first question might be a little harsh. Last season, SR did not do so well and wasn't able to make it to the playoffs. So why do you think is that?
Yeah, I think it's not harsh at all. I think we did very poorly and we were very bummed out about it. The reason we didn't make it was because we all had individual errors in a lot of games where we just played poorly. And I think we got a little bit unlucky. We had a lot of 2-4 losses and a lot of 3-4 losses, where I think we lost against players that we usually would beat. I know I myself made a lot of mistakes. Sometimes I even knew exactly what was going to happen and I still lost just because of bad play. I know ByuN had a couple against Trigger and Goblin. The last play day, we only needed to win the last play day against Platinum Heroes. And even then, I think we all underperformed. So I think the reason is basically we just didn't play as good as we needed to advance. There's not much more to say about it. It's just we didn't play that well.
我觉得这个也不是没有什么太多的复杂原因，主要就是打得不好。我们每个人都有很多的个人操作上的错误，也有一些比较不幸的比赛我们输掉了。那我自己其实打得也不好，我们包括这个各种对阵啊，都效果不尽人意。打得不好就是打得不好，没有什么过多可说的。
那这个赛季你们是经过了怎么样的一个调整？其实这个赛季的进步还是很大的呢。
So that leads to a second question. What kind of adjustment did the team make in this season to get such great progress in this season?
I think we didn't really make much of an adjustment. I think we're always very good in the regular season because I believe we're one of the only teams that actually prepares for every single match. Like the moment we get our opponents, all of us take this very seriously because we want to make Shopify proud, the Rebellion, put some good games out there and make everybody proud, all of our fans. So we all try really hard to prepare for each individual opponent, and that's why usually we overperform a little bit in every regular season so far. The last season, the one before this one, was I think the exception to the rule. But usually we just are really good in the regular season because all of us try really hard to prepare very well for each opponent.
其实我们也没有什么特别的调整，就是因为前面打得不好嘛，所以我们就每个人都精心的每一场准备，在这个常赛里面都非常的充分，也非常的想要让我们的支持者们为我们感到骄傲，所以大家的个人发挥也都在线，而且甚至还有超水准的发挥，就是这样我们这个赛季打得很好。
是的，这个赛季你们的表现和进步我们都有目共睹。那其实最近是听说你是雷诺的一个重组导师，但是最近其实比赛雷诺他已经开始用神族了，你对此有什么看法吗？你觉得什么原因会导致他想去用神族呢
？We heard that you are the tutor of Rainer's third play, but recently he started to play Protoss. How do you think of that?
I think it's quite fun, honestly. I think whenever it comes to a serious tournament, I don't think he really plays Protoss. Like whenever he really prepares, really wants to win, he practices Zerg. It's just too difficult to practice two different races. But the reason he plays Protoss, I think, is simply because ZVZ is really difficult to be solid at, and his PvZ is really good. So whenever he doesn't practice that much, I think he prefers PvZ over ZVZ because it doesn't seem as volatile of a matchup. I think that's the reason he does it.
是这样的，就是这个是一个很有趣的选择吧。就是他自己会觉得，因为雷诺自己觉得可能 ZVZ 就是虫族内战会比较难，所以他看好这个神族对虫族的压制嘛，所以这就平时的话就能够使用神族就使用神族，真的想赢的时候就用虫族。但在平时为了取得好一点的成绩，他就选择说我打虫族的时候尽可能用神族去压制。
这个对于雷诺来说确实是一个很大胆和创新的选择，但是其实在常规赛的时候你是有2-0击败过雷诺的，那场比赛让我们印象非常深刻，你能跟我们聊一聊分享一下那场比赛吗？
Okay, that was really bold for Rainer, but in the regulars we are impressed by that 2-0 against Rainer by you. So can we talk about that game?
In my 2-0 against Rainer, I actually had a specific plan for him, and that plan involved not getting his Zergling scout in, but then his Zergling got in anyways, and I knew the moment his Zergling got in, he would skip link speed because I know how he plays. So then I had a follow-up plan that I made up on the fly, basically, to get ahead early in the first game, and then just close it out in Roach versus Roach. And then in the second game, he picked Equilibrium, which is a really random map, and I just... I honestly, yeah, I was very surprised he picked it. I had something in mind for Equilibrium whenever this would happen. So whenever I would play as EVZ in World Team League and I would get this, I always had this build prepared and it worked perfectly. So I basically just had good preparation. I think he just, yeah, he kind of winged it. I think his EVZ is not that solid, so that's why I managed to 2-0 there.
是这样子的，就是我其实是对他基于了解，我有准备很多的计策。就比方说之前的这个，他跟我打的时候抱小狗，小狗往里进的时候，其实我是有准备后续计划的。包括后面我拿了先手之后，跟他打蟑螂对蟑螂，在这个 ZVZ 方面我是有信心，也有很多准备的。而且也像我刚才说的 ，Rainer 的 ZVZ 它的这个是属于比较头疼的这一块，那么在这块我拿下它是理所当然的。
也是对自己的对手非常的了解，知己知彼，百战百胜。那最后一个问题，来预测一下我们本届 WTL 的冠军吧。
So, last question. Which team do you think will be the final champion?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's gonna be us. It's gonna be the Shopify Rebellion. I know we're not favorites to win it, but just with the power of friendship, we're gonna make it happen. We're all gonna carry our own weight. We don't have the ultimate ace player, but we're gonna try to surprise and win it all.
我觉得应该是我对我们非常有信心，觉得友谊的力量可以战胜一切。虽然我们看起来没有那种明星的大哥，但我觉得我们只要努力啊，加上这个激情，可以大大增加我们的战斗力，我们一定会让大家刮目相对的。
哇，好的，那也是期待今天的比赛你们能有好的发挥，祝你好运。那也是去准备一下今天的比赛吧，我们一会儿再见，拜拜。
So, good luck,
Bye
and thank you for your interview. Bye.
Thank you.
好的，那我们的冒泡赛马上就要大战一触即发，究竟谁可以获得今天比赛的胜利？让我们拭目以待。接下来把画面交给我们两位专业的解说。
And we are back. We got the pre-games loaded in. We got the appetizers. Hopefully whetting your appetite tonight for a very intense evening on our hands of Team League action here in the WTL playoffs. Day number 2. Welcome back. If for those who are joining us after fashionably late, of course. I am, of course, your host, Yaku of the Zaku. With me here is Light_VIP, the master of the world, really, and the team leagues. How we doing, Light?
Yaku, I think that's the very first time you've ever introduced me in English. I was really caught up. I was like, what? What are you saying right now? What are you talking about?
What language is this?
You're like La Pastora de Jugadores. Where was it? Regardless, it's of course great to be back here. Thank you so much. Great to have you here as well, Yaku. I know that nowadays we don't get to cast as often anymore, but happy to have you here for day number 2 for a pretty intense weekend of StarCraft here. I know you missed out on day 1, but we got to see Team Liquid really pop off and really thrive and really have a deep run. And now they're back. They're here to go for a deeper run in day 2.
They are. That's the plan anyway, because of course, up in front of them right now is a big obstacle, a team which, I gotta be very honest, like, for the past year or so, when I wasn't able to catch up as much as I used to in the past, there were more than a couple of times where I mixed up Team Liquid and Shopify Rebellion in my head, not gonna lie.
I don't blame you, especially like with I think the big thing about that is TLO, right? Like TLO,
definitely,
he was like
TLO and Harstem, to be fair.
Yeah, they were synonymous with Team Liquid for a long time, and now they're no longer on Team Liquid, right? So it can be a little bit jarring, especially if you're an older school viewer. But so yeah, I don't blame you whatsoever. But yeah, Shopify, they're a really strong team. I think Lambo hit the nail on the head there, where he was talking about how, like, you know, they want to go for a deep run, but they know they're not the favorites. Unlike some of these other teams like Team Liquid, I do think that Shopify, they're lacking like a really like star ace player. I mean, they have ByuN. They do have ByuN, but Team Liquid,
Yeah.
they got Clem, they got Cure. You know, they got the big
Yeah.
Terran boys.
Exactly. I think that's a really major point of contention. That's why a lot of eyes are on Team Liquid coming into these playoffs. It's one, they have Clem, the most recent Premier Tournament champion. He was the winner of ESL Masters Winter for one. But then on top of that, they also managed to pick up Cure kind of just before the playoffs, and so that's already two massive Terran Titans that you were talking about, and they really proved themselves yesterday. Basically all killing their opponents. Both of them all killing their opponents yesterday. You know, we have a lot of teams where we can probably count on one player to reliably all kill, but Team Liquid, you have two players who can reliably all kill, and then another third or fourth if their form is on, if they're really in form on the day itself.
Definitely. So they have a pretty now deep roster, a newly deep roster, as you mentioned. And we'll see if Shopify can really fight back. Honestly, coming into this, I would say that Shopify are a little bit more of the underdogs here. But they have some really star players as well, right? We mentioned ByuN. ByuN is one of the best Terrans in Korea. He's comparable to Cure in many ways. But they also have plenty others. But before we can get into that, it's time for the prediction cat.
Yes, Meowser. I think it was what his name was. Xiao Miao.
Exactly. So if you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open, and we'll see what our lovely prediction cat, but who he believes will take this series. Yesterday, he got it all correct, by the way, with Team Liquid.
He's hesitating. He didn't eat. But I think it counts for Shopify anyway.
There you go. I demand a recount. But there we go. We have all the casters here. Xiaoxie, F91, Rodam, Wardy, XY, Maxed, Crank, Loco, all for Team Liquid, except for the prediction cat.
Those fools. I can't believe so many people would be this wrong.
Exactly. Everyone is at 100%. Everyone is at 100% win rates with their predictions so far, but now we're going to deviate here with the prediction cat, going for the Shopify prediction. As we have our starting players.
Do have our starting players, and we are starting it off on quite a banger. Not the two players who I thought were going to be sent out first, especially not Cure after last night's matches, you know, practically all killing Mystery Gaming like that. But ByuN versus Cure is what we're going to be kicking it off with.
Yeah, and this is dangerous here. We were talking about how like Shopify's ace player is ByuN, but a TVT is very unpredictable. These two they do face off and they go back and forth in series time and time again. It's going to be a best of two as well. And the way this format works in this best of two is that if a player 2-0s, they stay on. If it's a 1-1, they knock each other out.
Indeed. There is, of course, a possibility to revive later down if there is an ace match, but that's, of course, a very big if. You never want to be relying on that.
Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid. Game 1. Let's start the game.
Let's go. Let's start the game here as we're diving into game number 1, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have the South Korean Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN.
And meanwhile, over here in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have a red Terran player representing Team Liquid. It's Cure.
Here we go, and we have our TVT to kick things off. And before I get ahead of myself, big shout out to the sponsors as well. We have ByuN, we have Honkai Star, Taidu, and Autofool as we see multiple SCVs move out across the map.
It's not just for scouting. Hello, Waifu.
Very good.
Hello, Taidu.
There you go. Shout out to all the waifus. Yes, it is going to be a proxy 2-racks here out of Cure. Now, this is not an all-in. It's actually pretty far out, actually. Now that I have a look at it, it's very far towards the left-hand side of the maps, and we are taking gases. I'm curious if we're going to be committing to something a little bit different here. Are we willing to embrace something crazy like Proxy Marauder or even Marine? Yeah, I'm curious how this all comes together.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of weird looking at this from Cure, because normally when you do see Raxus this far off from the main base, you're thinking Reapers, but Cure's only gotten one gas, and now we know why. That is a tech lab. We're going for Marauders.
Yeah, exactly. So this makes plenty of sense now. Again, we were pointing out how weird it was for it to be so far out on the map. It is too far away for Proxy Reaper, but the Marauders, they're going to be banking up. We're going to be building up the Marauder count here, waiting for Concussive Shell to research, I imagine. We'll see if we go with or without the upgrade, and ByuN so far is in the dark. No SCV Scout from ByuN.
Yeah, going to be relying a lot on that single Reaper Scout. This was also a Reaper Expand coming out here from ByuN, so that's even more precarious.
It really is. So with this opener, it's very economic, as you were alluding to. It is a Rax Expand. It does mean the Factory is late, which means the Hellion and the Cyclone is late as well. And ByuN, he's not going out with that Reaper. He checks close by for any kind of proxy Raxes at that third base location, but he doesn't go across the map.
Yeah, he is playing this very, very safe for a Reaper Expand. So he is still going into his 1-1-1. This is, yeah, just a pretty standard 1-1-1 coming out from him. No Cyclone as of yet, but there we go. This is a Cyclone patch, as we're well aware, so...
Yeah, we have a Cyclone on the way. But alas, now we reveal ourselves here. ByuN had no idea there was an all-in coming. He was stuck at home, and now we have control of the main base. We're going to be able to delay that starport. Bunker on the way as well in between those production buildings.
Yeah, I saw that, and I kind of assumed that that was ByuN's SCV, I'm not going to lie, but yeah, this will be providing a little bit of SimCity. Ideally, obviously, Cure was hoping it came up, but it was not to be. Even still, this is fantastic damage coming out here for Cure. Thankfully for ByuN, he did finish that CC on the low ground before his SCV went down, so at least he is ahead economically, but he's going to have to find a way to keep himself alive in order to use that.
He did pull the boys. That was a close defense there. 8 SCVs went down, but we clean up all of those Marauders. Really nice SimCity out of ByuN. He was able to lift up that depot in time, was able to wall off and actually cut that army in half. And so far, a good defense. Another big moment is the Cyclone wasn't focused down. Again, ByuN did a really good job at preserving that Cyclone, and now we have 2.
We do, in fact, have 2. Definitely something going his way. Very difficult. Oh, there we go. I was going to say, it's definitely very difficult to keep these Cyclones alive when your opponent has concussive shells, as Cure kind of demonstrates for us, so thanks, Cure. But ByuN, he knows the importance of keeping them alive, at least in the early game.
Yeah, exactly, as he's down to 1 single Cyclone. Meanwhile, we're still amassing Marauders outside that natural base. We can see that Cure is transitioning back at home, going for a factory here on the high ground, and ByuN is just trying to buy some time for that tank. The tank is still halfway done.
Yeah, halfway done, not out just yet. He also has to be very careful with the tank. It does eventually pop out because a handful of Marauders can make short work of the tanks, but very nice KDA charge from ByuN. Nice targeting down with his Marines as well. Once again, Cure has thrown away his Marauders and not gotten too much value for them yet.
Yeah, he got the second Cyclone, which was nice, but now we have the tank, right? The tank is now out, and now ByuN's position is that much more heavily fortified here. The Rax does provide some high ground vision to focus down that depot, but big tank volleys go off on the Marauders, and Cure cannot touch this position. Back at home, he is now expanding, but this is a late expansion for Cure.
Yeah, gonna be even later, thanks to this Reaper harass coming out here. There's actually nothing at home for Cure at the moment. Cyclone gonna be popping out soon, but yeah, this is a very delayed expansion coming out here for Cure.
Oh, exactly, as we even delay the starport as well with the Reaper. The Reaper achieving so much, scouts everything in the main base, and Cure, what's his response? Double expand. That's a 3rd CC on the way already while he's still working on his natural.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably his best bet at this point. He knows that he wasn't really able to delay ByuN in any real significant way. I mean, sure, he forced a couple of Cyclones out of him, but ByuN is still far, far away in the space age right now, while Cure is still trying to get his tech up and running.
There you go, in the Stone Age, mate, as he's still working on his CCs. As you mentioned, that we do have ByuN already on 3 tanks. He has a Raven as well. He's up in Workers. He's up 7 SCVs compared to his opponent, plus Mules on top of that. The Orbital isn't even done for Cure at his natural, so he even has less Mules available, and now ByuN is pushing.
Yeah, and this is a pretty terrifying army for having only Marauders to defend right now if you're Cure. I don't believe ByuN research Interference Matrix, but even still, a handful of auto turrets just to soak up a little bit of damage, a tank volley or two, that could still be very impactful.
It really can. And here we go. The tanks, they siege up. They take down the bunker. The bunker is not going to get salvaged, as it does barely go down just in time with that final shot. It looks like ByuN isn't really going to try to force the issue, pushing into the natural, but a good trade nonetheless. And ByuN may be able to contain his opponent, as he's going to be backing off for the time being.
Yeah, it looks like that one Raven really safe Cure here. ByuN takes one look at that and recognizes that there's pretty much no way he can really move into a defensive position that Cure has in his natural base, thanks to the little bit of air superiority he's got.
Oh, exactly. As Cure with that Viking going to be able to force ByuN back. We can see Cure going for a drop, which is really risky. It's going to be a Cyclone and Marauder drop into the main base. As he moves out with the drop, that means he has that much less to defend back at home, as ByuN could try to go back in, this time with the second Raven.
Yeah, still no Interference Matrix, though, from ByuN. So, yeah, he's not really going to be able to make any big breakthroughs just yet.
Yeah, and as he does posture, we do have the drop into the main base. We're going to be able to delay some of the production here. There's actually not that much to defend back at home, so these Marauders are getting damage done.
Yeah, the tank actually gets out DPS by the Marauders, thanks to the little bit of healing here from the Medivac. Ravens come back home, throw down an auto turret, and yeah, we'll chase away this drop, but everything survives for Cure.
Yeah, he saves everything. He got 6 SCV kills, and just like that, Cure, he's slowly catching back up in that worker count. He's getting there. He's slowly working towards his third base. Meanwhile, at the same time, ByuN already has his own third on location.
Yeah, another position that Cure wants to drop, just like so.
He does get in. He's going to get a couple of SCV kills. ByuN should eventually deal with this, but that's going to be another 2 dead workers. And again, Cure, he is catching up.
Yeah, whatever economic advantage ByuN had earlier on is now completely gone. Cure and ByuN, they are on equal worker counts. Cure still needs to float over his third orbital to 2 locations, so yeah, ByuN will be able to get a couple more SCVs, or produce a couple of SCVs before then, but realistically, they're both on just about an even economy for the time being. Cure even has Interference Matrix, so he'll have that additional option when the fights eventually occur.
He will have that as he goes in for another drop, getting another couple of SCVs here at the third base location. At the same time, though, ByuN, he loses a Raven as he tries to get into the main.
Yeah, throws down an auto turret, a couple of auto turrets into the main, and that is getting quite a lot of SCV kills. ByuN once again will be taking the worker lead. His drop, unfortunately, his double drop did get scouted by a spotter marine, but ByuN is not done whatsoever. While he sets up that little double drop, and while that does get figured out, he is still setting up a push over towards Cure's third base.
Exactly. While the players have been fighting for control of their economies, ByuN has a larger army because he's had a better economy for longer, and as a result, he is up in army supplies, pushing towards the left-hand side, as you mentioned. Double drop towards the natural base. He's trying to pull apart and distract Cure as he pushes towards the third.
And it looks like it's not working for the time being. For the time being the key phrase here, though, as there is going to be a double drop into that main base, while the tanks shell away at Cure's third base, while the double drop into natural base completely wipes out the mineral line.
Yeah, we're just pulling Cure apart here. 14 workers go down. A bit of a tri-pronged attack. Drop into the main, push towards the natural, the push towards the third base. Looks like finally the drop in the natural base is going to be cleaned up. At the same time, we drop towards the third.
There's a drop towards the third. Marine Bomb not quite taking out all of those tanks like ByuN would have wanted to, but yeah, he does take out one of the tanks, and his own tank line is still shelling away at that third base, forces a lift, and kills even more SCVs. It's 70 workers for ByuN versus 47 right now for Cure. If Cure somehow is able to survive this, he's going to have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, exactly. And things are looking a little bit bleak here for Cure. Again, he just cannot touch the tank line of ByuN. His army here is looking a little bit bare bones. We could maybe try to break this position just because ByuN has his reinforcements back at home. But really, that's the best chance that Cure has. He does have the Disable, does have the Raven. He is thinking about it, but no, instead going for a counterattack.
Yeah, not a bad option, I would say. he has a decent army on his hands. Still a little bit behind when it comes to the supply, and definitely behind when it comes to things like tank out. But if he can catch ByuN on siege, which he almost does, but not quite, then he might be able to get a lot of results. Unfortunately, twas not to be. ByuN focusing down these tanks, not quite going to be enough. Forced to lift off before the second tank really goes down, but yeah, all things considered, this was absolutely a better trade for ByuN than for Cure.
100%. He killed the tank. He almost got the second tank. He preserved his own tank line, as you mentioned, and ByuN is getting his fourth base. I'm running behind this. ByuN is on the cusp of maxing out. He is just on the brink here of amassing his army, pushing across the map and going for one final attack. Cure doing whatever he can to either go for a counterattack or to slow down the army.
Yeah, neither options are really going to be the key winning move, if that makes sense. It could keep him in the game, but it's not going to win him the game as ByuN decides to just go for it. He knows that the Marines are split away from the tanks. Brilliant zoning here from ByuN with how he positioned his own tanks. Was able to just dive on top of Cure and reset the tank count while not allowing his Marines to really push into him.
Yeah, exactly. So a good cleanup there by ByuN. Now he's pushing towards the would-be new third base. That is the third that was floated over from the triangular third location. Found a new home, but ByuN is getting ready to knock that home down here. Good tank positioning for Cure. He does have the high ground, but I believe he only has, only one tank in position.
Yeah, one tank, but unfortunately for ByuN, it looks like he underestimated the power of these Marines, as he will be forced to back off once again, but once again, he does still contain Cure. He does still have the much healthier tank count. And now he's even pushing into the other third base location.
Yeah, he does sneak up on these tanks, does manage to bring one of them down. Good pickoff, and GG gets called. The writing was on the wall. No final fight, as Cure does tap out, and ByuN takes game number 1.
GG. Very nicely done here from ByuN. Despite the pressure from the early game, despite being caught completely off guard with that Marauder proxy, despite losing quite a lot of his SCVs, ByuN, he stayed calm, he stayed collected. He knew that, economically speaking, he's not in a bad position at all. Just needed to survive that. He just needed to keep his Cyclones alive, and from there, was able to go into his own counter push.
Yeah, exactly. So really nice play there out of ByuN. It was a cheeky opener, right, from Cure, going for the Proxy 2-Rax Marauder. There was a lot of potential with it, but as we saw, the execution just was not there. He wasn't able to achieve enough in the early game, and Cure did end up falling behind after the failed Proxy 2-Rax.
Indeed, just perpetually behind for pretty much the entirety of the game. There was one point where it looked like Cure caught up after his double expansion kind of worked out, after he was killing those handful of SCVs here and there with his follow-up drop, but ByuN, not taking that lying down at all, just decided to go all out aggressive, hit him from every single angle. It didn't matter that he lost his Raven. It didn't matter that his double drop got scouted, because he just had that much army to really punish Cure.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, ByuN takes down one of the stronger players on Team Liquid, at least game 1. But remember, it's a best of 2. It's a best of 2 here, and this next map is Cure's map of choice.
It is, and it's going to be Site Delta, interestingly enough.
Yeah, exactly. It's another one of these larger maps. There are quite different features to it compared to Hecate. Hecate, as we saw, has a lot of points of elevation, a lot of choke points in the center of the map, but this one is a little bit larger, a little bit more wide open. And here in the bottom right-hand corner, we have for Shopify Rebellion, the Korean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is ByuN.
And we're here in the top left-hand corner of the map. We have our red Terran player playing for Team Liquid, Cure. How to move my mouth so fast?
like my mouth was moving faster than my brain, Poppy. I couldn't piece it all together. Oh.
What are these things? What are these sounds coming out from emanating from my throat?
Okay, it's fine, Poppy. Don't worry about it. But here we go. We are just easing into this, and yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one. Side Delta, as we were kind of referring to, is a lot more wide open in the center of the map. There's a lot of wide open spaces. There are points of elevation, that is true, but for the most part, it isn't as congested as Hecate. Likewise, there are a lot of wide sprawling bases, and I'm curious how Cure wants to approach this. I'm curious as to why he wanted to try to come back on this map.
Yeah, we'll see what the game plan is here for Cure. I like the way that you put it here, Light. Hecate, Hecate, very congested, very choky, a lot of choke points, very crowded. Site Delta, though, very wide open. The Cyclones can roam free even.
Yeah, exactly. They can roam free across the grasslands and really spread their wings. So we can really look forward to that. Assuming that that's going to be the case. Again, Cure has been doing a lot of practice, or has been having a lot of practice games with Clem, and both of their TVTs have been evolving and improving as a result. And they have been ones to really embrace massing Cyclones.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, surprisingly, not what we saw from Cure in game number 1, though. He did go for that much more cheekier Marauder play. ByuN as well, he did get a couple of Cyclones, but it was mostly just to keep him alive. His initial Cyclone was just for safety. His second Cyclone was, oh god, you're coming at me with Marauders. I need something. So, we might be seeing something quite different here.
Yeah, so we do have our first Reaper getting across the map, and Cure is going to be able to hold on, is going to be able to shut down the... Oh, one more shot! Almost barely doesn't get the Reaper. It will barely escape. Cure being so greedy. Oh my god. Okay, so a couple of things. One, I was going to say that Cure went for a more economic opener. He went for a Rax Expand. That is, once again, a third CC straight away out of Cure.
That is not even a 3cc before Starport. That is just 3cc before factory.
Yeah, crazy fast third base here from Cure. Last game it made sense because he had to come back. He had to come back from behind. Here he just wants to take a lead. He wants to take a lead in the economy. It's going to be on ByuN to recognize what's happening and to try to punish Cure.
Yeah, and so far he hasn't really been able to catch wind of that. His initial Reaper was chased away by the Reaper of Cure, and for now it looks like ByuN is going to be playing it safe. Not really, as he does move out with his... Okay, no. He is going to be playing it safe with his Reaper and his Cyclone back at home.
Yeah, he is going to be playing it safe. He's going to be chilling here, just kind of looking for any kind of additional units or any kind of stray forces out on the map. Behind this, here we go. We have a tank on the way and a Medivac. So ByuN is going to be aggressive. He is looking to push across the map very early on. And there's a lot of potential with it just because Cure's own production is so delayed because of the faster third CC.
Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of potential to get damage done. That's why it's very important for Cure that he did decide to go for that bunker on the low ground to get additional Cyclones to keep him safe. That's another Cyclone on a reacted factory.
Yeah, he should be amassing Cyclones at this point, but is it going to be enough to break the tank? Because I believe we are going for a tank drop across the map. ByuN very much so wants to be in the face of Cure, and if he's able to siege up in time, if he's able to get within range of the production, then he can snowball out of control, as he's still just amassing his units. He may wait for the second tank before he decides to move out.
Yeah, that is typically the safer bet here, as ByuN... He has his Medivac, and now he's opting for Liberators for support, which is not a bad move at all.
Yeah, we have the libs on the way. You can see here, we're just waiting for the tank. There we go. The tank has arrived, and we are going to be boosting across the map. ByuN is sending it here towards the main base of Cure, and Cure has no idea. He doesn't have any units active on the map to scout this ahead of time. He is, for the time being, with his head in the sand and chilling at his natural, with his Cyclones, to be fair.
Yeah, he is chilling at the natural base, though, and not quite in the main base. Does have a couple of Cyclones in that main base, thankfully for Cure.
Yeah,
We'll see if it's enough. We'll see if he's able to lock onto these Medivacs in time.
Yeah, here we go. We boost up into the main base, dropping the tanks. The Cyclones are in position in the main, though. We do get some lock-ons on the Medivacs. The tanks good juggling so far, breaking those lock-ons from ByuN.
Yeah, and it looks like the juggling was good enough. Despite one of these Medivacs going down, Cure, he knows that he cannot lock onto these tanks. ByuN, he's feeling confident enough, safe enough to start sieging up. Stim will be denied. The Liberator rocks up in the natural base. Things are going from bad to terrible here for Cure.
Yeah, exactly. The add-on's going to be going now. We can't be the production. We get into the mineral line. Zero mining in both bases. Zero economy. There's no mining in the natural because Liberator, no mining in the main base. And we focus down the third CC.
Oh, my heart sank. I felt that pain right then and there when that third CC went down. starport goes down as well, so yeah, no units from that. Cure forces to send everything he's got. One interference matrix will help out a ton, will allow him to really chase this back, but the damage has already been done. Oh, as our observer shows us the units lost tab and shows just how, oh man, just how many minerals and gas Cure has lost compared to ByuN. What was it, like 2,000 plus versus 800?
The efficiency from ByuN was insane, pulling Cure apart. Again, he went for a bit of a Hail Mary play for the double tank drop into the main, and it more than paid off. Again, he didn't even know what Cure was doing. He didn't even know that there was a fast third CC. The stars aligned though. Cure happened to be greedy, and he was caught with his pants down, and ByuN is running away with it. He gets his own third on location. Cure still rebuilding his own.
Yeah, very desperately trying to rebuild. Sim even got delayed for Cure here, so yeah, that's just another thing that ByuN's gonna have the upper hand. He does have Sim right now, and he's already working on his combat shields. 1-1 is gonna be about the same for both of them. Cure going for a little bit of a Hail Mary, sending his Cyclones across the map, hoping to, maybe catch a CC as it transfers over, maybe catch a tank or two on Siege, but no, ByuN's on top of everything this time.
Oh, he is on top of everything here, as he's going to be losing a Cyclone across the map, but he's just amassing tanks and amassing Marines. As you mentioned, there's a big upgrade window, a big upgrade timing available for ByuN with 1-1, with combat shields, and we'll see if Cure can ever take a third base, as ByuN is soon to push out, catches the Cyclones.
Yeah, there's a lot of open space on this map, but some of them is blocked off by debris, so yeah, those Cyclones go down. Cure pretty much has nothing but Marines left. If he can somehow catch wind of this double medevac drop once again, then his chances are going to be back. He's going to have a chance in this game, but his Marines are not in position at all. This might just be the death blow.
Exactly, he's not in position. The tanks are sieging up. Once again, GG gets called as the tanks siege, and ByuN will take the 2-0 over Cure.
We were worried for a second here. We were very worried here for Shopify Rebellion sending out their star player right at the start. We were worried for a 1-1 knocking out two of our Titans here, two of our ace players for both teams, but ByuN looked at that and said, no, there can only be one ace.
There can be only one. With that 2-0 win, Cure has been knocked out. Knocked out for now. There's always a revive later on down the line, but for the time being, Cure will be taking a back seat, and now it's going to be on Team Liquid to try to snipe ByuN. And this is a very scary moment. So again, because of the 2-0, ByuN, he stays on. He's going to be representing Shopify in the next game. It's going to be on Team Liquid to field another player.
Yeah, we have passed the... I'm hesitant to
torch.
call it the Pro League stage of the Pro League format of WTL. During the group stage, we did use that, Pro League format where it's fixed players versus fixed players. But now that we're in the playoffs, it is all kill. Well, yeah, all kill. That's what the format is called.
Yeah. Exactly. It is a pseudo all kill format with these best of twos involved, of course. And yeah, with that, who does Team Liquid whip out next? Now, I'm a little bit concerned just because, there we go. We have our players here. We have Scarlett bottom right. We have Lambo top left. We have ByuN as well as Harstem all kind of convening here. All, I'm sure, just
darkness.
all prepping ByuN up here so far. Good start for Shopify. Really good start.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Really good start. I like how they've balanced out the camera angles, by the way. We have Lambo and Scarlett just looking forward into the webcam. We have Harstem with a little bit of a side profile, and then ByuN with a full side profile over there.
Yeah, shout out to ByuN, by the way, because I'm pretty sure that's a phone cam. That's why it's vertical. He's got his phone set up right next to him for those cams. But yeah, just a really strong start here from Shopify. Now, the reason why I keep saying that I'm concerned for Team Liquid is a couple of reasons. One, yesterday we did get an interview with Clem, and Clem was talking about how he was really happy that Cure was able to take down Mystery Gaming because Mystery Gaming had Bunny, and Clem wasn't feeling too confident in a TVT against some of these Korean Terran players. And historically, TVT has been the matchup that Clem has been struggling in a little bit the most. And I say struggling, like he's still obviously our reigning champion, and Clem is damn good. It's very similar to Cyril. I made the comparison earlier today, actually, where Cyril's weakest matchup is ZVZ. It feels like Clem's weakest matchup is TVT. They're still amazing, but like this is where like upsets can happen, and this is where you know, their opposing player can bring them down.
Yeah, you know, it's their weakest matchup. They only have a 70% win rate as opposed to a 95.
There you go. Quote unquote weakest matchup. So after seeing ByuN have his way with Cure, what do we do here? Do we risk it? Do we send out Clem to do what Cure could not, or do we try to snipe ByuN with another player?
I think the smart play would be to try to snipe ByuN, and I think that I mean, he's not here right now amongst our three Liquid boys shown on the webcams right now, but honestly, I would typically guess that Skilless, who has historically had really good PvT, might not be a bad ByuN sniper.
Yeah, I was thinking something similar. Skilless wasn't here yesterday. At least he wasn't on cams. Maybe he was in call, and maybe just didn't have a cam available. I don't know. But Skilless he wasn't featured yesterday, I should say. So we don't know if he's available tonight or not. Skilless is another really powerful player that they have available on their roster. He's one of the best Protoss in Europe. And we have our player. We're sending him out! Oh my god!
Okay, I hope you guys like TBT. Because that's what we're getting a lot of, at least at the start here. Clem, the ace player of Team Liquid. Pretty much the ace player of Team Liquid along with Cure. I would favor Clem a little bit more just because he is that reigning champion, but yeah, as he was mentioning, TBT, not his most confident matchup.
Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid. Game 2. Let's start the game.
See what he can get done. That's me every time.
Let's start the game. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have the blue Terran player from the land of South Korea. It is ByuN for Shopify.
And over here in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, the red Terran player from France, representing Team Liquid, we have Clem. Damn.
Smooth, Bobby, smooth. As ByuN is doubling down here, going for a proxy 2x in the natural base of Clem. Uh-oh. This is how you proxy 2x.
Indeed it is. Clem looks to be going for something similar. Yep, similar, but not at all the same as... yeah, this can only be a good thing for ByuN.
100%. So... both builds, if you look at the production tab, look the same almost. It's going to be a 2 racks from both players. It's going to be proxy 2 racks from ByuN, a singular racks across the map for Clem, and I think this may just be a build order win for ByuN, just because he's going to come in with 2 Reapers, and there's only going to be 1, and the reinforcements from Clem are going to be so awkward and so delayed.
Yeah, definitely. If this was something like a Marine opening or something like that, then maybe Clem could buy himself some time with good Reaper micro, get a factory and get some Cyclones out, but this is going to be Reaper v Reaper, and the positioning is just wildly in ByuN's favor.
It really is. So I don't want to call it too soon and be like it's a... I mean, Clem can obviously pull the boys, he can pull SVs, he can try to out-control ByuN somehow, some way, and out-trade him. There's definitely a possibility here as he does scout, he does see, he does confirm. And you can see Clem shake his head on cams. He is not happy.
Aww. Well, thankfully he is quick to react. He is throwing out a bunker back at home. He needs to do whatever he can to buy himself some time, which includes going down and, just chipping away at the Reapers of ByuN, but now ByuN's rocking up with his Reaper advantage, and yeah, the bunker is not going to go up. ByuN accidentally KD-8ing himself, so we'll see if Clem can make use of that.
Oh, does save his Reaper there, does pull it back. I mean, his reinforces still good, does make it back as well. Very clutch moves are from Clem.
Yeah, he even takes out a Reaper of ByuN here, so just like that, Clem looks like he has a chance.
He's recovering. Actually, when ByuN lost his Reaper, he shook his head on cam. You can see him there on cam shaking his head even more as he loses another Reaper. He's going to be trading here, but overall, too many losses, and Clem is holding. Oh my god.
You could see the pain in ByuN's expressions here. He got all of those SCVs down to red health, wasn't able to kill a single one of them. If he killed all of those SCVs, it would have been worth losing his Reapers, but he didn't, so it wasn't worth it.
And now ByuN's in a lot of trouble. As you can see across the map, this one Reaper is just doing so much damage here, getting an SCV kill. The Hellion is so far away, and ByuN is hurting. He's racing back home. He shuts down this Reaper, but this has not been the best start from ByuN at all. Not as much as he expected, as he should have gotten.
Yeah, even loses another Reaper then and there. Everything was aligned. Everything was in ByuN's favor, but Clem somehow managed to hold things together, managed to clutch out a few survivals here, managed to keep these Reapers alive, and just like that, he's back in this game. I would say with the advantage even.
Yeah, this is crazy. Like, what Clem just did is that this was meant to be a bit of a build order loss, and Clem fought against that. Again, he outcontrolled ByuN. ByuN did slip up. There were a couple of moments there where, again, he lost his Reapers, where he missed some shots, and maybe a little bit nervous or a little bit overeager based on the positioning, based on what was happening. And with that, Clem, yeah, as you mentioned, like he's in a decent spot.
Yeah, pretty good spot. He's getting his natural base on the low ground. ByuN forced to play it safe, forced to get it on high ground. Clem has full entire map control, and he's making use of it. He even snuck out a couple of Cyclones earlier on. I thought they were Hellions at first, but that's just, on me for assuming that Hellions would be made in this patch.
No, like that's really just what you wanted to see, as we do see Clem trying to force his way up the ramp, but so far good control here from ByuN. He does have the high ground, has the CranKy, but he's being forced back. Boys, they have to be pulled to repair.
Yeah, and the repair was not quick enough. ByuN loses his Cyclone, gonna be losing his Reapers, gonna be losing his Hellion as well, by the looks of things. Clem will be chased back. ByuN won't be losing any more SCVs here, but still, that's a very efficient trade here for Clem. And he's not stopping.
100%. He traded so well, so efficiently, as you mentioned. Also, Clem scouted. He saw the researching tech lab. He's fully aware of the cloak banshees that are on the way. That was meant to be ByuN's ticket back in this game, is to sneak out across the map with cloak banshees. It's been scouted. We have plenty of Ravens in production for Clem.
Indeed, we do. Not just for interference matrix, not just for auto turrets. He will also have that detection available to him as well.
Exactly, his cloak is done. We can see Clem pushing out, is going to get eyes on the would-be natural base, and there's just not much in position. We have Hyperflight Rotors on the way. ByuN, he's going to be committing here to additional Banshees.
That is a double down if I have ever seen one, but we'll see if it pays off for him. So far, ByuN loses all of his Cyclones, loses his Banshees. GG is called before Hyperflight Rotors can finish up. GG, very nicely done here from Clem. Once again, I feel like we saw it that's kind of been the story of the game number ones that we've gotten in our matches so far. Player is in an absolutely terrible position, caught completely off guard, somehow clutches out the win, and then we'll see if this works for Clem as it did for ByuN earlier on, rides that momentum into a full 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, Clem must be feeling so damn good right now, because you could see it in his face when he saw the 2 racks. Like, he was not in a good position at the start of the game. It almost felt like he willed the win into existence. Like it was crazy what Clem was able to do there, especially considering that he's up against ByuN, who is renowned for his Reaper control as well. Like, ByuN does have some of the best Reaper control out there in the world, and Clem was able to surpass him, was able to out-control him and take that game. And on the flip side, Clem has to be feeling so good. ByuN might be a little bit shaken after that game.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you could definitely see it a little bit in his expression as well. He was not expecting to lose that game at all. He knew after he scouted the initial main base, he knew that should have been a build order win here for ByuN. And to lose in that fashion, that's definitely got to sting at least a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully ByuN can shake it off again. ByuN can be sometimes more of an emotional player, which is like a double-edged sword. It can be a good thing and a bad thing. So hopefully ByuN can again just like reset a little bit here as we get into the next game. Remember, it's a best of 2, so a strong win initially out of Clem. ByuN, it's going to be his map of choice for that second game.
Indeed, here. Clem arguably has already done his job. He's already taken out the ace player of Shopify Rebellion, but as the ace player of Team Liquid, I'm sure he knows that he can do more than that. I'm sure he knows that he can make this into a 2-0 and put Team Liquid back on even footing with Shopify Rebellion.
Mhm.
Ideally ride that momentum into potentially another all kill later tonight, but yeah, we shall see about that.
Yeah, it's something important that you just mentioned is the fact that like even if ByuN has a bit of a hard time here against Clem, he's already done his job, right? He 2-0'd Cure, like like that's
Right.
that's already a really good start from ByuN. Like he already did more than I assumed it would be at least a 1-1 between the two of them. So already a good start for ByuN, and we'll see if he can keep the ball rolling. And here we go in the top left-hand corner. We have for Shopify Rebellion, the Korean Terran player. It is ByuN.
And where's Webcam? And over here at the bottom, top right hand corner, we have our red Terra player representing Team Liquid. From France, we have Clem.
And once again, I see two SCVs from ByuN moving out across the map.
He is not satisfied with how game number 1 went at all. He demands satisfaction.
Yeah, like that's what this feels like. This feels like he's like, wind the tape back. Okay, I know I can do better. I like that was not how game 1 should have gone. That's not how game 1 was meant to go, and I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna rectify that. Unfortunately for ByuN, unlike the previous game, Clem is going for a double gas opener. Clem is going for a faster factory back at home. He's not going for an economic Rax expand.
Yeah, not quite going to be the build or the win that ByuN was sort of setting himself up to get in game number 1.
Mhm.
Clem should have a bit of an easier time defending against the Reapers that ByuN throws his way, but at the same time, ByuN really, really wants his win. I'm sure that he has tightened things up a little bit. We'll see if he is able to, make up for the fact that Clem will be more fortified.
Yeah, so the way this dynamic works is that ByuN will have an abundance of Reapers. He will have additional Reapers compared to his opponent, and his goal here is to delay that factory. The factory is currently building. It's currently in production. If he can delay that factory, if he can deny the Hellion, then he can actually win with this straight up. Otherwise, if the Hellion comes out, Clem will defend, and we're going to have to transition from there. So we'll see what kind of damage ByuN can get done.
Indeed, we shall. Unfortunately here for Clem, initially he was rallying his Reaper to scout, and thankfully he does go back and check. And now Clem confirms this is a double Rax Reaper coming out from ByuN, and it's going to be all on Clem to make sure that his factory comes online.
Yeah, and there we go. Again, he already pulled the boys. He was able to scout what was happening. The factory will finish. Cyclone is on the way, and now he just has to minimize his losses. 2 SCVs. Oh, 3 SCVs have gone down.
Yeah, pretty good start here for ByuN. Cyclone is definitely an interesting choice here. Conventional wisdom will tell you that you do want Hellions to defend against Reapers, but Clem, he has practiced a lot with the Cyclones, and Cyclones with their lock-ons can also be a really good defense against Reapers, not if your opponent jumps on top of your own units like that, though. ByuN takes out both Reapers of Clem, and now we'll have a bit of an easier time dealing with the Cyclone.
Yeah, but the Cyclone does shut down 2 of those Reapers. We did kill a lot of workers, though. That's what's important, is that even though ByuN isn't going to be snowballing into a win, he does have a worker lead because of how many SCVs he has killed. And now with the arrival of the Cyclone, ByuN has to back off. He has to back off, he has to retreat, is expanding on location. The game will settle from here.
Indeed, it shall. And now that's out of the way, ByuN, he's got to be feeling at least a little bit satisfied with that. If he was feeling a little bit, down after how game number 1 went, I'm hoping that this is something that does snap him out of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he has a worker lead. We do see the Cyclones moving out. ByuN has to be very careful not to be caught out. Oh, another Reaper goes down to the lock-on. So a bit of a brutal loss, and now suddenly Clem has map control. He's moving out across the map, and it's going to be on ByuN to slow this down, to chip away at this, and to make sure that this doesn't get out of hand.
Yeah, ByuN's own tech and production was delayed, but he's making up for that by the simple fact that he does have a reactor on his factory, so the double Cyclone production on the way here for ByuN. Liberators, once again, going to be his choice. I don't believe he's made any medevacs. Yeah, his starport just finished up.
Okay, meanwhile, the CC does barely finish up in time as the SCV goes down, so we're going to be able to morph in at that orbital. We have Cyclones on the way, but can ByuN hold on to his natural? The Cyclones just now popping out. The Reaper's coming in for us around.
And they will be able to chase us back. Yeah, nice little blocking here.
Yeah, very cute move out of ByuN. Going to be delaying the CC for as long as he can, even producing a Marine just to try to get a couple of worker kills.
Yeah, see whatever he can get done. You know, this barracks isn't, in all likelihood, isn't going to survive the long journey home. So might as well.
Oh, big scout here. Clem, he comes across the Liberator. Yeah, he's aware. He zones it away with the medevac drop. Really nice movement, really nice scouting out of Clem. CC is going to be repositioned, and we are entering the Cyclone phase of the game. As we enter the Cyclone phase, in the production tab, Clem going straight for a third CC.
Because why not? He knows he has map control at this point, so he can afford to play a little bit more greedy. Might as well extend his lead.
There we go. Yeah, with that he will have that soon faster third base, I imagine. Liberator is still moving out across the map. We'll see if Clem can respond in time, as he's still just maneuvering between his bases, being active with his own drop play as well. Oh.
Yeah, which will get scouted here by the Liberator of ByuN. But on the flip side, ByuN's Liberator will get scouted by the medevac of Clem. Somehow it lives, but that medevac's not getting... That Liberator, sorry, is not getting any damage.
Not at all. Liberator stuck outside the main base. Meanwhile, at the same time, we have a ByuN. His third base may be later, but it's on location at the goal base instead. That is a good way to come back into this game.
Yeah, definitely a huge risk coming out from ByuN, but especially with Clem having the map control for the time being. But if he can get away with it, he is going to be running away with the bank, so to speak. One Raven goes down. Real good lock-ons from ByuN. Second Raven not quite able to go down. Clem, though, with the Cyclone lead, will be chasing ByuN all the way back home. It's really going to be on ByuN right now to try to muster up enough defenses.
Yeah, really good juggling here from Clem, breaking those Ducklings, saving some of those Cyclones. At the same time, ByuN, he's killing workers across the map. That's going to be 8 dead SCVs. An amazing amount of damage here from the Cyclone, but at the same time, can he defend against the army of Clem?
We shall see. He has a Raven of his own, but not enough energy for an auto turret by the looks of things. Does have his own Cyclones produce, and he does have that defender's advantage. Clem is aware of that, so he doesn't want to push into that natural base at all. Meanwhile, ooh, this gold base has gone completely unscouted.
Yeah, Clem, he checked the triangular third base with his push, and there we go. Now we have a drop on the way, and he is going straight for the gold. SCV, the main knight, is coming in just as the Cyclones are about to arrive.
Just like so. Clem, he knew something was fishy, he knew something was up, and so he checks and stays safe. ByuN will be losing a lot of his SCVs, pretty much all of his SCVs here. He will be able to clean it up, though. But on top of that, he is doing something that is very unexpected from him. ByuN's actually going to be playing mech.
Yeah, he heard about the new Cyclone meta, and he's like, Baffy, let's go. We have double armory on the way. We have Hurricane Thrusters on the way as well, which is the Cyclone speed upgrade. Yeah, as we are pushing out, but the armies, they miss each other. Oh.
Just about barely. It's a lot of Cyclones out, but a lot of auto turrets being thrown down as well. It looks like Clem has the upper hand when it comes to damage, despite the defender's advantage and despite the pseudo Cyclone here from ByuN. ByuN could be losing everything and will not be able to recover. GG is called. Clem will take that series 2-0.
GG.
Fighting back.
GG, well played, Clem. throwing down a wall of auto turrets there, having an amazing fight in his favor before ByuN could really get into mech, before could really get into his mass cyclone production. He was stopped in his tracks, and with that, Clem takes down ByuN 2-0.
Just like so. What was really impressive here from Clem, though, was the fact that or at least what I find really impressive is the fact that he wasn't planning on sticking with those cyclones. That was literally just a force of units that he wanted to trade in order to get into his bio army, and yet somehow he was still able to win with it. So hats off. Very nicely done here from Clem.
Yeah, very nice play there. And he avenges his fallen teammate. He avenges Cure. And now Shopify are in a bit of trouble. We spoke about it, but ByuN is their ace player. If they were to have someone bring Clem down, it would have been ByuN. And now it's going to be on Shopify. It's going to be on their team to theorycraft, to come together, to bring their heads together and figure out how they stop Clem.
Yeah, definitely going to be a very tough ask here. Like you said, like, if there was ever a player to take down Clem, it would have been ByuN. Because honestly, I feel like the rest of the players on Shopify Rebellion are players who are very specifically players who Clem does well against. You know, Lambo, EU Zerg player. You know, Clem takes out EU Zerg players for breakfast. Harstem, EU Protoss player, but still somebody else who they've played against each other a lot, and historically Clem has had the upper hand on. Scarlett, I would have to check what their match history against each other was like, and Scarlett does play a very different style from the sort of EU Zerg style, so she might have a chance against Clem, but you know, Clem, he also took out Dark very recently in the finals of ESL Masters Winter, so I feel like if you can take out Solar, Serral, and Dark, you're probably not too worried about Scarlett.
Yeah, there's a reason why we spoke about TVT being like the matchup that can maybe slip Clem up the most. And I mean, again, even briefly talking about ByuN there, like he had his moments, right? Especially game one, like everything was lining up for him and it just slipped away from him in the end. So yeah, we have to rely on some of our other teammates here. Again, that's why it is a team league. You cannot rely on one sole player. You have to rely on your team. And I want to have faith in Lambo specifically. I say Lambo, not necessarily saying he's gonna be fielded, but as the brains of the operation. He's very methodical, he's very strategic, and I'm sure he has thought of this scenario. And if you remember in the interview, he said himself that like they take WTL very seriously, and every single week, every single day, they always go over all the potential matchups, the players. They put in a lot of preparation for their games.
Yeah. He said so himself. They are the only team who does specifically prepare, not just against their opponent as a whole, but specifically against each player in the opposing team. They will look at them and say, okay, if I have to play against Cure, or if I have to play against Clem, or whoever and whomever, what should I do? And what would be the game plan here?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's definitely something that Shopify.
Yeah, I was gonna say if we know that somebody else is favored against them, but you know, if something sort of freak accident happens or somebody else has to play against them, what's the contingency?
Exactly. The contingency plans are real here for Shopify. So the question becomes, what is that plan going to be, and who is sent out? I do believe that both Lambo, Harstem, and Scarlett, they all have specialized builds, and they all have like certain, some cheeky strategies up their sleeve that they can whip out whenever they need to. They also, of course, have to think about like other players on the opposing team, on Team Liquid. But oh my god, that's oh god.
Oh no, the phone.
The phone, it fell down from him. He's gonna make a call. Does he know it's still on? Oh god, where are we going? Where are you taking us? He's putting us in the drawer. We're still on, Bobby. We're still on. Does he know?
Doesn't know.
We lost him.
He knows. He's gone.
Gunge, Bobby, gunge. But yeah, it does come down to what kind of sniper build we have for Clem, and if he can even fall to that.
Yeah, that's gonna be a very tough ask. Again, if we are just going to be looking at Clem versus ByuN here, we can see that Clem, even when caught completely off guard, completely unscouted, still is able to will a victory out of defeat, still is able to just really tighten things up, clutch things together, and is able to just take the win there.
Definitely.
So, yeah, this is absolutely going to be a tough ask for Shopify Rebellion, but they just need one. They just need one map win, I would say, and then the rest of the roster on Team Liquid, I think, are going to be looking pretty comparable to the rest of the roster here of Shopify Rebellion.
I would agree. I would definitely agree with that. That Clem is kind of the big problem. Then from there, it can go either direction here. But as long as Clem is in the picture, Team Liquid will be favored in this team league. So, oh boy, the answer to the Clem problem is one that Shopify has to solve. It looks like they may have asked for a small break here. Meanwhile, Yaku, okay,
Yes.
if you had to field a player for Shopify, who would it be? Oh, it may be too late for that. Let's go.
Okay. Yes, here we go. And thankfully, it was a player who I was going to say should be fielded out here. Yeah. It is Harstem, of course. Harstem, a player who is known for some very, very, very cheeky builds. Is known to kind of be a bit of a thinker in a way, kind of a big brain. Lambo is kind of the brains behind the Shopify Rebellion operation, him and TLO, but Harstem, he has a different kind of brain. Still a very big brain. Still a very big brain. But one that is more, how should we put it? One that is less German than TLO and Lambo's is how I'll put it.
What does that even mean, Papi? What is going on? Oh boy, yes, I'm
more
with
comfortable with chaos.
There you go. Yeah, a more chaotic brain, if you will, instead of one of order. And I would have to agree with that. You know, Harstem, there's nothing that's off the table when it comes to what he's willing to do to a player. So, yeah, we'll see what kind of build he has prepared for Clem. We'll see how he approaches him. Remember, it's a best of 2. It's also very possible that Clem may try to pull that Harstem may pull something like a Team GP maneuver, or even an SSLT maneuver, where, you know, game 1 is more about the setup and about luring your opponent in, and you're really approaching this in a way where game 2 is where you get the win, just so you can bring yourself down with your opponent.
Yeah, the mind games are definitely very real. Something that, as you mentioned, Team GP and Starving Camels utilize very well.
Versus Team Liquid. Game 3. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game. And here we go. In the bottom right hand corner, we have the answer to the Clem problem. We have the blue Protoss player for representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Harstem.
And over here in the top left-hand corner of hard lead, we have our red Terra player representing Team Liquid. We have the Clem problem.
We have the reigning ESL Masters Winter Champion, of course, and yeah, he is a problem for anyone that faces off against him. So what will our answer be? Oh boy.
Oh boy. I just can't stop imagining Clem right now in a shirt that just says the problem. And then Harstem ideally having a shirt that says Solver, but we'll see if that we'll see if he earns that shirt here in his match against Clem right now.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Didn't make that work. It didn't make that happen. As we are just going to be setting things up, we can see Harstem just quickly checking for any kind of proxy. Not just that, he was also checking to make sure he didn't get eBay blocked, which has been quite common and quite popular in this matchup. eBay blocks into Cyclones are very much so a thing that have been terrorizing Protoss players in PvT.
Yeah. A pretty impactful thing. One that you wouldn't expect to be that... One that you wouldn't expect to be that influential as the game goes on, but of course it is a knock-on effect, right? It delays the Nexus, which at the same time, more often than not, also forces a Zealot out of you, which will delay your tech, it will delay your mining, it'll delay your gas, it just, delays everything.
It does, and thankfully Harstem doesn't have to worry about that here in game number 1, is moving out with his probe across the right-hand side of the map, hugging the edge of the map, if you will, avoiding any kind of scout, and we'll see what direction we do head in here as we make our way towards the bases of Clem.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that every single one of his bases is covered, doesn't want any surprises thrown his way.
Well, as he does bypass the Reaper, he gets into the main base. We have our tech of choice, and it is not going to be a Stargate. We have a Twilight Council opener out of Harstem.
Yeah, one that it looks like, yep, Clem was able to catch eyes on, was able to scout, was able to confirm, was able to feel comfortable going into a mine drop.
Exactly. Now, we have to be very careful with how committed we are with this Widow Mine drop, because the more mines we make, the more delayed the tank production will be. And if it's something like 4-gate blink, then we will need tanks as quickly as possible here. We're still in the dark as to how committed this will be from Harstem. The first gateway is done. We have a second gateway on the way. So for the time being, it's only 2-gate blink. It could just be an economic opener out of Harstem, or at the drop of a dime, he could throw down additional gateways.
Yeah, that's kind of the nature of Blink, isn't it? It is a very versatile upgrade to get. It is a very versatile opening to go for here for PvT. Like you mentioned, could just be economic, could just be a way for Harstem to keep his bases secure, to prevent the mine drops from really landing, and to blink between his bases for harass. Or he could just throw down a couple more gateways and say, I'm done. I'm blinking into your base. Let's go.
Exactly, as we have a pylon being set up, so it looks like Harstem is planning to go for his expansion, is planning to go for the third, and there it is, third next is on the way, so it is an economic opener out of Harstem. Just 2-gate blink into a third, no aggression whatsoever from the Protoss player, which means Clem is safe and sound, and Clem is going for his mine drop across the map.
Yeah, no aggression whatsoever from the Protoss player, which allows our Terran player to play a bit more aggressive, moving out with his Marines, now going in for the double mine drop. And he will, yeah, we'll be landing them, but won't quite be able to borrow them.
Yeah, you get into the main base. Mine shots retargeting as well. One probe goes down to the main. We have one more Widow Mine heading towards the natural base. At the same time, Marines and Cyclones, they just walk across the map. They do get on top of the third.
Yeah, looking to ideally distract a focus away here from Harstem. Will take out a pylon, which actually supply blocks him.
Does supply block him as the Widow Mine drops into the main base. We have not wasted that shot yet, as it looks like it is going to be going off on the Adept. Does bring it down, and the Widow Mine is saved, is still behind the main base.
Yeah, smart choice here from Clem, retargeting onto that Adept to make sure that he can utilize this Widow Mine later on as well. Now this, we were talking about the nature of Blink. Harstem, now that he's dealt with his initial force, is moving across the map, but meanwhile, he is forced to recall because Clem did decide to follow things up with a Liberator.
The harass just doesn't stop. We have the Widow Mine coming back in once again. The shot will go off. Does take down one more worker, and we save the Widow Mine for a third time. Oh my god.
I am in absolute awe right now in just the speed and accuracy of Clem. There's a reason why he is the heavy hitter of Team Liquid. There's a reason why every single player on Shopify Rebellion here, even ByuN, were a little worried about going up against him. And this, I think, really demonstrates why.
Oh, exactly. His speed, his multitasking is on another level, and he's still just forcing Harstem to just keep supply back at home, still trading very efficiently. Behind this, he's getting into bio, of course, +1, stim, combat shields all on the way, and just building himself up on these two bases. Harstem trying to get away with his economy, but the constant harass is just such a thorn in his side. He just cannot get his third base up and running freely.
It never ends.
I love that we have like one unit free space. We have the Widow Mine for the main, we have the Liberator for the natural, we have the Raven for the third.
Yeah, just, got to keep him on their toes,
Aye. So yeah, just Clem poised to attack at any base at any time. Meanwhile, behind this, he now has a third CC on the way. So it's not a 2-base all-in, we're not pulling the boys or anything crazy like that. It's Clem just working towards his third.
Yeah. Unfortunately. He is just going to be making sure he is secure. He has the option to move out, obviously. He has a very healthy army supply lead. Stim +1 weapons and even combat shields are about to finish up in a couple of seconds. But yeah, I guess he doesn't have enough medevacs just yet. And of course, if he does push out, he wants to make sure that he will be able to go back home and macro if he's not able to take out Harstem immediately. So yeah, smart moves coming out here from Clem.
So far,
Not
smart
a cool
moves.
move though.
It just would have been really cool to see him pull the boys. I understand, Papi. I understand. As Clem continues to threaten those bases, meanwhile back at home he's still just building up his forces. Harstem has been actually probing up quite nicely here on these 3 bases. His mining has been disrupted, that is true, but he's building himself up at this point. Clem does have the higher army supply. Look at the supply gap here. I mean, Clem, he has quite a hefty army, a hefty force.
Oh yeah, in quantity and in quality as well. As yeah, he actually has a little bit of an upgrade advantage for the time being. He does have +1 against Harstem's +1 ground armor, but at the same time he also has combat shield, he has stim, so it feels like they cancel each other out.
Ooh. Meanwhile, we get a big warp in into the main base. It will complete. The prison just barely does survive, and Clem has to pull all the way back home to defend against this massive Zealot counterattack. Should clean this up. Not too many SCVs should be going down, but again, this does distract Clem.
Yeah, he was already almost halfway across the map here. Luckily for Clem, Hot Lead is a very short rush distance map, so he was able to turn around. He was able to prevent any of his SCVs, or I think 1 SCV went down, but little more than that earlier on. But this does cut quite a bit into the momentum here of Clem. By the time he will be able to hit this 4th base, he initially wanted to hit with the upgrade advantage, but now Harstem will be able to even things out. His +1 ground weapons should be done by the time this hits, and his +2 ground armor should be done as well. So yeah, not going to be as potent here for Clem as he would have liked it to be.
Oh, as Harstem gets lured in, I was about to say that, so Harstem, he has an observer, and he's been seeing the move out. As soon as he saw the move out of Clem, he went for a Zealot counterattack at the natural base. He goes for the Prism Warp in into the main base, but he is being cleaned up, and with the death of this Warp Prism, that means that Clem has nothing to worry about. He can focus on his push.
Yeah, the only thing he really does have to worry about, though, is being caught on siege, which yeah, he almost was. He retreats into the choke point, though, and that will be keeping him alive. Beautiful force fields coming out here from Harstem, pretty much cutting the Bio army in half. This is a really good fight for our blue Protoss player.
Yeah, good start to the fight, but Clem is not slowing down. He has the army supply lead, and what's scary here is that there's no splash damage. There's no Storm, there's no Colossus, there's no Disruptors. We are heavily reliant on getting us around with Zealots. Once again, we deny mining here at the 3rd base, and Clem is pushing.
And he ain't stopping. Just keeps pushing it. And pushing it and pushing it.
Yeah, Zealots are going to be going down the overcharge as well. The overcharge runs out. The tanks are still in the back line. And Harstem is being forced further and further back as we chip away at that Nexus. We see the Immortals trying to push on forward here, but they're within range of the tanks.
And that's the last place you really want to be. Harstem going for a little bit of a counter harass with that Warp Prism, but not working out for him. That was his one shot, I think, of really coming back into this game. Mines go off left and right. Finally, a tank is dealt with, but there's still the Stim Bio on the ground. They are starting to get a little over Stim, though. These very quick warp-in reinforcements of Chargelets and making sure that Clem, despite really wounding and bruising that Nexus, isn't quite able to kill them. Here comes the reinforcements, though, now that the Warp Prism has been dealt with for a second time.
Yeah, very impressive that the Nexus has survived throughout all of this onslaught. So very impressive here out of Harstem. But as you mentioned, he's so heavily reliant here on the mass charge lots. A couple of ghosts, a couple of good EMPs can just have their way with this. We do see Mind Shock going to be going off as well. Harstem has to be very careful. And again, there's still no transition. There's still no splash damage. Just heavily reliant on Immortals and charge lots.
And I gotta say, I am liking the Swarm Toss style against Clem. I do feel like Harstem is doing a really good job of just splitting Clem's army in half and sort of making sure that Clem isn't able to fight with his full force, as effective as that would be. Even coming in for a little bit of a surround on top of these, on top of this Bio army, but really good EMPs followed up by even better mine shots means that Clem will be able to take out these charge lots.
Yeah, the Immortals are kept safe and sound, though, behind the army, and they're doing so much damage here on the Marauders, on the Ghosts as well. We do see Clem trying to trade, trying to kite his heart out here against this army. He is trading decently well, but again, Harstem is holding. Looks like 5 workers are going to be going down, and there we go. The first Colossus is in production for Harstem.
Yes, slowly but surely. Like, it will definitely start tipping the scales in favor of Harstem, but he still needs to buy a little bit of time before he gets there. Clem saw a little bit of an opportunity, threw down an EMP, but wasn't quite able to ride that momentum all the way home.
Yeah, very nice control there out of Harstem. He juggled that sentry, kept it alive. That was a very smooth move out of Harstem. The observer even zoomed in on that. It was beautiful. From here, though, the Liberators have arrived. Liberation zones have made up. Vikings are on the way as well. Colossi, at this stage of the game, I'm not too sure if they're going to really cut it. Meanwhile, the Nexus is getting very low.
Yeah, very low, but not dead yet. Battery overcharge popped once again to try to keep this Nexus alive. Colossus now on the front lines. There are no more chargelets, by the way. It's only Stalkers and Colossus, which honestly isn't that much of a buffer here for the bio, but it's mostly Marauders and Ghosts.
And there we go. Finally, the base has been broken. At the same time, a big Zealot counterattack gets into the middle line. 10 SCVs go down, and the Zealots, they bust into the natural as well. They're catching reinforcements in the picture. 20 SCVs go down.
And, you know, if there was ever a time to pull the boys, this wouldn't be a bad one. Clem brings his army back on home. We'll be dealing with these charge lots. Harstem, despite losing his 4th base, still far ahead when in the worker count. Autotart still providing a little bit of harass. The Raven is somehow still alive. I guess that hasn't been a Stargate from Harstem, but still.
Yeah, throughout all of this, Raven just getting more and more value over time with those auto turrets. Clem finally cleans up the army. As you mentioned, did lose a lot of his economy. A lot of workers did fall, but now we're focusing on the push once again. And Harstem, does he have enough to hold on here? He has 1 Colossus with his army. He's got a lot of Zealots. +3 is on the way, but is it going to be enough?
We shall see. 1 EMP lands on top of these charge lots. We'll be making short work of them. Thanks to the follow-up Widow Mine. Harstem fighting very far out of range of a shield battery. GG's call. Clem will be taking game number 1.
GG, well played. Harstem had a really good Zealot run by there towards the end of the game, but the main army was always lacking for Harstem. Clem always had the army advantage, had momentum on his side when it came to his pushes, and eventually broke through. But a shout to Harstem, he was able to hold on for quite some time.
Yeah, he was able to hold on for quite some time. He was even able to get some really nice tactical victories here and there with things like his force fields, cutting the bio army of Clem in half, being able to juggle his sentry very, very well, and prevent it from getting EMP'd. I think he did an amazing job as well of just halting the momentum of Clem. You could see that after his stim, his +1, his combat shields and stuff finished up, he just wanted to start pushing and never stop. But thanks to a couple of cheeky warp prism harass, Clem was forced to come all the way back home. Now, fortunately, Heartled is a very short rush this map, so you know, maybe if Harstem tries it again on a bit of a larger map, and I guess it has to be, it should be pointed out, this is going to be Harstem's map pick next. Maybe it'll work out even better for him. We'll see.
Yeah, I would have to imagine, based on what we just saw, based on the playstyle of Harstem, it does look like he wants to get into a longer game, and there it is. Game number 2 going to be on Equilibrium.
Yep.
An interesting choice here. So Equilibrium is quite a large map, is known for the split map scenarios, a lot of bases to be taken, but the biggest feature, the gold base. The gold is very tempting to try to rush into.
Very, very, very tempting. Unfortunately, it's a little far away from the main base, but you know what? I don't want that to stop Clem from lifting up his main and floating it over.
I'd like to think, Yaku, as soon as you load into Equilibrium, whenever you do manage to ladder, it's Guy Mount Terran.
I've played 1 game on Equilibrium out of... I haven't landed that much this season, but I think I've made it... I think it's been 40 or something. Again, not that many. One of them was on Equilibrium.
Uh-huh.
Everybody vetoes that map for some reason.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad. You don't have any vetoes, right? Or do you have one?
I don't veto. No.
There you go.
I was
there you
gonna
go.
veto Radu's at station, but then
Yeah.
I remember you telling me that it's Terran favored.
In certain scenarios. But here we go. In the top left-hand corner, we have Harstem for Shopify Rebellion. Looking to fight back. Looking to solve the Clem problem.
And over here in the top right-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have our red Terran player. We have the problem representing Team Liquid. It's Clem.
Oh god, that sounds so weird, like out of context.
That
You're a problem. You're a problem, Clem. Oh,
you're not a problem. You're the problem.
oh my god.
That, you know, I doubt Take wants to do it a second time, but yo, Take, if you ever want to do a WrestleMania Home Story Cup again, that should be Clem's name.
I'll
The
be honest.
problem.
I am very disappointed with the lack of thematic things that they did for the Galactic Rumble edition of Home Story Cup. Like I expected a ring, I expected boxing gloves, shirts coming off, like a solid announcer as well. Where was the steel chair? Take?
Roddy
Where was the
jumping in
steel
with
chair?
the steel chair, yeah.
Yeah.
Shirtless with the steel chair. Yeah.
Exactly. I wanted like a Money in the Ring sort of like scenario with a big cage match, right? Come on. It's almost like they've never watched WWE.
Yeah. It's almost like wrestling's not a thing in Germany,
I wanted Diego Elazer to come in, represent Oliveira, and do like a 619. It would have been amazing. Would have been beautiful.
Yeah. I wanted at least one suplex,
I wanted one rear naked chokehold. That's all I wanted. Oh my god. But here we go, as we are going to be settling into this, and oh boy, we do see Clem going to be maneuvering here towards the southern portion of the map. Sorry, Clem. Harstem maneuvering towards the southern portion of the map with that probe scouts, and Clem moving out with his Reaper as well, as we're getting into our openers.
Yeah, this time going to be very different from Harstem. I spy a Stargate coming out from him.
Yeah, it's definitely, there we go. Yeah, the Stargate opener out of Harstem as opposed to the Twilight Council Blink Stalker based opener instead. So very different dynamic here. Meanwhile, we do have our add-on swap reactor as well. Cyclone production has commenced, as Clem did go for a double gas opener this time. Faster factory.
Much faster factory. Reacted Cyclone's going to be the name of the game here for Clem. So playing it out safe is what I typically think of when I see Cyclones, but it's hard to tell nowadays.
It is hard to tell here, as Cyclones will be amassing. Clem working towards his second Rax, actually. Interesting. Okay, so Clem is delaying his starport. He's delaying his starport by quite a lot, focusing on his second Rax. I imagine maybe even getting a third Rax as well before starport. If that's the case, he'll be amassing an army. And there we go. Really early stim production from Clem.
Interesting choice here. And be playing very aggressive in the early game. Potentially going to be swapping that add-on in factory. We'll see if he does. We'll see what the timing of his starport is going to be. But so far, I'm smelling a very weird 2-1-1 coming out from Clem, as there is the third Rax.
Yeah, third Rax, very delayed starport. So this fun fact, I mean, Homeowner does it like this, where he just pulls the boys, he goes for a 2-base all in. So you'd like that. It doesn't have to be a 2-base all in though. This could just be a delayed starport into a delayed third CC. But regardless, Clem has a he's working towards a very large army, a very active army, and Clem is very much so going to be in the face of Harstem sooner rather than later.
Yeah, very much sooner. No blink this time from Harstem, so these stalkers are in a little bit more of a precarious position, but their job right now is just to scout. Phoenixes come on in. They do break away one of the lock-ons here on the Cyclones, but that is way too many Cyclones to really tangle with as the Protoss player. Harstem now in the back foot. Clem looking to chase all of this back home.
Oh, exactly. Big lock-ons, a lot of damage dealt to those Phoenixes. There is a shield battery, there is a overcharge available as well. Harstem is trying to rush into that gold. So far, Clem hasn't seen it. Otherwise, he is poised to cancel it.
Yeah, that's the hope right now here for Clem.
Exactly.
As Clem, yeah, not like his chances against this amount of Stalkers and this amount of Phoenixes. He has revealed his hand a little bit with that Sim. So Harstem will be gearing up a little bit of a defense.
Yeah, we can see just pulling back to the reinforcements. He's going to take a stand here on top of the ramp. So far, good lock-ons, but the Phoenixes, they go for the lifts, and they do pick off 2 of those Cyclones already, but they lose 2 Phoenixes.
Yeah, all in all, a little bit of a 1-for-1 trade, but Harstem still has momentum on his side. Still going to be able to take out yet another Cyclone. Clem will not be able to make use of his 3 racks. Very good trades here for Harstem.
And as we're pointing out, the big thing here is that Harstem, he didn't just shut down the army, he also held on to his 3rd Nexus as well. The 3rd that happens to be the gold base with a rich Vespene gas geyser. So a very valuable Nexus here for Harstem is getting uncontested.
Yeah, I don't believe it was even scouted here by Clem. Doesn't really have an inkling of its existence right now. Like the way you put it as well here. We also have the 3rd base of Harstem, which just happens to, be a gold base, It's a coincidence how that worked out.
Is a coincidence here, as we have the double jump coming in from Clem. So far, this is so crazy, by the way. Against a mass Phoenix opener, going for a drop play is so risky, and he does avoid the Phoenixes.
Just like so. Going to be landing right on top of this Artosis pylon, with every single one of these gateways, by the looks of things, forces a mass recall as every single one of these probes go down. There's even enough here to actually fight against the ground army or the Skytoss army. Not both at the same time, though.
Yeah, it looks like we will clean this up, but the reality is we killed 14 probes. The economy has been crippled here, and Clem takes a worker lead. I would say that Clem would be ahead right now if only it wasn't a gold that was up and running. So Harstem, he's still able to maintain himself, but that was still a really rough loss, losing 14 probes.
Yeah, these are 14 probes that Harstem can afford to give up, but because he was forced to give them up, he no longer has an advantage.
Exactly. The economic advantage isn't quite there as Harstem would have liked to have been. Meanwhile, we have a Widowmine drop towards the south. Was spotted by the pylon, by the way, and Harstem will shut this down. The Phoenixes come in. Mine shot's going to be going off, and the medevac will fall.
Just like so. As Clem decides to go for a little bit of a multi-prong, moving towards the middle of the map. But he does get scouted by Harstem, so yeah, Clem just gonna try to be a little more sneaky with how he maneuvers things.
Oh, exactly, as we do have the drop getting set up from Clem, at least trying to go for a different drop. Meanwhile, that goal base, again, uncontested, is just really paying off here for Harstem. Robo, 2nd Robo is now on the way. Phoenix is still vying for map control and trying to hunt down any kind of drop play. Clem is still looking for a way to get across the map.
Yeah, and so far he's not finding much luck in any department, really.
Yeah, he was trying to push through the center. He was denied. He's going to be rotating over towards the south instead. And he just hasn't been able to touch this southern base here whatsoever from Harstem. Clem is taking his own 3rd. His own 3rd base is soon to be up and running. We're getting into a couple of Vikings, Marines, Marauders, just getting into the mid-game here. I'm still just waiting to see if Harstem does start incorporating a form of splash damage.
Yeah, this is an interesting style of PvT that Harstem's been displaying so far in this match against Clem. Really delaying that splash damage, as he said. He does have an Archon randomly, so I believe he has a Templar Archive somewhere, but yeah, he still hasn't researched Storm yet, if that's the case.
Yeah, exactly. So he's just relying on those Archons for that AoE. We do see the Robotics Bay now on the way. There we go. 2nd Robo in production. So it looks like we're working towards double Colossus production, but it's going to take a while for that to really kick in. And before we can get into Colossi, Clem is still being very active. And we have another Widowmine drop towards the south.
Oh. And this will kind of give it away that Harstem did go for that gold base, but, just because Clem knows about the gold base now doesn't mean he's going to be able to do much about it. Again, Harstem has just done a fantastic job of making sure that Clem can never really trespass on his side of the map.
Exactly, as that base has been left undiscovered for so long, and now it may just be too late. We do catch a couple of Zealots here, but the cluster production has begun. Second Robo is still on the way. Harstem not looking too bad here as he picks up another Widow Mine.
Yeah, this observer in the middle of the map, not quite caught by Clem here. Gonna be able to get quite a lot done, or provide a lot of detection here.
Yeah, exactly. It does allow for another Cyclone to be shut down. There's the scan. Finally, one Observer will fall, but there are plenty more out on the field for Harstem. Colossus production well underway, but we do have Vikings to help deal with the Phoenixes and Colossi, so Clem doesn't have the worst army either, as that Colossus is looking a little bit exposed.
It is looking very exposed! It is out of scan range, thankfully for Harstem here. Oh man, if Clem only knew, he would have pounced so fast.
He would have gone for the pounds. Meanwhile, we collapse on these Marines and Marauders. Really good force fields out of Harstem, shutting down the army.
Yeah, that was a massive chunk of bio that just went down in pretty much an instant. Clem trying desperately to regroup right now. These sentries still have a little bit of energy on them, so yeah, there is once again potential for force fields here for Harstem.
There is that potential. The Colossus count is getting higher and higher. We should soon be working towards Disruptors. I believe the third Colossus is in production. So, sorry, that's actually the fourth Colossus in production. So we should be starting to work on Disruptors soon, ideally. Just as Clem is building up a higher Viking count and working on those ghosts.
Indeed. Both of our players are pretty close to maxing out. Clem just about to max out as well. So this is really the time to really start refining our armies and making sure they are as effective as possible.
Exactly, as we are going to be shutting down as many of these Widow Mines as we can. So far, good map control here out of Harstem. Disruptor production has commenced. As we get into Disruptors, though, Clem should be starting to think about Liberators. So we still don't have a Fusion Core, but we have +1 ship weapons on the way. After that, we can work towards +2. Then we can start working towards Liberator range and Libs themselves.
Yeah, I don't remember what's the exact figure here, Light, but there is a point in TVP where you hit diminishing returns on the Vikings, and Clem has been pumping out those Vikings one after another. I believe he has something like 7 of them right now, which, okay, against 4 Colossus should be fine, but
yeah,
if he takes out these Colossus and he still makes Vikings, then I'll start to get worried for Clem.
I was gonna say that, like, against 3 Colossi, like, he's probably at a good count, but against 4, it's like, that's a little bit more than is standard here in TVP. Meanwhile, that's a 3rd Robo on the way, so we're getting ready for triple Robo production, for triple Disruptors, so Harstem is gonna have a lot of balls available on the ground, and there's that Fusion Core for Liberator range.
There we go. Well, could be for BCs as well, but
Usually, it could be.
It could be.
Yeah.
But it's nowhere near as effective as Liberators here in TVP, so it's probably not going to be.
Yeah, 2nd starport as well for additional Liberator production once we do get there. Meanwhile, Mindshot going to be going off. Big EMP here on some of these Stalkers. The armies are just going to be dancing with each other, waiting for either player to really pounce and engage and commit.
Yeah, but so far, neither player's really committing to much. As Clem, with the trademark Widow Mines literally everywhere on the map, going to be providing him a lot of vision here and going to be preventing Harstem from really expanding comfortably.
Exactly, as Harstem, he's still stuck on these 5 bases. I mean, 5 bases is not too bad, but I'm sure he's going to want to stick them momentarily. Meanwhile, the army's going to be clashing. Nova's going to be going off. Good dodge so far. Does pull away. Liberators are in production again. We're still making 3 Disruptors at a time. He's going to have an insane amount of Disruptors soon.
Yeah, and unlike Vikings, you know, you can never hit diminishing returns with Disruptors.
They just gain so much value. Nova goes off, does take down a Ghost. Good pickup.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Pretty good dodges coming up from Clem afterwards. So Clem now trying to move up a ramp into a choke point. Harstem, not too many Purification Novas available for him right now. They are off cooldown. On cooldown. Off. They are on cooldown as Clem going to be trying to force a bit of an engagement here. Purification Nova goes off, another one goes off, and another one doesn't quite go off. Decent pickoffs, it goes here and there, and a little bit of bio, but not quite the big, juicy connection that Harstem was looking for.
Yeah, as you're saying, you know, we're shaving off a couple units here and there, but nothing major. Not yet. Nova's going to be going off one after the other. It's going to be 3 Novas now pulled off. A 4th comes out, and we're still making even more of those disruptors. We're still waiting for the Liberators. Suddenly, the dynamic will change once we do arrive with those libs.
Indeed, it shall. Okay, I think he canceled it, but for a split second, I saw a nuke on the production tab, and I thought, Clem?
I mean,
Where are you going with this?
that's the second Ghost Academy. I'm pretty sure he does want to make nukes like this.
Well,
so we'll see if he does commit. Meanwhile, Nova's going to be going off. Good splits out of Clem. Does catch a couple of Stalkers.
yeah. Very consistent EMP landings as well here from Clem. Pretty much nailing every EMP he throws out.
Now we have that Liberator, sorry, the Medevac upgrade finishing up. I don't remember what it's called, but it's, you know, it helps.
Caduceus something. Kid-Icarus.
I don't think it's Kid-Icarus. Cadacious?
It's a Kid-Icarus staff or something. As you see Harstem just trying to refine his army a little bit. The Colossus are fighting the Colossus, and now the Stalkers decide to put an end to that.
Yeah, they shut them down. We execute the Colossus. For those wondering, Colossi, they've served their purpose. They get outscaled as the game goes on. Disruptors are just better at this stage. And here we go. We go for a massive blink. We shut down the planetary, the would-be planetary.
Yeah, absolutely huge here for Harstem. Missile turrets weren't done in time, and thankfully for Clem, he was able to cancel the upgrade and was able to lift up his CC, so doesn't lose too many SCVs, only 7 of them, which at this stage of the game is definitely fine.
Yeah, we do have 2 Liberators here on the high ground. A 3rd Liberator, but good target firing here out of Harstem. He does focus every single one of them down. Ooh, as I say, that does leave 1 alive here on the high ground as Harstem does not push through.
Yeah. He does leave 1 alive to spread the tale. Tell the story of what happened in the Liberator Massacre. As finally it does go down. Harstem, again, just looking to trade the Stalkers for something, anything, as he continues to refine his army.
Yeah, exactly. Again, he needs those Stalkers for now against the Liberators. If the game goes on longer, then Harstem should be working on a Skytoss transition into a Fleet Beacon, into Tempest. That's going to be the next step for the Protoss. Meanwhile, he does dive on top of that planetary once again. This time he can focus it down.
Yeah, way too much DPS here for Harstem for these SCVs to really out-repair it.
Exactly. Another Nova going to be going, connects with those workers as well. Looks like probes are going to be going down across the map, I think, to a Liberator. But for the most part, we're focusing our attention here on the southern half of the map. Harstem gaining ground. That's a lot of disruptors here on the high ground. Does take down the Sensor Tower.
Yeah, that's going to keep Clem in the dark a little while longer. As Clem, once again, the dynamics have shifted quite a bit, and Clem is going to be the defender as opposed to earlier on where he was the aggressor. Some very good Novas do connect with a lot of Marauders by the looks of things.
Yeah, big Novas here. A lot of Liberators going to be shut down as well. Really good trades here out of Harstem. He also killed the CC. Almost 2 of them even. So amazing trades. But he does have to respect the army. Without Disruptors, you can't really contest against the Marines and Marauders as he will be pulling back.
Yeah, but I like this coming out from Harstem, pulling back behind the fog, really making sure that Clem will not be able to push into him easily. That's every single ghost being taken out. The Warp Prism even survives because there's just not enough anti-air here in Clem's army. Ooh, things have gone from looking pretty desperate here to looking fantastic right now for Harstem.
Yeah, he's trading very well, but the Liberator count is getting higher and higher. We're making 3, 4 Liberators at a time. Nuke going to be thrown down here at the southern base. Not going to kill any workers, but is going to shut down this side defense. The Disruptors! Up!
Oh, they're very exposed, and a lot of them will go down. None of the Novas will connect. Huge win here for Clem. And let's see if he can keep up this momentum. Very nice split here right towards the end. Really good EMP as well on top of the Stalkers. Not quite enough bio to really take out the rest of them, but Liberators starting to re-siege, and Harstem is going to be forced to retreat yet again.
Harstem's in a lot of trouble right now. How you can see the pendulum swing so quickly from one player to the other. Harstem, plus, I want to say 6, maybe even 7 Disruptors, and these Disruptors being exposed once again. We're going to lose even more.
Yeah, we're gonna lose a lot of something. We lose the disruptors. We're about to lose a bunch of stalkers as well. Nuke lands and takes out an entire mineral line. These liberators, they're too much for the stalkers to deal with. GG is called, and Clem will take out Harstem. We'll take another W here for Team Liquid, 2-0.
GG,
Wow.
well played. The double kill here for Clem. Harstem was doing very well here. He got away with the gold. Thanks to the gold base, he got a really, he was able to get into the mid game in a pretty damn good position. And as we got into the late game with maxed out armies, Harstem was trading well. He was picking up Liberators, picking up CCs, decent connections with his Novas. But again, all it takes is one mistake. And in one fight, in one moment, we saw Clem come in and essentially reset the disruptor count, just reset it down to 0 and took a very quick fight, a very decisive engagement there as the game did end.
Yeah, that's really the big weakness, right? Of relying only on one source of splash damage for so long, like Harstem did. He had Colossus and Disruptors for a while, but as we all know, Colossus, they don't scale well as the game continues, so he got rid of them, but yeah, wasn't quite able to get into his High Templar, wasn't quite able to get into Storm or anything like that, so instead he just had to rely even harder and double down even more on those Disruptors, and as we can see, if you leave them even just a little bit exposed, if the Terran player is able to pounce on them and reset the Disruptor count, that's not a whole lot you can do with just Stalkers.
Exactly. Like disruptors, they're very high risk, high reward, and they have a lot of damage potential, true, but they're also very vulnerable. And Harstem, I think a little bit upset about that game. He was in a good position, right? Like it was a good performance out of him, and I don't want to take away from Harstem there. Did lose, but so too.
He made it very, very close. I think a lot closer than some people might be expecting here. One thing that gives me hope is that the hood is not up right now for Harstem, so he's not smoging fully yet.
True.
But yeah, I am definitely worried for Shopify Rebellion, the remaining players on Shopify Rebellion moving forward. I mean, Clem said so himself yesterday. TVT is his one matchup where he's not feeling confident in. TVP, I mean, we don't really know how he's feeling about TVP in general, but it's been pretty good. TVZ, on the other hand, especially against Lambo's style of TVZ, that is where he excels. That is where he historically has been known to absolutely dominate. And so Lambo and Scarlett right now have got to be feeling a lot of pressure on them.
They really do. They really do. You know, like Clem is coming in as the heavy favorite, and Harstem did not perform badly at all, but he wasn't able to take a game. And without taking a game, that means that Clem has stayed on, and we need an answer here, Lambo or Scarlett. One way or another, a Zerg player is going to be coming out. Who is feeling confident? Who can bring Clem down?
We shall... Yeah, that's going to be a really tough one. We shall see. I think I would probably favor Scarlett against Clem, because Scarlett, as much as she has been playing a bit more normal, a bit more of that EU style ever since she joined Shopify Rebellion, she's still NA, you know? She still has a twinge of that chaos in her, so you know, I think she could potentially pull the upset against Clem, at the very least, maybe take a map, but yeah, it's still going to be a tough ask no matter what. Lambo, on the other hand, you know, historically might not be favored against Clem, but at the same time, he also knows Clem very, very well. They face each other on the ladder all the time, so you know, maybe there is something in that experience. Maybe there is something in the theory crafting with Lambo where, you know, maybe he just might know something about Clem that you know, hopefully prevails here for Shopify Rebellion, because let's see, what's the map? So right now Team Liquid is 2-1, or is it 3-1?
Team Liquid, they are up 2-1, and here we go. We have our answer, and it is indeed going to be Scarlett coming up here in a ZVT. And just to echo what you were saying about this kind of NA style, it has been some time since Scarlett was living in Korea with Jake with No Regret. But that was like peak NA Scarlett, where she had like, NA was kind of like the Lambo of NA, where Jake, he was of course like doing a great job coaching and dictating like builds and kind of strategies coming to a series. But we'll see how that comes to fruition here as we
Shopify
get ready for our
ByuN
next series.
versus Team Liquid. Game 4. Let's start the game.
And so you get starting a game. Here we have on site Delta in the top left-hand corner of the map. Our blue Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion. We have Scarlett.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of site Delta, we have the French Terran player for Team Liquid. It is Clem.
The problem. Clement, the problem. Desplantis.
And this is a good opener here for site Delta. I'm assuming this is going to be a 2x Reaper build here from Clem. The reason why I say this is a good build for site Delta is because we do have a ramp coming into the natural, so your natural base is that much more secure. You're that much safer when it comes to the follow-up and the transition after the initial 2x Reaper.
I agree.
Have you tried to whip this out yourself yet? When you've tried laddering, have you been?
I whipped it out once, and then I got roach rushed, and I didn't know how to, and didn't know how to respond in that position because I'm like, yes, roach rush. You get banshees. I'm like, wait, but starport's delayed with this build. and so I never tried it again.
Fair enough, Bobby. Fair enough. Well, here we go. It is going to be 2x Reaper here from Clem. This is not an all-in. This is designed to get a bit of an economic lead here by containing your opponent on 2 bases and getting into your CC behind this. So we'll see how much Clem can achieve as Scarlett comes in with the Overlord and will soon scout the build.
Yeah, we'll confirm that. Only having 1 drone in her gas, as our lovely observer is pointing out.
Yeah, basically, once you scout this, you do need to pull back into gas just to prioritize link speed. Like, link speed is very much so a priority here for the Zerg player. Otherwise, it can be very difficult to take a 3rd base, as the Reapers have arrived. Going to be dancing here with these links, at least initially. We do get 1 link so far, but no drones.
Yeah, just a little dance back and forth with the lings, but we'll see if there's more damage to be had now that the 2nd Reaper is out. Soon a 3rd, and then a 4th.
Exactly, and the goal here is to cancel the 3rd base. The goal here is to contain the Zerg player on 2 bases for as long as possible and really disrupt the economy of the Zerg as well. As you mentioned, you have that 4th and even 5th Reaper moving out. 5 Reapers is usually where we stop. We want to stop at 5 Reapers, and then from here we can work on the next step. And you can see Clem is working on his 3rd CC.
Just like so. So it is a 3cc before factory built, but not a particularly economic one, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. As we do see Scarlet force to expand elsewhere. Again, we should be getting a cancel on this hatchery. Hopefully not a kill. Hopefully, there we go. We do cancel just in time, as Scarlet's 3rd base is quite heavily now delayed.
Yeah, it's very heavily delayed, and the 3rd hatchery is in a little bit of an awkward position as well. Not quite as defensible compared to the linear 3rd, a little bit more abusable if our Terran player decides to jump back and forth with medevacs.
As we pick off a queen, a big pick off here from Clem. He may get another as well, as the queens they cannot transfuse.
Can he? It's possible for him to take out every single queen, actually, as there are no Zerglings to support this. 1 more queen goes down. There's only 1 queen left. The rest of the Zerglings will come for it. So thankfully, at least 1 queen survives here. But losing 2 queens to just the Reapers like this is already a huge victory for the Terran player.
It really is. That was a really scary moment for Scarlett. Link speed kicked in just in time to shut this down, but losing 2 queens, as you mentioned, is going to delay any kind of production, any kind of inject, spreading creep as well. A really good start here for Clem.
Yeah, let's see how he continues this going forward. If you weren't sure how big of a victory losing those 2 queens were, looking at that unit's loss tab paints a little bit of a picture, I think.
Yeah, on top of that, it was also the cancelled third base, right, and the delayed third. We can see Scarlett rushing into a fourth as quickly as possible. She has to recover here economically and production-wise as well, so she is on the road to recovery. Meanwhile, Clem already has his third CC, not up and running yet, but it's in the main base, just gathering up energy, muling, and producing additional workers. And Clem will soon be active with his drop play. Stim is finishing up, and medevacs are popping out.
Yeah. Somewhat like a 2-on-1, but not a typical 2-on-1 coming out here, but the same rules apply, or rather the same objectives apply here for Clem. Clear creep, shave off the link count, keep the Marines alive for as long as possible, because they're going to be really useful in the follow-up push.
Exactly. As the Marines are moving out, again, Stim is available. We're going to be focusing on whatever tumors we can. We do have 7 queens in position to hold on. We try to focus one of them down, but we do barely save it.
Just like so. But this is what we were talking about jumping back and forth between the main and the third. Clem is demonstrating that right now. Scarlett, very quick to respond, will be sending the rest of her lings into the main base to prevent these Marines from really going haywire and going out of control. But yeah, for now, it's a bit of a delicate dance back and forth between our two players.
And so far, Scarlett hasn't lost anything major yet to the double medevac drop. Not yet, I should emphasize, as Clem behind this working on a second factory already. Oh my god. So yeah, going to be getting into some quite heavy mine production behind this, I imagine. Meanwhile, Scarlett going into a tech of choice into Hydras.
Yep, very good option here. When you know that your Terran opponent is being this drop heavy, you want to get that anti-air out quickly as possible, and of course Hydras eventually give you the option to tech into lurkers as well. So pretty standard stuff coming out from Scarlett here.
Yeah, so this is a style that I've seen Scarlett do a lot. We've been casting her a lot, whether it's in ESL Masters Winter or even during some of these Open Cups and even during WTL. I've yet to really see this work. So specifically, Scarlett, she isn't just mixing in Hydras, like Lingbane Hydra. She's massing Hydras. Instead of getting +1 melee, it's +1 range. And usually she is very light on Lingbane and very much so masses a lot of Hydras instead.
It's like the Mio Micah style, but
It
not.
is. Yeah, it's very similar. When I saw Scarlett first doing it a couple of months ago, like it very much so reminded me of Mio Micah. Mio Micah does rush into Hydras though, and Scarlett kind of eases her way into it. So it's more macro oriented from Scarlett. Mio Micah plays a very like all in style.
Yeah. It's gonna be just like in 2017 or 2018, you know, which year it was, when no regret in Scarlett, take a Mio Micah style, refine it, and then win with it.
There you go. As Clem is going to be pushing here towards the left-hand side, scans ahead of time, and again, sees a lot of Hydras. Again, no Bailings with this army. It is just pure Ling Hydra.
And this is why it doesn't really work out too well, because, yeah, you kind of need all your units in the right position, as all of these queens go down to the sheer DPS of Stim Marines. This is why you don't want to skip out on your Hydras, and, yeah, this is why it is very inefficient to go for a pure Hydra Ling style against Bioterran.
The thing is that the Marines, they do well against these light-based units. Like, Ling Hydra is a glass cannon of a composition. It is very fragile, and it's very momentum-based as well. So we have to be very careful with how we engage, especially without Bailings, because without Bailings, you don't really have that secure way to deal with Marines as we're stimming on forward.
Yeah, thankfully for Scarlett, though, she has been taking this seriously. She has been shoring up her defenses with a couple of spine crawlers, making sure that, you know, when Clem does push into her, she does have a very solid concave of Hydras. So even though these stimmed Marines are going to hit like a truck, they aren't going to come out unscathed.
Yeah, as we go for the dive as well, looks like, yeah, we're running out of steam for Clem, so he has to back off, has to respect the Hydras. Meanwhile, at the same time, he's going to be reinforcing, and these Hydras are going to be going down. Expensive losses for Scarlett.
Yeah, unfortunate aggro here for Scarlett, moving away from that choke point and really allowing Clem to fight a concave with a concave, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, exactly. So Scarlett losing that Southern Hydra force. Widowmine's going to be resetting. The drop in the main base did a great job of distracting Scarlett for the time being. And Scarlett is going to be mixing in some spell casters. So it's going to be Ling Hydra, but with Infestors to support with Fungals.
Yeah, the burrow fungal. Well, I guess technically you can't really burrow and fungal, but the burrow infestors surprise fungal style that I think we have seen a lot from. We have seen a lot from Zerg players, specifically in ZVT these past couple of months.
Oh yeah, it's been a very popular style to make use of, but here we go. Clem is going to be pushing. Widowmine just going to be coming in. Oh, big connections. 9 drones do go down. Almost the Infestor as well.
Yeah, and Clem slowly making a little bit of a foothold here, just outside the linear third base. Still rotating around. Doesn't quite have enough beef with his army to really push on through. That's a lot of medevacs, actually, now that I look at his army.
That is a lot of medevacs available here for Clem. We are lacking that kind of, as you mentioned, the DPS here, the more Marine and Marauder heavy composition. Mine Shot's going to be going off. We still have a double drop threading the main base, trying to distract Scarlett, as Clem is amassing his army here outside of that third. Again, very limited crease spread here. He hasn't been able to break the army yet, but behind this, here we go. Libs and Ghosts are on the way.
Yeah, once again, the late game... The two main late game units for Terran, Liberators, and Ghosts. Scarlett, okay. Hasn't really been able to get into Hive until now, so yeah, there's going to be a huge window of opportunity here for Clem to really push in before Scarlett has her end game composition.
Yeah, exactly. So we have a wall of spine crawlers here. Again, as you mentioned before, Scarlett just making sure that she is secure here at her southern base with a wall of spines to support those Hydras. Without them, the Hydras would be that much more vulnerable. But yeah, the late Hive is concerning. Without that Hive tech, no Adrenal, no 3-3, no Vipers, no Lurker upgrades either. It is kind of a big thing that is missing here for Scarlett. She desperately needs to get into.
Yeah, she does need to buy herself as much time as possible, but Clem is not making it any easier on her. It's going for multi-prong after multi-prong after multi-prong. Clem actually has a higher worker count than Scarlett right now, which is definitely concerning in a ZVT.
Yeah, higher workers plus mules on top of that as well. Clem has just an insane economy to work with. Is going to be bleeding out some drops, as I believe the drop in the main base was cleaned up, but there's Liberator range on the way. And even though he's been harassing with Marines, again, the Ghost and Lib count is getting higher and higher back at home.
Yeah, he does want to start trading out these Marines, doesn't he? In order to get more Ghosts and more Liberators, in order to deal with the... I don't remember how to copy past the Ghosts.
The everything, Bobby. The everything is. We do have a mine drop towards the north. A good snipes here on some of these Hydras. Infestors are coming in looking for some good fungals. We do fungal some of the Ghosts.
Yeah, but unfortunately here for Scarlett, there really isn't much of a follow-up to really collapse on top of this.
Yeah, as we try to pick off another Ghost does go down. The mine drop coming in. 6 drones do fall here towards the north. The main army of Clem really struggling to break through. The higher drone count also is hurting him a little bit when it comes to how large his army can be, even if he does max out. But he's just waiting for his reinforcements, again, making 4 libs at a time.
Yeah. It's pretty insane. Almost as insane as the efficiency of the trades, as we saw a little bit earlier on with that units lost. With that units lost tab, Scarlett has lost almost double the resources of Clem so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's how expensive Hydras are. They're quite expensive units here. Speaking of expensive, Scarlett, now with the Hive Tech, is going into kindness plating and ultra production. But as we've been talking about this entire time, I mean, we already have Ghost and Lib. Like, we already have the ideal units for Hive Tech.
Yeah, we have the units to deal with the ultras. We have the units to deal with the everything. As once again, Clem's looking to push into this linear third base. A couple of Widow Mines here and there, just standard Clem things. Likes to use them as spotters and to ideally catch a run by or two whenever he can.
Yeah, big snipes here on those Hydras. Here we go, we're pulling the trigger, pushing up into this setup here, into the Liberators, into those Widow Mines. So far, the ultras are breaking through.
Yeah, Vipers did finish up earlier on, so that definitely helped Scarlett a ton dealing with those Liberators. A couple of snipes do land on the Ultras, but a huge fungal on top of every single Ghost will force Clem to retreat, will give Scarlett a bit of momentum.
That was a massive fungal from Scarlett. I think she caught 4 Ghosts in that fungal, and with that, Scarlett takes a good fight.
Absolutely. I mean, now Clem doesn't have Ghost to deal with the Ultras or Ghost to deal with the Vipers or.
How can he deal with the anything without Ghost? It's over. I mean, he's licking his wounds. We're making, oh my god, 6 Liberators at a time. We have another Starport on the way. Ghost production continuing. +1 ship weapons. I thought I saw it earlier. Maybe it got cancelled. Maybe I saw things. But +1 ship weapons now on the way here for Clem.
Yeah, a little bit delayed. In fact, very delayed. But yeah, I guess Clem was kind of banking on these Ghosts earlier on to really, and their snipes to really deal damage, and for these Liberators to really just zone more than anything else.
Yeah, I could have sworn I saw +1 in ship weapons with the fusion core, but maybe I saw something else.
I want to say I saw it as well. Just to make it seem like I was paying attention.
I want to say I saw it just to be involved, just to be a part of it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Yaku, for the solidarity. That's Here we go. Would you have a Liberator sieging up? Big yoinks here on 2 of those libs. The Ultras, they try to catch this unprepared on siege, and we do.
Yeah, huge fungal yoink combo from the Vipers and from the Infestors as well is able to chase this away. Clem, not coming to the fight, will retreat with most of his bio intact, but once again, the Liberator count got reset.
Yeah, Liberator count was completely reset. It took so long to build that up, and now Clem has to build that up from scratch. So a really good fight here from Scarlett. Even though she was kind of trading inefficiently for a long time, these have been some good trades, and now she's getting this northern base up and running, actually mining quite efficiently here with it, and now going for her own counterattack.
Yeah, just setting things up. Doesn't quite want to move into this choke point here. As we do see Clem, yeah, just once again trying to see whatever harassment damage he can get done on the map. A big reason why Clem was able to get away with a lot of these trades, and the big reason why he was able to kind of force Scarlett to play more passively was because he was able to prevent her from getting a really healthy economy. But now, the tables are starting to turn a little bit.
Tables are turning. Meanwhile, here we go. Clemmy gets eyes on the fresh mining base of Scarlett. He wants to shut it down. The hatchery taking a lot of hits. Scarlett getting ready for a collapse, getting ready for a concave, and there we go. We're pulling the trigger.
Yeah, Fungal does land by the look of things, but even still, this is going to be a bit of a more inefficient trait for Scarlett, despite the fact that she will be able to force Clem back. She lost a lot of high-tech units. She lost just about every single one of her Hydras, and surprisingly, Clem still has enough units to keep this going. Huge Fungal from behind. But yeah, it doesn't seem like there's enough of a follow-up here.
Yeah, that was a huge fungal from Scarlett. As you mentioned, though, where are the Ultras? They got sniped. All the Ultras went down. Most of the Hydras went down as well. There's barely an army standing here. Scarlett finally, I think this is for the first time making Banelings. She didn't really have many Banelings up until now at the 18-minute mark. But regardless, Clem is just snowballing out of control. Even incorporating a couple of Cyclones. I think they were a bit of a mistake. Some token Cyclones there from Clem, but it is the Cyclone patches. We are pushing on forward here. There are Banelings to stop him, but Clem, he is gaining ground.
Yeah, really establishing a foothold once again towards this base. Spinecrawler going to go down. Absorbs a couple of shots, I guess, but still.
Yeah, was that worth it in the end, as Clem is just taking another base, getting it up and running. Scarlett barely holding on, but here we go. The freedom has arrived. The liberation zones slowly pushing forward as well. The Hydras, they go for a dive themselves, but are there enough Ultras? There's only 2 left.
Yeah, we'll see. Snipes are starting to pop off, and the Liberators, for the most part, have survived. Very nice split here from Clem. Going to be avoiding most of that fungal.
Oh my god, the snipes.
A massive thick line on the map here. Just eventually they blur together. You think it's many little sniper lines, just one massive one that completely obliterates the Zerg army.
Yeah, the Hydras went down. A couple of these fungals have been very clutch for Scarlett, but the base falls. The base did fall. That was the most important mining base of Scarlett. It has fallen. She's down to 68 workers, not even 69. Can't even say nice, as we do see Clem reinforcing here with a larger army again. Clem not slowing down at all.
Oh. Ultra falls once again. There's just not enough. There's not even enough Hydras here to deal with all the Liberators. The Infestor got a fungal off, dealt with the Bio army, But what about the Liberators? What about the Freedom, papi?
Yeah, there's just too much freedom. Liberation has arrived as Clem rotates over towards the top right as well, and we're just zoning Scarlett away. How many Liberators is that? That's we're going to be covering the entire map
Not
here.
enough.
Big power bombs as well, but a good split from Clem.
Yeah, once again, the speed and the accuracy, the just reaction times from Clem that deliver him over and over and over again, making sure that he doesn't lose a fight. A lot of Banelings coming in, and these Hydras are starting to get on top of the Liberators, but once again, there just aren't enough of them. Banelings collapse on top of mostly Ghosts, but not enough of them by the looks of things.
Yeah, like half the Ghosts went down to the Banelings, which wasn't a bad trade from Scarlett, but you can see that she just doesn't have an economy. Like, her economy has been stifled. Another base is going down. She's down to 5 hatcheries, and I think one of them is mining. This is the last mining base here of Scarlett.
Yeah, Clem has about double the income right now. Just looking at the graph at the bottom. GG is called, and Clem will take game number 1 of this best of 2.
GG, well played. Clem trading so efficiently throughout the entire course of that game. I don't think at any point he was really in any trouble. Scarlett could never really assert herself across the map, could never threaten any of the mining bases of Clem. Once Clem took control of the map, he never let it go. And he took control of the map in the early game with his Reapers.
Yeah, just that little bit of momentum from the start, just that little tiny snowball eventually collapsed into an avalanche towards the end there. There were definitely a couple of moments there where Scarlett was fighting back against Clem very, very hard. You know, when she was able to get her Hive up and running, when she was able to get her Infestors and her Ultralists, you know, she was able to force Clem to retreat every now and then from the middle of the map, but like you said, she was never really able to get up in front of Clem's face, was never really able to even threaten any of the mining bases of Clem by the looks of things. It was always Scarlett pushing back and then getting pushed back by the reinforcements of Clem. That's just because she didn't have enough production and enough of an economy to really sustain that late game army that she was getting.
Exactly, right? Like, even though we had some good engagements and like some really good fungals from Scarlett, just purely because of the economy of Clem that was getting out of hand, the fact that the economy was untouched, Clem could trade, Scarlett couldn't. Scarlett, whenever she would lose those ultras or infestors, would be too much.
Which is not something we see every day in a TVZ, where the Terran player can't afford to trade against the Zerg player, but the Zerg player needs to keep their units alive. But yeah, Clem somehow just flips the switch, just flips the script here on TVZ, knocks it on the head, and now Shopify Rebellion, Scarlett, is in even more of a precarious position.
Yeah, and it all comes down to this next game. It's going to be Scarlett's map of choice. Going to be Scarlett's map pick, and with that, it's going to be on Scarlett to try to bring Clem down. Regardless, with this win, Scarlett will be knocked out of this best of 2, and it's going to come down next series or next matchup to a revive from Shopify.
Yeah, or Lambo.
Or Lambo.
Yeah, but even then, it's going to be a tough ask for whoever does get sent out, right? Because then they'll have to beat, just based on the webcams that we saw, they'll have to beat Elazer, they'll have to beat Mana. They'll have to beat Elazer or Mana, or potentially Elazer and Mana in the revive. They could also just revive Clem or Cure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even though Cure got knocked out early on, like, he's always available for a revive. There's always the revive potential for him. If Team Liquid is brought to that kind of game state, brought to that level, if they do want like another answer to ByuN, to the TVT. So yeah, there's lots really to overcome for Shopify based on the game state right now, based on the state of the series. There's a lot of pressure here, and I'm really curious to see what kind of map Scarlett does decide to about.
I feel like we've seen Equilibrium a few too many times.
Oh, we gotta see it again
from Shopify Rebellion. I think we're gonna see it again.
God. Yeah, I mean, Equilibrium, that's typically the go-to Zerg pick. It's very much so. I mean, I say that, but I mean, even Harstem went for Equilibrium, right? It's like it's been a map, even ByuN as well, that we have been embracing overall. I mean, it is a bit of a quirky map, right? Because of the gold base. Like the gold can give you so much potential to fight back and overcome a player like Clem. I mean, Harstem almost did it.
Yeah, Harstem almost did it.
Almost.
Almost.
We'll see, as it looks like we are just giving Scarlett a moment here, maybe asking for a break as well. Just having some time to deliberate how we do want to approach Clem, how we solve this problem, how we have an answer. And I mean, this also just goes to show that this is just a new Team Liquid, this season. In the past, like they would typically be like in the middle of the pack sort of thing. Like Team Liquid never really had any kind of major runs in WTL. But this season,
Yeah.
you know, with Clem peaking and with the acquisition of Cure, like Team Liquid, they're vying for one of the top teams in WTL.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, they had a little bit of a shaky start to this season of WTL. There was a little bit of speculation or a little bit of concerns that they weren't really going to be making it out of the group stage, but you know they were able to pull through just at the end here, just barely making it into the playoffs. And so far, they have been delivering. They have been proving just how much of a different team they are this time, as you put it.
Exactly. They have leveled up. They have evolved here, and yeah, I mean, it all can come down to this, whether or not they can move on into the next round. The next round is going to be where the big heavy hitters are. For the past 2 seasons, top 3 teams in WTL have been Onside Basilisk and CranKy Gaming, DKZ. And we will soon feature them as DKZ is patiently waiting for the winner of this series.
Indeed, they are. They're breathing a massive sigh of relief that Abydos disbanded before this season.
True. Smooch, Poppy, smooch. I do appreciate that, like, in honor of Abydos, like, they do have a DRG as a pin. I don't know if you remember, but DRG was kind of the
that's
MVP.
why.
Yeah, he was kind of the MVP of Abydos last season, where he came out, and if I remember correctly, he was the player that took down CranKy Gaming. Like he popped up.
I believe so. I believe it was between DRG and Creator, and then it was between DRG and Creator who took down DKZ. They wanted to reserve Cure for I think Cure didn't really play that match, if I remember correctly. They wanted to save him for the next day when they played against Basilisk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Fortunately, that was also the day where Cyril just all killed. But
yeah, I'm just double checking, and yeah, last season against CranKy Gaming, it was Creator and Cure that got knocked out. It was Nightmare that didn't compete. It was Nightmare that was not part of that. But it was DRG came out at the end, and DRG, he single-handedly took down Oliveira and Hero. Like, he was the ace for Abydos. And he brought him down. I remember because it was so disappointing, because DRG wasn't there for the semis, which was Abydos versus Basilisk. And DRG, we didn't get to see DRG versus Cyril, unfortunately.
Yeah, that definitely would have been close, I think, but wasn't quite able to make it. Nightmare got to pop off. Nightmare competed that day, but again, unfortunately, that was also the day where Cyril woke up and chose violence. So
it's true. With that, it looks like we have our map of choice, and he called it Yaku Equilibrium.
There we go.
Yeah, again, it is typically the Zerg map pick here of the map pool. The reason for it is just because of how large it is, how many bases there are, the goal bases, of course. And here we go in the top left-hand corner. We have, for Shopify Rebellion, the Canadian Zerg player, Scarlett.
And over here in the top right, we have our red Terran player playing for Team Liquid. We have the problem, Clem.
Oh my god. Here we go. Yeah, there is a lot of potential here for Scarlett. I mean, there always is on Equilibrium, but again, it is a bit of a double-edged sword. You know, we talk about how the Zerg or the Protoss can rush into the gold. Terran could also try to make use of it as well.
operative word there being try.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a long distance to float your main over, but you know.
That's not what I meant, Papi.
Is it not?
Like, oh, I misunderstood the assignment. I'm
Oh,
already halfway there. I'm floating over as we speak.
I can't revert course. I have to commit.
There's no brakes on this CC. We're sending it, Papi. Shaking my head. You know what's crazy? There are people watching right now that don't even know what Gangnam Terrain is. Like, they've never seen it. They don't know. It's just not a thing anymore.
Oh God.
It's been lost to
Light,
the
are we
ages.
old? Wait, am I old?
Oh God. Not like this, as we do have Scarlett going to be setting up for eventually that third base. The natural is going to be at the natural location, so we're not rushing into the gold as a natural as the second hatchery, thankfully, but we should be working there eventually.
Yeah. Slowly but surely. As we do see Clem taking this very, very seriously, immediately checking that gold base. He knows that the Shopify Zergs are quite fond of that gold base. Not just the Zergs. Believe ByuN and Harstem also took that gold base in their series as well.
Yeah, so far, really good scat out of Clem. He is on patrol here at the linear third, and Scarlett just slips on by. We'll take the goal base as her third base instead. The Reaper has arrived again. It was a standard opener out of Clem. Likewise, a standard opener out of Scarlett. Everything is looking normal outside of the fact that we are trying to rush into that gold.
Look, we're trying to normalize getting the gold base early and often.
Mhm.
It's not normal now, but eventually.
Yeah. Here we go, as yeah, we are going to be getting into that. Meanwhile, we do see the Queen's going to be vying for map control here, going to be forcing back the Reaper, denying any kind of scouting information for the time being, as Reaper does dip into the main base, just trying to make sure that there's no fast gases, that there's no fast roach warren.
Yep, just keeping an eye on things. I believe Clem did move that SCV towards the gold base location as well to confirm that it was taken. So, nice and standard stuff coming out from both of our players. Clem this time opting for what looks to be a 3cc before starport, if my math checks out.
Yeah, it's going to be 3cc before Starport. Opener here, Starport just now finishing up. I believe we may be going for an add-on swap for a 3cc Banshee play out of Clem. And I believe he has already seen the goal base as well. So he's fully aware of what's going on. It's going to be on Clem to try to punish this build of Scarlett.
And so far, setting himself up to do exactly that. Getting Hellions, getting Banshees eventually.
Banshees are on the way. Hellions, of course, could be skirting around, going to be threatening the mineral line. Evo Chambers are thrown down to wall off, and Clem gets the hell out of there. Once none of that, will retreat.
Yeah. You always need an exit strategy.
Definitely, as we do see the Hellions threatening a dive into the natural. We do pull back, though, again, just really careful, very mature play out of Clem. Has been tempted to try to maybe go into a mineral line, but hasn't taken the bait yet here, as he's just focusing on map control.
Yeah, pumping out those Hellions, pumping out those Banshees, really just getting up to a force that will really punish the gold base here of Scarlett once he finds an opening, as so far Scarlett also doing a really good job of just dancing back between her bases, making sure that her queens are bunched together so that they don't get isolated, they don't get picked off one by one.
Exactly. Good movement out of Scarlett. Meanwhile, the Banshees are moving out. Spore is done here at the goal base, so Cloak Banshees shouldn't really pose too much of a threat. The Hellions are getting in. The Queens are out of position. Oh.
Yeah, only one over here in the main base, but Clem swells blood in the water. Trying to decide whether to hang out by this ramp or go for the mineral line. He wants those Zerglings. He wants to take out those Zerglings and then just move around the bases completely uncontested. So far, Scarlett not taking the bait at all, but will be taking a lot of losses here with the drones.
6 drones go down. The Lings are being annihilated as well. They're going to get roasted by these Hellions. And with the death of those Lings, we can go straight for another mineral line. Queens are trying to keep up, and it looks like we will shut this down. Oh, the nice hold position there on that ramp. At the same time, Banshee coming into the goal base, but the Hellions do all fall.
Yeah, there are a couple of spore crawlers here, but a little bit of control here and there will allow Clem to pick off a drone or two.
Yeah, there we go. 2, 3 workers going to be falling here. Good control out of Clem. Again, all the Queens were busy dealing with the Hellions, so that did allow this Banshee to get a little bit out of control, getting 5 worker kills before backing off, and a second Banshee has arrived.
Yeah, very quick reactions from Scarlett here, not losing any more drones to the Banshees, but Clem has dealt the damage that he wanted to get done. He will retreat with the Banshees, both of them still alive. They can potentially continue to harass the bases as the game continues, or potentially also just support the main army in the eventual push.
Yeah, and once again, that is a really fast second factory out of Clem. We saw in the last game it was for mass Widowmine production, and I think that's going to be the same case here in game number 2, where Clem is heavily reliant on that. Meanwhile, he does catch 2 Queens.
Very nicely done here. The rest of the Queens just a little bit too out of position to really provide any support, and the detection, despite being there, wasn't quite enough to really overcome the sheer damage output of these Banshees. Marines, Medivacs, a couple of Widowmines moving out now as well. Scarlett has eyes on this, but does she have enough to defend?
Exactly. Does she have enough, as Clem is going to be pushing forward onto creep here. We do have some Lings. We do have some slow Bailings on the way. Bailing speed is still in production. Without it, it's going to be difficult to engage here, as we are just focusing on clearing up as much creep as we can. Up.
Yeah, a lot of creep will get cleared up. Oof. Very quick snipes here from Scarlett, making sure that none of these Widowmines really connect with any of the Banelings or the Lings that are out on the map right now.
Exactly. So no major connections from Clem yet, but remember, he is making 3 Widowmines at a time, and of course we have Drilling Claws on the way to just double down on that mine production as Clem is trying to force his way through the center of the map. Again, this area of the map is very wide open, so you are very vulnerable to surround. Clem has to be very careful, as we do have a Bailing run by.
Yeah, Bailing run by that will be, there we go, taking out not only supply depots, but also a handful of SCVs. Decent damage here for Scarlett, but she's got more problems on her plate right now to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. 8 SCVs go down. It's good damage, don't get us wrong, but the main army is still just breathing down her neck. Mine's just going to be going off Bailings. We're running out, actually. We only have a handful of Bailings left.
And they are off creep. Good snipes here from Clem. Starting to stim on fort. He knows that there are only 3 of them left, and if he can snipe them, then this Zerg army is not going to have any resistance to the Terran Bio. That's the last of the Banelings. And more reinforcements are pushing across the map. 3rd base goes down. Or that's actually the 4th base, sorry. As the Queens go down as well, and yeah, the writing's on the wall.
It's time to stim and win here. GG gets called as Clem, he breaks on through again with the death of all those Banelings. There was nothing to stop Clem, and he is on a killing spree here as Clem takes down Scarlett 2-0.
GG. Very nicely done here from Clem. This problem cannot be solved. This is just like that equation in math. Yes. Now, Shopify Rebellion is in probably the most precarious position that they can be on right now. Whoever they send out next, whether it's a revive or whether Lambo himself decides to strap in and come out here against Clem, not only does he have to beat Clem 2-0, he also has to beat Elazer and or Mana 2-0, and then potentially rematch against Clem again 2-0, or potentially beat Cure 2-0 as well. Regardless, all without dropping a single map. So, needless to say, this is a very, very desperate position Shopify's in right now.
Exactly. So Shopify, they're down to their revive. And when it comes to this revived player, whoever it happens to be, they cannot drop a map. They cannot drop a single map. If they do, that is going to be the end of this series, and and Team Liquid will take it in the end. So who is it going to be? I feel like there's only one clear answer. There's one clear pick. Lambo's gone. Harstem's gone. You know, they've already, they know that they're not going to be a part of this revive. It is most likely going to come down to ByuN.
In my mind, Lambo got up off his chair and just started walking over to the Netherlands. And Harstem's not here because he's like, what is that banging on my door? That's Lambo.
Oh, there you go. So that's what it's going to come down to here. Again, Shopify are in a really difficult position, and as you also mentioned, Team Liquid are looking comfortable because Clem, he only has to win one game, and even if he gets 2-0'd, they still have a revive, and they still have potentially either Elazer or Mana to fall back on as well.
And it's not even a revive yet for Team Liquid, though, is it?
Mhm.
Because I think, they still have one other player who will have those two who can afford to drop a map, and then another player after that who will be the player who can't afford to drop a map. So either way, what's the math? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe. Whoever Shopify Rebellion sends out has to win 5 games in a row without dropping a single map. Whereas Team Liquid, they can drop up to 4 maps in a row and then win the last one.
That's math. That is correct.
There we go.
Oh boy.
That's a math problem that can be solved.
Yeah, take that, teacher. Take that, high school. It's okay, Yaku. It's okay. We're done. We're done with school, Papi. It's over. You don't have to worry about it anymore.
Over. I can burn my books. Burn my textbooks.
Here we go. And we can already see the rest of the team, Team Liquid as well. I'm sure just getting rest, getting food. Remember, whoever wins this series, whether it's Team Liquid or Shopify, they still have another series afterwards. So it's also very important that a bunch of these players are able to get some rest in preparation for that future series.
Yeah. If Team Liquid advances and if Clem is the starting player to face off against CranKy Gaming, I would be very impressed, but I think I would also be a little bit concerned.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're getting Cure ready to be the first player in that next series, just so he can get back in it as well. I'm sure he's really thriving or driving to get his revenge and get some wins on the board.
Yeah, really wants to prove himself, which he hasn't quite been able to do yet tonight. Obviously, he did have that really impressive showing against Mystery Gaming last night, taking out practically all killing, but so far tonight hasn't really been able to show it. And here we go. We have our revive selected for Shopify Rebellion. ByuN is being sent out, and this is probably the best chance that Shopify Rebellion has, but even then, it's still going to be tough on ByuN because hopefully his wrists are in good condition. Is all I have to say about that.
Again, ByuN, he was looking good against Clem earlier. Like, he had some really good positions. He was looking solid here, but here we go. We're getting ready for our next best of 2.
Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid. Game 5. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game. It's over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the bottom right-hand corner of Ocean Board. We have a blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. From the land of Korea, we have ByuN.
And spawning in the top left, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the ace player for Team Liquid. It is Clem.
Un momento, por favor. Un map is all he needs right now.
Did you do Duolingo today?
Did I? I did.
Okay. There you go.
Okay. Thanks for the reminder, though.
Yeah, make sure you keep your daily streak going. And here we go again, potentially the final game of the series. So Team Liquid, they have some breathing room. They can afford to drop some maps. They can afford to drop some games. Shopify cannot. The pressure is on ByuN to pull off a 5-game win streak.
Yeah, definitely a tall order to ask here. Definitely one that, aside from just the pressure being on top of just the pressure being on you, one that, will really require a lot of mental stamina, a lot of the physical stamina as well, just to be able to concentrate and to be able to continue winning game after game after game. On top of all of that, ByuN, has been a player who historically has had or could have had troubles in longer series just because of his wrist condition in the past. So hopefully that is not something that pops up here tonight.
Yeah, so we have a really interesting opener, by the way. The aggression is on the way from the side of Clem. So ByuN went for a Rax expand. Bearing in mind as well, this is the first time that ByuN hasn't proxy 2-Rax Clem today, because that's what he did both games earlier. So ByuN went for a very economic opener. Meanwhile, Clem went for a double gas opener. And you can see he's amassing Reapers and Hellions. This is a little bit more of a traditional form of aggression in TVT.
Yeah. Yeah, not quite the coffee build, as we don't have a starport just yet from Clem, but like you said, a very traditional form of aggression coming out from in a TVT. It is a very effective scouting force, and of course, it provides you just a lot of DPS. You have the splash damage from the Hellions, you have the single target damage, and the potential for crowd control as well from the Reapers. So it's a lot you can get done here, and it's an opening that just gets more and more effective the better you're able to micro.
Yeah, and we'll see if we can dive on top of that Cyclone. The Cyclone is going to be the backbone of the defense here for ByuN. Here we go. We're going to get a lock on. First, Hellion's going to be going down. We do end up trading here, and it looks like, the Cyclone is going to force this back.
Just like so. Very important for ByuN to have kept that Cyclone in the back line. It can be a little bit easy to expose your Cyclone and have it CC'd by the Reapers and then just picked off and everything else falling.
Exactly. So initially, ByuN does hold. We do have additional Marines on the way. ByuN has a tank in production. Meanwhile, Clem is reinforcing with Cyclones. It looks like Clem wants to try to assert himself. And again, his goal here, I imagine, is to dive on top of the Cyclone of ByuN, shut it down, and then take control of the natural base. But the tank has arrived.
And that's definitely going to throw a huge wrench in the plans here of Clem. ByuN also has a handful of Marines. He has Raven of Auto Turrets and the Cyclone for anti-air. Clem, however, will be sneaking a handful of Reapers into the main base, delaying that third CC, I believe.
Yeah, we do get 3 SCV kills in the main. The Reapers do bypass the wall here at the low ground. We dive into the main base. We're going for the Cyclone of ByuN. The Raven
Cyclone will go down. Raven gets locked on, and the Raven will just barely survive. But Clem is not done. Behind getting his own third base on location, by the way, he is just continuing to harass and be a bit of a threat here. Finally, that Cyclone and the Medevac will go down, but not before a lot of damage has been dealt.
Yeah, you can see Clem shaking his head there. That was a mistake. The Medevac should not have fallen. So a big pick off there by ByuN. Even though he did sustain some losses, shut down the Medevac. That means that Clem can no longer harass in the main.
Yeah, he's going to have to stick with just containing Clem, or just containing ByuN on these 2 bases, which is going to be tough to do if you get caught unprepared in the middle of the map. We already see a ton of Cyclones going down, but I believe another Raven of ByuN went down as well.
Yeah, as Clem was forced back here. Overall, a good fight initially from ByuN there, keeping his Raven alive and able to get a couple of hits in. We do see Clem desperately trying to harass, though. Here he goes. He's going into the natural base with those Ravens, looking for some SCV kills.
And he's going to get a handful of them anyway, as the army is very far forward here for ByuN, not really in position to defend against these auto turrets. So, yeah, 4 SCVs, not too bad. Not too bad at all. ByuN still deciding to commit to this push, though.
Yeah, he is moving out across to the map here. And Clem, he did delay tank production in favor of these Cyclones, so he doesn't have the best position. I believe Clem has researched Interference Matrix, and he does have a disable available, but I don't think he has too many. I think only one.
Yeah, it's only a single Raven here back at home, and without much energy at that. The rest of the Ravens will be meeting up with that third Raven, and okay, they did save a little bit of energy. They didn't spend all of it on auto turrets, so I think that there are 3 disables available right now for Clem.
Yeah, here we go. We're getting ready for the disables, and there we go. We have 2 of them. One tank does stand strong, but we pull the boys, and we can just completely shut this down.
Or can we, as the Marines are completely shredding through the SCVs of Clem, sorry. Finally, they do get the push of ByuN does get cleaned out, but not before a lot of damage has been dealt.
Oh, yeah, 9 SCVs went down, but now Clem has momentum. He's got a massive amount of Cyclones, has all 3 of his Ravens as well, and ByuN lost 3 tanks in that fight. He still has a couple more in the back line, but he's significantly weaker here as a result. A third tank is moving out. Very aggressive position here out of ByuN.
Yeah, he wants to go this army of Clem into his tank, into tank range. These Ravens, of course, still have energy on them. There's still, I think, 2 disables if my math checks out.
Yeah, there are disables available here, and we'll see how we want to make use of this. A little bit of a miss rally out of ByuN, pulling his SVs back from across the map. And as Clem is going for his drop, we see ByuN going for his own when he spotted it.
Yeah, it's going to be preparing for that. Full of Marines back at home. A tank as well sieged up in the main base, so this drop shouldn't do too much damage.
Yeah, ByuN, he did see the medevac. He's ready for it. He's prepared, and the medevac is forced back. At the same time, double drop into that natural base. Clem not quite ready himself, though. We can get a couple of SCVs.
Just like so. Thankfully for Clem, he did have this tank in position, so it does zone away most of the Marines, but yeah, still losing 4 SCVs. Any little bit of damage done here by ByuN is good damage. And both of them are actually pretty even when it comes to the worker count, so when you get a little bit of worker damage, we'll be pulling ahead.
Yeah, exactly. As we get the disable off on one of those matters. Can we shut it down? We barely cannot. Not the best use of that disable. At the same time, ByuN, while he knows that Clem is distracted, going for his own double drop on the right-hand side.
Yeah, kind of the ByuN that we know and love, the ByuN who will just unrelentingly go after you over and over and over again, but the spotter Cyclones of Clem will be shutting down this double drop very, very hard.
Well, thankfully, ByuN does pull back in time. That could have been so much worse. He could have lost both medevacs, so thankfully he does preserve most of his Marines. Taking a fight, he does snipe 1, 2, 3, oh my, almost 3 Ravens, all the Cyclones. Oh my god.
Yeah, very aggressive counter maneuvers here from ByuN. Very efficient trade here for him as well. Clem trying to drop into the main base, and he will be able to unload all of these Marines.
The Marines, they are dropped into the main. We're trying to get some damage done here. We do have the medevac to support ourselves, so it looks like Clem is going to be able to trade a little bit better, but he is forced to back off. At the same time, Clem's main army pushing through the center.
Yeah, loses the medevac as well, which is not great here for Clem.
Exactly. As Clem is going to be rotating over towards that third base. ByuN, though, is keeping up.
Yeah, very important Sim City here, and very important positioning of his tanks here from ByuN, as, a lot of Marines do get aggro. Not good enough hold position here on them. That's a pretty hefty loss, actually, looking at the army supply difference now.
Yeah, that was just a little bit of miscontrol out of ByuN, just leaving his army idle, did wander into tank fire there. Medevac's getting low due to those Vikings. ByuN does have a drop across the map. It looks like he wants to go for a counterattack. It looks like he will get on top of the 4th base of Clem.
Yeah, Clem going to be forced to send a couple of reinforcements to try to deal with that. There we go. CC on fire, but will stay alive. Clem hasn't lost too many SCVs either, but, you know, this is delaying the reinforcements here of Clem by quite a bit.
does delay those reinforcements as we do see ByuN trying to break free once again with another one of those medevac drops. It looks like Clem was able to barely spot it this time, but he just cannot break the siege line. There are just too many tanks, even with his Ravens. I mean, we did see that ByuN snipe 2 of them, so there's only 1 Raven left for Clem, and it's just not enough to break him. He will have to back off for a moment, wants to try to lure the army out.
Yeah, almost gets them, but not quite. That was kind of the moment that Clem was hoping for, to be able to catch all those tanks on siege. But yeah, Clem, he scanned, he saw the other tanks that were in the back line, and he knew that it was bait.
Yeah, and there's a lot of tanks out of position, by the way. ByuN, a lot of these tanks will not take part of this fight, as here we go. Clem, he's going to be pushing in.
Yeah, he may only have 2 disables, but 2 disables is all that he needs. Gets his tanks into position. Just about every single Marine of ByuN is starting to go down, and with that upgrade advantage, or for that brief moment where he had an upgrade advantage, it was very, very impactful. ByuN, he knows he has to get some counter damage done, and he will be able to catch all these tanks on siege.
Yeah, he's going for the dive, gets 2 tanks, Marines as well. He's going to shut down this base, and Clem turns around, by the way. Clem is not committed to the base trade. An entire mineral line's going to go down 21 SCVs.
That is absolutely massive right now for ByuN. Even takes out the orbital command. So not only does he have less mining, he also has fewer scans, which was definitely something that he was relying on a ton of throughout these engagements.
That may have just been the game-winning move for ByuN. Like, he just achieved so much with that double medevac drop. It was insane. He will be shut down eventually here, but he's buying so much time. And as you mentioned, ByuN, he is now up in bases. He's up in workers as well. He will be able to recover. He's down in armor supply, but given time, he can rebuild. But there's a window. There's a window that Clem can take advantage of.
Yeah, there's a window, and Clem's looking to bust on through it. The tanks do get picked up. I was worried there for a second. ByuN starting to get on top of these tanks. Will be sniping a ton of them out. Loses a lot of his Marines in the process, but he still should have enough of them alive to really keep this fight going.
I mean, that was 4 tanks. He just sniped 4 tanks almost for free. He almost gets a 5th tank towards the end here. And Clem, he has been slipping up a lot these past couple of moments. ByuN taking advantage of him. Clem is maxed out, though, and he's going for a triple drop into the main base. And it's going to be ByuN's turn to be caught out of position.
Yeah, once again, doesn't really have much in his main base to really defend. There is this 1 missile turret, but Clem will be able to evade it and will be able to drop right behind the mineral line, forcing a lot of reinforcements back. But that 1 tank.
Yeah, that 1 tank in position does hold on here for ByuN. The main base is safe and sound. Clem, he's forced out of the main. And now the armies are going to be clashing in the center. Now we dive on top of the tanks. 2 tanks are left exposed.
Yeah, pretty good pickoffs here for Clem. He doesn't scout the triple drop coming his way.
Oh, yeah, he spots it a little bit too little, too late. The drop dives into the natural base at the same time. Clem pushing up the ramp, catches more tanks, but he has to evacuate his natural.
Indeed, he does. He has 1 tank here, which can definitely help. Meanwhile, the triple drop from earlier is being useful, is taking out this expansion. That was a kill and not a cancel.
Yeah,
and now Clem's looking to converge. There's only 1 tank.
Yeah, Clem, he's had enough. He knows that he's going for the kill move, going straight for the 3rd base here of ByuN. There is 1 tank towards the center of the map, but it looks like there's just too much red Terran as Clem is pushing on through.
Indeed, he is catching a lot of these tanks unsieged as well. He has the massive upper hand. Once again, only 2 tanks remaining here for ByuN. Clem is being very careful, very methodical about this. He doesn't want to move into an unfavorable position. Now Marines are starting to get pretty squishy. A lot of stims being thrown down, and ByuN is looking to converge on top of all of this.
Wow,
Will be able to take out everything.
Yeah, he comes in from behind, cleans up the army. He lost 21 SCVs in the process. The economic situation looking pretty similar, pretty comparable between both players. Clem has a slight army lead, but only slight. This is still very close, very neck and neck between these 2 players.
I think the question in the army supplies right now is how much of that army supply is in medevacs, how much of them are in tanks, how much of them are in Marines, because it's happened a lot. Sometimes in TVT, the player with higher army supply actually has double the medevac count, so it's not actually a meaningful increase in army supply.
I hear what you're saying, Fappy. Sometimes the soup does lie. It does happen. But here we go. We do see Clem just trying to collapse on this, trying to get a read on how many tanks are out. Only 2 tanks for now, but there we go. We have reinforcements on the way from ByuN, trying to really establish this position and trying to threaten that center base.
Yeah, and he is just waiting for that moment. He is positioning himself to pounce on top of this base, to pounce on top of this Terran army, this significantly weaker Terran army, only 1 tank, and it only finishes sieging up. Full concave on top of all this will allow ByuN to take out just about everything.
And with that, Clem barely has anything left. This is it. This is his last ditch effort. But we have reinforcements back at home. Clem is going for the CC. He will get a kill, but he loses his army, and Clem just barely has anything left. 1 counterattack is all that ByuN needs to pull off, and he is sending everything across the map. Clem barely has an army.
Got 42 Marines and 6 tanks available for ByuN versus the 21 Marines and 2 tanks available for Clem. As much as I want to believe in the old saying that it's not the number of tanks you've got, it's how you position them. At this point, I think there are just far too many Marines in favor of ByuN for tank positioning to really matter that much.
Exactly. Shopify Rebellion looking to fight back here. We spoke about it earlier, but the TVTs were going to be the way to stop Clem. ByuN looked damn good earlier. Didn't take down Clem in that best of 2 they had, but it was close. It looks like ByuN, he's getting his revenge. He finds another planetary. He will shut it down.
Just like so. Clem, once again, with yet another last-ditch attempt at trying to turn this game around, but it's not going to be enough. GG is called. ByuN will be taking that first game and will be knocking down Clem. I say knocking down Clem. ByuN cannot afford to lose a single map here, so it's a good start.
It is a very good start. GG, well played. ByuN, he does fight back. He takes a game here, which is a good start, but you spoke about it earlier. ByuN needs to win 5 games in a row. That was game 1. We still have a mountain to climb, but that was a first step. The first step here for ByuN. And can he do it again? Can he take down Clem 2-0? He needs to give his team a chance at a continued run in WTL.
Indeed, he does. It was a very, very close TBT that we just saw as well. Yeah, very, very close TBT that we just saw as well. A very major back and forth. Clem, it does look like a little bit of the fatigue is starting to step in a little bit. I mean, that was his, 7th game in a row at this point or something. So, yeah, shouldn't be too surprised if, he's not playing as peak as he was at the start of this evening. But, at this point, what am I trying to say here? I'm trying to get into the how should I put this? At this point, Clem can afford to drop a couple of maps. It wouldn't be. I think he can rely on maybe whoever he can afford to drop this series. He can't afford to lose 0-2, because then somebody else on Team Liquid I think can really step back in and just win 1 map against ByuN here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, there's a little bit less pressure on Clem. Obviously, Clem would like to take a game here and just clean it up for his team and do the best for his team to just be so well rested and recuperated for the next series. But as you mentioned, Clem, he has a bit of breathing room. He has a cushion to fall back on, and the cushion being, the arms of Cure. There we go. and Elazer and Mana.
There we go. Yeah.
There you go.
And Nazgul.
Exactly.
Victor.
As we have our next map here. Again, it's loser's pick, and Clem has chosen Hardlet.
Interesting choice. As we load into Hardlet in the top left-hand corner, our blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion from the side, he is ByuN.
And in the bottom right, we have the French Terran for Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go, and we do see that gods can bleed, and ByuN has been able to make that happen here, showing that Clem is not insurmountable. But can he go even further? Can he get the 2-0? Can he pull it off? That is the big question.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. As Shopify Pavilion, again, is just on their last life at this point, as we can see from the nifty little graphic. That's one of the things I like. That's one of the improvements, I think, with this season.
It's visually, aesthetic and appealing, and it's just a good way to recognize kind of the game state here, the state of the team league. Also, bearing in mind, double gas open out of Clem. Double gas out of Clem. Aggressive opener from our Red Terran player, ByuN, setting up for a Rax expand.
Yeah, very, very economic, to say the least, or at least economic in a TVT. This is usually standard in the other matchups, but TVT, you're kind of setting yourself behind a little bit when it comes to your army, your early game army.
Especially on hardlit. That's the important thing for me, is that we're on a much smaller map, very short distance by ground. Aggression is typically favored on this map, so it is a little bit risky for ByuN to go for a more economic opener like this. Clem does confirm with the SCV scout he is aware of the faster CC, so the onus is going to be on Clem to try to punish the more greedy opener of ByuN.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. I mean, even just doing something like delaying the expansion or anything like that will definitely be something, but there is a lot of opportunity here for Clem if he decides to, take into Hellions or what have you, and just keep that momentum going. But for now, it looks like that is not what Clem wants to go for.
Yeah. I mean, winding it back, right? Last game, Clem did go for the triple Reaper double Hellion push. That is a little bit more old school, very coffee-esque. Didn't really achieve too much and wasn't too successful because of the Cyclones. And, he recognizes, the Cyclone is just too good. Why try to fight against it when I can just make it myself?
Yeah, might as well. What is it called? The Clone Wars patch, I think is what we have settled on.
Yeah, the Cyclone Wars, they have a big gun. It has arrived, and for now we are amassing Cyclones. It looks like ByuN is going for both players going for Medivacs. Now, this can get very awkward. This can get very chaotic. Both players are going for Cyclone pushes, and if they miss each other, we could end up, again, like in a really weird scenario where you have Cyclones across the map for one player, Cyclones across the map for the other, and workers are going to be going down for everyone.
Yeah. Very chaotic, to say the least, as Clem opts for a Cyclone drop this time. Again, wanting to be aggressive, but ByuN, I think, has really caught wind of Clem's style, so he is playing a bit more defensive back at home with a couple of Cyclones of his own. ByuN moving across the map with his Medevac Marines and a single Cyclone as well. Going to be able to pick off a handful of SCVs.
Yeah, here we go. ByuN, he does hit first. He does get 4 SCVs in total. At the same time, Clem in the natural base of ByuN is what we spoke about. The chaotic nature of going drop versus drop as SCVs are falling. So far, pretty comparable damage to each other, but ByuN has lost control of his natural base, and he has no mining whatsoever as another SCV goes down.
Like so. Oh, a little bit of juggling here. Really good juggling here from ByuN. Just to be able to keep his Cyclone alive for that long. Meanwhile, he had this Reaper and this one Hellion hanging outside the natural base. And now, even more SCVs have started to go down. Things have gone from bad to even worse here for Clem.
Yeah, Clem is being pulled apart. 14 SCVs go down, and another worker towards the end here, as well as ByuN is just coming in left and right, and Clem just cannot keep up. Meanwhile, across the map, he was cleaned up as well. ByuN takes a massive worker lead.
It is, absolutely huge right now. The army supplies are looking pretty comparable as well. ByuN does have Cyclones of his own back home for safety. Does have, early on, it looked like he was working on a tank. I don't remember if that completed or not, but shall see.
We shall, as we go back in. Once again, SCV is going to be going down, and Clem is all in. Clem is pretty all in with this push. He does dive on top of those Ravens, but he just doesn't have enough.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be all in at this point. One Raven goes down, but not before 3 auto turrets get thrown down, and that's a lot of DPS to aid in the defense.
Yeah, it really is. And with that, ByuN, he is holding beautifully onto his 2 bases. He still maintains his worker lead. Third TCs are on the way. And again, Clem, he's got a lot of recovering to do. He starts up a 3rd TC. Now, that is a way to come back, right? To rush into a faster 3rd. As I say that, ByuN's 3rd is actually faster than that of Clem. So that's even then still 1 step behind.
Yeah, Clem was kind of all in for a moment, but then realized that there's no easy way for him to really break ByuN's position. So he has resigned now to trying to macro his way out of this. But even then, that involves reciprocating a lot of the earlier worker damage that he sustained, because there's no way he can just make mules, make workers, and somehow have a better income than ByuN.
Yeah, exactly. He has to make some moves happen, make some plays happen here with his, drop play, with his harassment, with his army movement as well. That is a second factory. I mean, this makes sense. I don't think Clem wanted to do this, but he is going to be forced into mech.
Yeah, might as well. Might as well get more Cyclones out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, it is a very efficient composition. The problem is he's playing mech from behind. Mech from ahead is terrifying. From behind, though, it is going to be a little bit difficult to recover. Not impossible, but difficult here as the Mass Cyclone is moving out. If we can maybe catch some drops, maybe a CC, the army just out of position, there is potential. Like, Clem has a lot of dive potential, specifically with his mobile army.
Yeah, it's like Battle Mech, but without the Hellbats.
Yeah. It's
So
just
long the
Cyclone.
McLaren, it's just, yeah.
And it's just the mech. As here we go, we do shut down one of those tanks. Big disable on it. We have one more tank here in the back line. And Clem is doing a good job of just maintaining map control, but the 3rd base is soon to be taken. At the same time, ByuN comes in for some harass.
And that's a lot of lost mining time. Even if no SCVs go down, this is already putting Clem at an even bigger disadvantage than he was earlier on.
It really does. At the same time, we do see Clem pushing him through. Does catch a lot of the Cyclones here. Even some SCVs of ByuN. Boys are being pulled.
Yeah, can he catch the tanks? He gets one of them, but the other tank in the back line will deter the rest of the Cyclones from really pushing in, will prevent Clem from really jumping on top of this army and on top of that natural base. Ravens of ByuN have been dealt with. I believe this makes Clem up on the Raven count now. But we'll see if that really we'll see if that really translates into victories here.
We'll see as ByuN sims on forward. Good stutter stepping. He shuts down 2 more of those Cyclones, and that army from Clem looking that much smaller. As a result, he's still behind in the economy. Is now establishing his 3rd base, and it is slowly getting up and running. So, we are slowly catching up in that respect. But Clem is still that 1 step behind, especially considering that his army is very expensive. Doesn't want to throw away too much here in these trades.
Oh yeah. The name of the game right now for Clem is to just trade as efficiently as possible while he gets his economy up and running. Another double drop coming out here from ByuN. This time Clem did have the missile turret up, but it wasn't enough to really prevent these 2 tanks from sieging up.
Oh, exactly. As the tanks, they're going to be shut down, though. Decent trades, but they both will fall. And was this really worth it for ByuN? Losing 2 tanks, he only gets 3 SCVs and a handful of mech units.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Taking out mech units can definitely be worth it here. If you're the bio player against mech, there we go. He takes out another tank of Clem, and this third base is completely unprotected.
Exactly. Clem was out of position here. The tank goes down. 9 SCVs as well. The tank does siege, and we take control of the third base of Clem. Clem in a world of hurt here. ByuN capitalizing on this, going for a drop into the main.
Just like so. It's almost like a TVZ where you bounce between the third and the main. Clem just doesn't have that anti-air.
Does not. As 2 tanks go down, the Vikings were out of position. Boys are being pulled. So many SCVs are going down. And that miracle run, can we pull it off? We spoke about it, how ByuN needs to win 5 games in a row. He's already got 1 in the bank here. Can he get another? So far, he's being forced back. The army, ByuN overextending a little bit.
Yeah, we're extending quite a bit here. As Clem is now up in army supply, and he's looking to follow this momentum wherever it takes him, but it's really tough to really make use of this mech army against a Bioterran player whose defenses are as solid as ByuN's, and whose production and economy is as solid as what ByuN has right now.
Yeah, essentially, ByuN, the longer this goes on, the better it is for him. You know, he's working on his 4th CC, he's up 10 workers, he's up in production, but can he break his opponent? Because Clem still has a very efficient mech army, as ByuN is trying to pull him apart. We do have an army on the right-hand side, we have a drop towards the left. Once again, ByuN is going to try and slip in and get some economic damage.
Yeah, medevac will be dealt with by this one missile turret, but a lot of bio does land. No SCV kills just yet. But even still, distracting the army of Clem, moving in opposition, these are still good things for ByuN.
They are good things here, as ByuN is going to be just consolidating his army here outside of the 3rd base. Clem still has some recovering to do, building up his tank count, and as the tank count for Clem gets higher and higher, the much more difficult it's going to become here for ByuN to really get into any of these bases, as he does go for another drop.
Yeah, just stimming past the missile turrets, unloads every single Marine from these medevacs. Entire mineral line goes down. Clem has been doing a really good job of catching back up when it comes to worker counts, but ByuN has been doing an even better job consistently of just making sure that doesn't last and that he is able to take a worker lead over and over and over again. Even here, as a lot of workers try to main out over to the 4th.
Exactly. Again, ByuN just not stopping with the drop play, just pulling Clem left and right, pulling him apart completely here. He does have a solid line of tanks, but ByuN, he can ignore those tanks as he does look to threaten and deny that would-be 4th.
Yeah, ByuN also has a massive upgrade lead, as our lovely observer has been showing as well. So these Marines, they can take an additional tank shot if my math is correct, and they're going to be able to punish the mech units of Clem that much more effectively.
Yeah, and we collapse on top of the tanks. The tanks have no support, by the way, and every single tank's going to be going down. Clem is going to be losing control of his 3rd base. GG gets called, and ByuN will get the 2-0 over Clem.
He has solved the equation. He is fighting back right now. He has already dealt with what is arguably the toughest hurdle in Shopify Rebellion's path right now. But unfortunately for ByuN, this was just been the start. Unfortunately for Shopify Rebellion, this is only the start, because there are still another 3 maps that ByuN is going to have to win without dropping a single one of his own.
Exactly. It is not going to be an easy one, but ByuN, he has started his journey. He started his journey here of enlightenment. He has 2-0'd Clem, and now he needs to 2-0 his next opponent. Whether it's Mana or Elazer, ByuN, I would say, is going to be favored. Regardless, he's going to be favored to take a series, but at the same time, whether it's Mana, whether it's Elazer, they only need to take 1 game.
Yeah, it's just 1 versus the 3 lives that they have themselves. Yes. Shopify Rebellion, they're fighting on their last life.
They are. So the pressure is on ByuN. If anyone on Shopify can pull this off, it's going to be ByuN there. It's going to be ByuN to pull off a reverse sweep. He has, again, started that road of recovery. Can he go the distance? Can he go all the way? He needs your support. Does need your support here. As a big shout out to J-Dolph in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate the raid, but the raid of 68, almost 69, almost 5. The tease. I wanted the 69. Not just that, but even
we appreciate it. But it's not nice.
We love you, Jada. We love you. Also earlier, it was during the break, so we weren't able to shout out properly. But a big shout out to Ranger. Ranger also gave us a raid earlier as well, just as the series was starting. So yeah, thank you so much for all of the support. Thank you.
It's also 68.
There you go.
I would have to go back and check. I assume it was also 68.
Was not 69. That's what matters here. That's what matters. Yeah, for those that are tuning in, we are still in the first series of the night, in the first best of 7. We are jumping into the middle of Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid. It's a best of 7. Best of 7, and Team Liquid are up in this series. Team Liquid, they need one of their players to win one game. That's all they need. One game to bring ByuN down, because ByuN is a revived player. He lost earlier, and he's back on his last life here. And you can see the lineup. Someone needs to come out. Cure has already been fielded. Clem has already been fielded. It's going to come down to either Elazer or Mana to try to bring ByuN down.
Yeah, definitely a tough ask. Who would you favor in taking out ByuN here?
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a very good one. I think I want Mana to come out with some Mana builds. I think
I agree.
I think whether it's a laser or Mana, I don't think we can take it to ByuN in a standard late game. As I say that, remember what we spoke about earlier about playing with the series. They have 2 games here, and they will have, if they do lose game 1, they have losers pick, which means they can force a more unorthodox map, a map that maybe they are more prepared on and more specialized in.
Yeah, they could always pull that Team GP maneuver.
Mm.
They have the lives for it.
There you go. There you go. So we'll see if they can pull that off. You can see that it's getting a little bit dark in Europe and in Canada, everywhere really. It's getting a little bit dark.
I'm just appreciating that that blast of light onto Lambo's face. I assumed it was sunlight at first, but I realized, wait, sun doesn't shine over there.
No, there's no sun. TY's in Korea, Bobby's in Korea.
Is
a shout out as well to Asher. Asher subscribing 23 months. Oh my god, we're a month away from 2 years, Bobby. Almost 2 years. I actually can't believe it's been that long. That's crazy. That's
it's been way too long.
And we have a player.
Yeah, Elazer coming out and being fielded here in a little bit of a ZVT, coming up against ByuN once again. He just needs to win one map here, whereas ByuN needs to win this 2-0, and then needs to win another map against another Team Liquid boy.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah, here we go. So Elazer, I mean, it makes sense, especially considering that the map is going to be played on Equilibrium. Equilibrium is going to be the map of choice to begin with already. So Elazer coming out swinging here. And can he bring down the ByuN draw? Can he stop this kind of momentum that ByuN is getting for himself?
Potentially. He's shaping up to be the next problem.
Oh, yeah.
A solvable problem.
Shopify Rebellion versus Team Liquid. Game 6. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game as we are diving into this here, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the final hope for Shopify Rebellion. The red Terran player, it is ByuN.
And over in the bottom right, top right-hand corner, we have our red Zerg player representing Team Liquid. We have Elazer.
The chat's getting rowdy. This is what happens when ByuN is playing and like the Terrans rock up in the chat. Like they're
I mean, whenever ByuN is playing, the Terrans will rock up in chat anyways. So
it's true. It's true. They get up in more ways than one. As we do see Elazer going for a hatch first at the gold base, rushing into the gold, and ByuN has eyes on this, going for a proxy on top of the cliff face, right next to the gold.
You love to see it. Well, if you see it anyway, as Elazer so far looks like he has 0 eyes on top of this, whereas ByuN, like you mentioned, this proxy was a little bit of a response to scouting this gold.
Oh, it was a response. Again, it's going to be a hatch pool opener here from Elazer, which means delayed gases from the Zerg player, which means delayed link speed and delayed roaches as well, if we did want to head in that direction. So we'll see if ByuN can punish this as the Rax is finishing up. Reaper is on the way. Boys are being main-arted over, and the SCV does confirm this.
Yep.
Oh.
Elazer should be able to scout this as well. So, yep. Immediately going to be surrounding this Rax.
Yeah, Rax is being surrounded. Reaper is on the way. Should avoid the surround. It's going to be close to Elazer. Ideally, he wants to try to catch that Reaper as it comes out. And we'll see if we can come across it. As again, we're forcing so much lost flying time. Bunker is on the way. Boys have to be pulled to the bunker.
Yeah, but ByuN just wanted to buy some time for this Reaper to get out.
Yeah,
SCV survives, will evade.
Yeah, drones, sorry, Lings, they just now started. Queen is still on the way. This Reaper can have a field day with these drones. One drone already goes down. We're going to get a second drone as well. We should be getting a third, and this is already becoming quite a bit.
Yeah, second Reaper already about halfway done. 2 Lings, that's nothing compared to 1 Reaper. 2 Lings, that's even less compared to 2 Reapers. 3 Reapers, so,
Yeah, exactly. As the Lings get shut down, the Reaper going straight for the drones, ignoring the Queen. And can we get another worker? It looks like we can.
Like so. Very smart of ByuN to just tank the damage. He knows that he can absorb a lot of the Queen hits just to take out more and more of these drones. Behind all of this, though, Elazer has not skipped a beat. He has thrown down this Roach Warren, and he's getting ready for his follow-up.
Yeah, with the Resisting Gas Geyser, it looks like Elazer's going for a Roach Rush as that follow-up, but another drone gets picked up. The Spore was barely not done in time.
Yeah, really good use of the KD8 charge. Really good timing as well on a KD8 charge. He's just dancing around, avoiding the Queen each and every single time.
Oof. Oh my god, another drone getting picked up. We do get eyes on the Resisting Gas Geyser as well. We haven't gone into the main base, so we don't care. We're going straight for even more drone damage.
Finally, 1 Reaper goes down, but like you said, this has already been a lot of damage. There's already been a lot of information that ByuN has been able to gather. He knows that the rich Vespene base is mining, and he should recognize that this means he needs to muster up a bit of a defense back at home. Right now, ByuN's actually going for a double expand.
That's another drone as well. As you were mentioning, it is going to be a 3CC opener, 3CC out of ByuN, so very economic. And I think he can get away with this just because he's killed so many drones. And in a way that has impacted how many roaches there are. It has slowed down the economy here of Elazer. Roaches have been spotted as they're waddling across the map, but Cyclones are coming out just in time to defend.
Yeah, if it was only a single Cyclone, I would be worried. But thanks to that reactor, ByuN is pumping out 2 at a time. He's even getting his Banshees as well, just for even extra defense. ByuN, he's safe.
ByuN, he should be safe here. One of these roaches is going to be going down. The Ravager is going to be morphed in. Clutch morph there from Elazer, keeping that roach alive. Bunker is done. Good repair here on the Cyclones, and the Banshee is on the way, and the Banshee will completely shut this down.
Yeah, there's no real way for any of these roaches to really deal with the Banshee. I mean, corrosive vials are nice. They're not reliable, though.
Yeah, especially against a player like ByuN, known for his micro, known for his control. The Banshee has arrived, and yeah, we can just focus down every single one of these Ravagers, forcing it all the way back home.
Like so.
Oh.
Thankfully for Elazer, though, he at least has that gold base still alive, so he can try to catch back up with that. He is expanding. He is getting a 3rd base of his own. ByuN, not done at all, though. He is back with a vengeance. He is chasing down every single one of these Roaches and Ravagers with his Banshee, and these 4 Cyclones should make short work of the Queen, of everything at this base, really.
Exactly. It just goes to show the power of a Banshee opener, specifically against a Roach Rush. Like, there's nothing shoots up. We catch another Overlord, and ByuN, he ignores the gold. He goes straight for the natural instead, getting another Overlord, and the Queens are looking very exposed.
This immediately locks on top of one of them. These Queens have 0 energy as well. GG is called, and ByuN will absolutely shut down the gold base opening of Elazer. Will be taking a very swift game number 1.
ByuN punishing that gold so hard from the very beginning. The first couple of Reapers killed like, what, 3, 4, 5, 6 drones in total, crippling the economy, delaying the follow-up, delaying the Roach Rush. And ByuN, it wasn't even a 1-1-1 opener as a follow-up. It was a third CC, economic, into the eventually the Banshees, and ByuN just shut that down.
Yeah, shutting down pretty brilliantly, all things considered. It's the responsiveness to decisiveness to just go after all of those drones one after another, because I think he knew at that point, I'm going 3cc. I can't afford to let Elazer get even a little bit of an economic damage on, get a little bit of an advantage on me this early on. Otherwise, I'm just gonna roll over. I need to make sure that he has as few and as little roaches as possible by the time he does move across the map.
Yeah, Clem may be the problem, but ByuN is the answer, as he had a really good response, as you mentioned, to the gold-based rush of Elazer. And with that, I'm a little bit concerned, because Equilibrium is typically the Zerg map. It's the Zerg map choice, I should say, that we do try to bounce back on. So where do we go? Let's go! Radiz's Station.
It was in my mind the minute you said Zerg favorite map, Light. And this is an interesting choice, because as you told me, Radiz's Station is actually Terran favored.
I'm really excited. I'm really excited to see what Elazer brings to the table here. I'm really excited to see, what he. I guess you've been reading the chat, Poppy. Oh my god, I'm excited to see what he brings to the table. Elazer, he is known for his greed traditionally, right? Especially in ZVT, he's known for cutting corners. Especially in ZVP, he's known for cutting corners, known for being very greedy. I'm really curious to see how we do play this out.
As we continue on Radiz's Station, in the bottom left-hand corner, a blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion, the answer, the last hope, we have ByuN.
And in the top right, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Liquid. It is Elazer. Oh, we're smudging.
If I've taken him.
Yeah, the lights are off. The darkness is engulfing, and we shall see. So there are a couple of things about Radiz's Station. One, you have the free pocket base. You have a free 4-base setup as well. As a result, cutting corners is the name of the game. And ByuN, it looks like he wants to go for a CC first. CC first here out of ByuN. Again, you can be as greedy as you want, but this goes both ways for both the Terran and the Zerg.
Yeah, it really does, which is why sometimes it can be Terran favored, and sometimes it can be Zerg favored.
So, good.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, I think it really does match Elazer's playstyle quite a bit. I think he was one of those pioneers of economic cheese, at least for Zerg, where it's like, you get all of these early bases way before your opponent scouts them, and then you just ride that economic advantage to victory eventually as the game goes on. Can be a little bit tricky against an opponent who is very vigilant and diligent with their scouting, but otherwise, usually it gives you an advantage moving into the mid game.
Yeah, and there are some really interesting dynamics on Radiz's Station. So to quickly go over this, because I'm sure maybe there are people watching that have maybe never even seen Radiz's Station, because it is the most vetoed map in the map pool in every single matchup. And
I think we saw it once in ESL Masters Winter.
Oh yeah,
at least on the mainstream, if I remember the stats correctly.
I've gone weeks without casting it, and we cast on a daily basis here. Like it's a bit of a rarity. That's why I love WTL, because we see it more often here than anything else, because there are no vetoes. So I do appreciate WTL for that reason. But again, the pocket base does mean that you can get a really secure 3-base setup. The 4th base is also very defendable as well. And there we go. That is a 3rd CC before factory. 3rd CC before factory here from ByuN. The Giga Greed from our Terran player here. And again, you can get away with this just because it's a large map. The very easy 4-base setup. And this is why, like, it can be really difficult to punish a Terran or a Protoss player just because of SimCity and because of like how many corners you can cut. It's going to be 3cc 3 racks out of ByuN.
Yeah, so very, very greedy opening, but still, he's still planning to make a lot of buy units early on. He's still looking to potentially punish Elazer.
Yeah, so the reason why we could afford this fast CC is because we're delaying gases, because we're not getting a factory, we're not getting a starport, we're amassing marines. We should be hitting a stim timing with this. I mean, we can hit a stim
Gotta
timing with
be.
this, but we don't really have to. We can just chill at home and just macro up and just turtle. Um, I say that what I just said feels a little bit against like ByuN's playstyle, right? Like he's usually a very active player. Like he wants those medevacs, he wants to be on the map
Exactly.
as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's definitely really weird hanging back on 3 racks like this, especially if you're ByuN, as you said, but especially if you're. But on top of that, especially if you are planning to go 3CC like this, delaying your gases doesn't really serve a purpose if you're just playing to stay at home.
Exactly. As we're getting into our factory, that's double eBays on the way as well from ByuN. So again, we're just being as greedy as we can be here. The Reaper just going to be testing the waters. From the side of Elazer, we haven't seen any form of aggression. He only has 1 gas geyser. He's droning. He's now taking a 4th base. Elazer, I imagine, is going to be hyper fixated on just purely droning up. It's going to be on ByuN to be, I want to say, the initial aggressor, the initial active player. Eventually, once we get into those medevacs.
Yeah, which is going to be a little bit delayed, but on the flip side of that, he'll have a lot of Marines to load into those medevacs. So.
Yeah, exactly, as you do pick off a tumor. Now, the scary thing here as we get into the mid-game, this is something to look out for, is because of this map specifically, because of the base layout, Ling run-bys, Ling counterattacks, and bailing run-bys aren't really a factor. They can't really threaten the Terran player just because these bases are so safe. I love as well that ByuN, he is not taking the pocket, he's saving the pocket for a 4th or even a 5th instead. So, yeah, being a little bit greedier here in a way. I mean, taking a bit of a risk early on, but just to be that much more safe and that much more secure in a longer game.
Yeah. And he can afford to as well. I mean, like you said, I think ByuN has scouted with his Reapers. He has confirmed that he has the map control. He knows that there's no real way for Elazer to punish this base for the time being. And by the time Elazer does amass enough of a harassing force of Lings and Bailings and whatnot, ByuN's already gonna have tanks out. ByuN's already gonna have even more Marines out. ByuN's gonna be able to have SimCity, have his depots walling that off. So. Just another little feature here of Rad House.
It is, and here we go. The medevacs have finally arrived, and now finally ByuN can be active. Going for a double drop, stim is done. +1 or 1-1, and combat shields are still on the horizon, so this is just going to be a stim timing from ByuN, but he's going to be very active. Meanwhile, that is a very fast infestation pit. Elazer, he could be looking to go Ling Bane, not into Muta, not into Hydra. This could be Ling Bane into even Ultra.
Yeah, would definitely complement the melee upgrades that Elazer is going for. ByuN decides to go straight for the pocket base, immediately targets down the hatchery. Stim hasn't popped yet.
There's nothing to defend. There's a couple of Lings. The Lings are going to do nothing here against his army. Queens are on the way, but they're late, and this hatchery may go down. We need transfuse.
The transfuses have been used up. A couple of Banelings are here, which forces a very hot pickup here from ByuN. Doesn't really like his chances trying to snipe those down just yet. But it's all the energy on the Queens used up, and those Marines mostly survive. They're still hanging out here, still being very, very threatening. Meanwhile, ByuN is sending another little force out in the middle of the map. Banelings go down for free.
Lazer's in a lot of trouble. Yeah. I mean, that hatchery almost died. Like, that hatchery barely survived. That was, again, how greedy Elazer was being, and he was punished for it. Meanwhile, the drop is coming back in. He wants that base, by the way. ByuN, he wants the hatchery.
He knows how low it is. He takes out a queen. He's going to be able to take out another queen. And there we go. Takes out the hatch. Queens were not in position to transfuse. And even if they were, they didn't have the energy to transfuse.
Exactly, as the hatchery goes down. Elazer knocked down to 3 bases. The drop play is pulling him apart here as he's just having such a hard time keeping up. Meanwhile, ByuN pushing right through the right-hand side, clearing up so much of this creep. And ByuN has a lot of momentum on his side.
And he is riding that momentum. He is continuing to push. He is sending the rest of his reinforcements forward. He's got mines now. He is clearing up creep. He is looking to force Elazer to fight in a little bit of an unfavorable position, but he doesn't need to either. He can just continue to contain, and he can just continue to be threatening with this main army.
Yeah, exactly. As the Widow Mines are leapfrogging for the Marine, the parade push just does not stop. Bailey's going to be rolling in decent connections on some of those Marines, as ByuN was a little bit idle with his army.
Yeah, a little bit of a late split here from ByuN, but it looks like the Widowmines will be able to take out the rest of the Banelings. Good target firing, but it looks like there are enough Lings to really chase this back, at least for the time being.
Yeah, that was a good fight for Elazer. That was better than I was really expecting. So he's going to be able to hold on to his 4th. He's taking a 5th base, which is the pocket base, of course. And as we spoke about it, it is Lingbane Ultra. Lingbane straight into Ultras. The downside of this unit composition from Elazer is that he is lacking anti-air. Again, no Hydras or Mutas means that drop play can get out of hand.
Yeah, he will be able to, ByuN will be able to sort of bounce back and forth between his bases. We'll be able to just hot pick up and unload somewhere else. As ByuN going for that multi-pronged style that we kind of know him for, that extremely aggressive, very active right up on top of your face style that we've come to expect from him. Elazer, meanwhile, finally his hive is finished up. Finally, Ultras are on the way.
They are on the way. Kindness plating as well. Meanwhile, ByuN has a 4th. He still hasn't taken his pocket bait. Looks like the pocket base is going to be either a 5th or a 6th, which again is going to be very secure. And ByuN is going for a drop into the pocket. Where are the queens? They're not here.
Yeah, they are not. Only 2 Banelings, and we have a very good spread of Marines here as well. Not really clumping up too much. Widowmine will connect on all of these drones. 13 of them going to go down, and there's no protection here. These mines are going to reset.
They're going to be resetting. I mean, the Marines themselves are not cleaned up either on the right-hand side. Looks like the Banelings will connect with the Widowmines. We will hold on the right-hand side, but here towards the left, we have dealt so much damage. 13 drones do go down. The Widowmine.
Mine's about to reset. Both of them are going to reset, actually.
Oh, exactly. Mine shot's going to be going off. We have Marines. We have drops here in almost every single base. The main army pushing to the center. There is Lingbane in position, though, so it looks like Elazer is going to be able to hold on at least to the front line, but we're fighting off of creep.
Off of creep into Marauders. Yeah, those Banelings were not long for this world. As ByuN just continues to really make use of the map, really just bounce back and forth between bases with these medevacs.
Yeah, and this is the strength of momentum on this map. The fact that Elazer, he hasn't counterattacked at all this game. He has not touched the economy whatsoever of ByuN. He's been stuck at home the entire time, and he's been struggling to defend as ByuN is up, what, 30, 40, 50 army supply at this point.
Absolutely insane. Doesn't matter at this point that ByuN doesn't have ghosts to deal with the Ultralists. He just has that many more... bio units. He has a healthy-ish Marauder count, and there aren't that many Ultralists to really threaten this army of ByuN.
Yeah, I mean, he just sniped an Ultra. Ultra goes down. Yep. This second Ultra is going to be going down as well. There are just too many Marauders. The upgrades are too good. Those Widowmines in the pocket base, they reset for a second time, by the way. That's the third time they've reset.
Yep. Finally, they're about to be dealt with.
I hope so. I hope so. As ByuN, he's still not pulling off the trigger here. He is maxed out. He's up 50 supply compared to Elazer, and he's just pulling him apart. Elazer trying to hold on here with his Ultras, trying desperately to hold on, but again, fighting off of creep is not ideal.
For anyone, it's 4 Ultras and a handful of Banelings versus a whole ton of Marauders here. Finally, Elazer is going for a little bit of a counterattack, but it feels too little. Way too late. It's only Lings in this counterattack, by the way, and they aren't the best unit that Elazer's got right now.
Yeah, I think he canceled, maybe even killed a building orbital, which is nice. It's okay, but ByuN, his army is still just not slowing down. He was kiting, he killed another Ultra here in the retreat. I believe kindness plating has finished, but +3 carapace is still just now starting. I think +3 melee still not starting either, so the upgrades are still going to be lacking here for Elazer, and ByuN will be getting to 3-3 that much sooner.
Yeah, a lot sooner. He's going to have a massive window where he has the upgrade advantage, the army supply advantage, and going to be able to make short work of these Ultras, these Banelings, these everythings, really.
Yeah, Elazer just needs time. He needs to hold on, needs to take advantage of this economy, and he needs to max out. And he's on his road. He's on his way to maxing out. The problem is that ByuN is mixing in Liberators and Ghosts. Now, what I will say, though, is when it comes to Riders to Station, the center of the map is very wide open. It's very wide open, very difficult to get a good choke point for your libs. So that will be at the advantage of Elazer if we do fight in the center of the map. That's a big if, though, because ByuN is still going for drop play, or at least trying to.
Yeah, I think Elazer has been able to shore up his defenses quite a lot more.
Oof. Oh my
So
god.
these drops, I was gonna say these drops shouldn't get too much done,
They shouldn't.
but they are.
Yeah, massive mine connections on the Ling Bane. The Ultras are exposed on their own. Liberators are arriving as well, and we're getting on top of the Ultras before +3 carapace can finish. Infestors come in for some big fungals.
No! Okay, yeah, they are able to get a couple of fungals off, but for the most part, it looks like the infestor count has been reset.
Yeah.
A couple of them are able to escape. A couple of ghosts are in position right now and are able to snipe quite a bit. That was a really good fungal, but it was nowhere near enough for Elazer.
Exactly. Beyond the wave of Terran is snowballing out of control. The man with gun has arrived. The Ultras have been dealt with. The Infestors as well. Banelings are non-existent. They just now finished, but it's just too little too late as ByuN is snowballing out of control. And he will break through the bases and break through his opponents.
GG is called, taking those Banelings to the face towards the end there because he knew how far ahead he was. ByuN with the double kill. The last hope of Shopify Rebellion will take Team Liquid all the way to the ace match. And now it's just one map versus one map. One revived player versus another revived player. Or potentially mana.
Here we go. Exactly. The potential is there. And again, that game from On Radisson Station, that is kind of the ideal scenario for the Terran player there, where you can be hyper greedy initially and then hyper aggressive afterwards with drop play, pulling your opponent left and right and just picking Elazer apart. Really impressive performance there from ByuN. But as you mentioned, now most likely it's going to be a revived Terran player. The question becomes, do we get a rematch or another rematch? Is it ByuN versus Cure or ByuN versus Clem?
Or ByuN versus Elazer.
Or ByuN versus Elazer. If you're in the chat, get involved. Who do you think Team Liquid sends out against ByuN? Who is going to be the revived player from Team Liquid?
Here's the thing. I think Clem would probably make the most sense. I mean, he has 2-0'd ByuN earlier, even though ByuN was able to be revived and take the 2-0 again. I think Clem, a lot of that did come down to fatigue. I think Clem has rested up a little bit, so if he just has, well, I say that as he closes his eyes on cam, so, okay, maybe not. What I'm trying to get at here is I know for a fact that Cure does not want to take that earlier 2-0 lying down. I would not be surprised if Cure insists on being sent out here to try to redeem himself against ByuN.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that Cure was frustrated after his series, and I think he wants a chance at redemption. Like, that would make sense in my mind, especially considering that Clem has stated yesterday that he is not feeling too confident in TVT. In saying that, I mean, he did beat ByuN earlier. Like he pulled it off. But you could also make an argument that that was also maybe because ByuN, if you remember, in his best of 2 against Clem, 2 games in a row, he went proxy 2 racks, and it just didn't really work out for ByuN. Like, he was kind of putting himself behind by proxying and trying to cheese out Clem initially.
Yeah, in a way. I mean, it really almost worked for him in that first game. He basically had the build order victory. It was just that Clem had one of those moments where I think you get a few of them throughout your competitive career where he was just able to really tighten things up and elevate himself to another dimension to really clutch out that victory.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe he can make lightning strike twice. Maybe it's possible, but yeah, it looks like the chat for now is also thinking that Cure will make sense to be sent out to be revived here from Team Liquid.
I would agree. I think historically, and even in current form, I do think that Cure has better TVT than Clem. In saying that, again, Clem is still not a bad option. I don't think there is a bad option between the two of them, but I think it comes down to who's feeling better on the day, who's currently feeling better, who's feeling on point, who feels confident up against ByuN.
Not even on the day itself. Who's feeling better at the hour?
Yeah. Exactly. So we'll see. Most likely it's going to be one of these Terran players. But of course, there's always a possibility that we get a curveball and, instead Mana comes out or Elazer comes out. Like, that is not impossible as a scenario, but
they call Skillis up. They call Diego.
Yeah. So they call up Diego. They're like, "Come back to the team, Bobby. Come back to Team Liquid." We're sorry for letting you go. So yeah, we shall see. Also, I appreciate that Clem is playing in his PJs.
Yeah.
We can see his
It's the only way to Snoopy.
Snoopy.
I think. Yeah, it's Snoopy.
Hashtag relatable.
Yeah.
Actually, I believe this is the mascot of Team Liquid, so I assume this is like a Team
Oh.
Liquid PJs.
I didn't even know Team Liquid
it's
had a mascot.
horse.
Is it?
Wait,
is
I thought
the
the
mascot the
mascot-
horse?
It's
thought the
like
mascot was
a
that cool.
round, flashy horse thingy. Yeah.
I thought Mana was the mascot. Or was
And
he just a model?
there it is. Also, yeah, I just googled it. There's apparently like a little horse plushie. But we have our answer. It is in fact going to be Cure, not Clem, as the revived player.
Here we go. Shot of Redemption coming out here from Cure. Everything is on the line right now for both Shopify Rebellion and Team Liquid. I suppose to no one's surprise, we are taking it all the way to the ace match. One map, un momento por favor, to decide everything, to decide who is going to move forward to face Dragon Kaisi Gaming.
Well, who is it going to be? It all comes down to this revive match. And specifically because this is a revive match, I could be mistaken, but I believe the way this works is that it is a straight up best of two between the two of them, which means it isn't like first that loses. It's I believe it's a best of two, and this leads into a super ace match.
Right. That is true.
Yeah, I think that's how that works, unless they did change the format. But here we go. We're going to be getting ready here for this Terran versus Terran. And yeah, I'm just double checking. Okay, so if it's 1-1, then we go to like the super ace match. And of course, if it's a 2-0, then it's the win for the 2-0 team. Yeah.
There we go. All right. Little bit of a so there's a little bit of a safety preserver, but not much of
Shopify
one.
Rebellion versus Team Liquid. Game 7. Let's start the game.
Let's start the game as here we go. We're setting out. Wait, what just we just had like a seizure. In the top right hand corner, we have Cure for Team Liquid. In the bottom left, we had ByuN. What just happened, Yaku? And we're going. We're sending it, Bobby, into the natural. All the way.
It, yeah. All the way with all double racks A. Somehow that will rhyme. Someone make that rhyme.
Okay, we saw this earlier today against Clem, if you remember, where ByuN went for a proxy 2 racks, and Clem went for a racks proxied across the map. It looked almost like a build order win, but Clem was able to bring it back. Meanwhile, Cure is going for a double gas opener, which means he's going racks into factory.
Indeed, a much safer opening here coming out from Cure, and one that will potentially provide him with a lot more tools to defend against the double marine opening coming out from ByuN, which again makes sense. It was a completely gasless opening coming out here from ByuN, actually.
Yep, it was gasless. Bunker is on the way, and Cure in the main base again. He hasn't scouted this yet, but he should be working, thankfully, on that factory as a follow-up. Factory is now in production, but the marine has arrived, and we are trying to delay that factory. We go straight for the SCV.
The wall is on a wall! And the Reaper is still quite a ways off. This one Marine really has a lot of potential on its hand. One Reaper can be enough to defend against 2 Marines, especially if you're able to micro well enough, or if you're able to micro well enough. ByuN loses both of his SCVs, so 0 bunker potential remaining here for ByuN, but he still has double racks production versus only single racks of Cure.
A lot of SCVs are going to be going down. The bunker is denied. ByuN did lose both of his workers as well. So that's going to be a kill, not a cancel on that bunker. The factory is about to finish up, which means he can get access to that helium. But before that happens, even more SCVs are falling for Cure.
Yeah, that's quite a loss here for Cure.
Yeah, that's going to be 9 dead workers and a lot less mine time. ByuN has the better economy, and ByuN is transitioning. He's getting a factory up back at home. He is working on the next step, taking additional gases as well.
Yeah, this opening has already done what it needed to do. It is delaying the build of Cure by so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now ByuN is transitioning. Like, he's already done enough damage. Like, this build is not designed to push into the main, especially with the Cyclone on the way. There's no way to actually push and kill Cure at the moment, but he has crippled him. That's what's important. Cure, he gets across the map with his Reaper, but the Marines have arrived.
Yeah, very proactively, ByuN has decided to come home with his Marines, knowing that this one Reaper is the only way for Cure to really go for any counter harass, to really do anything against ByuN's build order.
Yeah, and this is looking like a one base all-in out of ByuN, by the way, because ByuN, instead of starting up a natural base, we see a starport on the way. A very delayed expansion here out of ByuN. He's going to be going for a medevac, going for maybe a liberator, maybe a medevac. He is going to be doubling down when it comes to aggression. There is a CC, a delayed CC from ByuN. Going to be later than that of Cure's.
Much later, yeah. Which does mean that Cure will eventually be able to catch back up when it comes to the economy. Will be able to overtake ByuN when it comes to his worker count as well. So ByuN, yeah, it might not be going all in, but definitely still wants to be aggressive here, especially with this medevac and these 2 Cyclones that are in production.
Yeah, he's going for a Cyclone drop across the map. Meanwhile, Cure is also being assertive. I do appreciate that he is moving out across the map after taking control of his natural, which means things can get very chaotic. If ByuN goes for the drop, and if he doesn't leave anything back at home, then Cure could push in, as he does almost catch the medevac.
Almost, but not quite. It's again very quick reaction coming out from ByuN.
It's going to be that quick reaction. Meanwhile, the CC has been spotted by Cure. He's aware. He's going to try and delay it, as it looks like he will get a kill on that building SCV. So a nice delay here from Cure as he goes even further into the main base, just making sure that there is no tech lab on the starport, making sure that there's nothing crazy like Banshees in production.
Yeah, not quite able to get eyes on all of the tech, but will confirm that the starport was producing without an add-on, so a lot of times that is enough to figure things out.
Exactly. Meanwhile, Cure, he is amassing Cyclones back at home. He's getting his natural base up and running. Remember, his natural was built faster than that of ByuN's. So even though Cure lost a lot of workers initially, he is recovering in that worker count and slowly catching up in those SCVs.
Yeah, they're on almost an even worker count for the time being, but not if these 2 Cyclones move across the map have anything to say about that.
Oh, exactly. They are moving out. Meanwhile, Cure looking quite fortified here at his natural. The game may just be stabilizing or just settling from here. When I say that, ByuN still wants to be aggressive. He's got the Liberator poised to go into the main. He's got the drop into the natural.
Yeah, opting for that double prong that we know and love him for. Cure has opted for a lot of Cyclones to defend, but so this will chase away the double Cyclone drop of ByuN, but again, a little bit of a distraction here as the Liberator sets up in that main base. A very sneaky position as well. It's going to be difficult for Cyclones to really get on top of that.
Yeah, so much lost mining time there in the main base, so Cure unable to mine for quite some time. At the same time, though, he's going to be going for a drop into the main base of ByuN. ByuN is in position with some Marines, but the Cyclones, they go ham. They do disrupt the production.
Yeah, they evade the defensive force here of ByuN. They opt not to go for the mineral line as they originally intended to. And like I said, just completely disrupt the production and once again just really delay the additional production buildings here of ByuN.
They do delay, and here we go. Cure pushing right through the center of the map as well. Again, he does have the Cyclone advantage. Can he somehow break through the tank line of ByuN? Again, that one tank on the low ground looking very exposed, and we're going for the dive. We're getting ready for it.
We are getting ready for it. Interference Matrix still a ways off. Cure testing the waters a little bit. Does turn on all of these auto turrets, so he knows that he has to get on top of this sooner rather than later.
Yeah, the tank goes down. We take control of the natural base. ByuN, he does have a tank on the high ground, but we have lost control of the natural itself. The base itself may even be focused down.
Yeah, I mean, the mineral line was already focused down. Even more auto turrets get thrown down to absorb a little bit more damage. There's no way for ByuN to get on top of these Cyclones. GG is called, and Cure. Look at that massive smile on his face. He knows he had it in him to beat ByuN. He takes game number 1 of this best of 2 and keeps Team Liquid in this fight.
It does keep him in this fight. Here we go now. Cure, a good start here. If he takes another game, that's going to be it, and Team Liquid will win this series. Meanwhile, ByuN has another chance at redemption. If he wins the game, it will force the Super Ace match. And the way that the Super Ace match works is that you can revive again, but you cannot revive a previously revived player, which means if we go to the Super Ace match, neither ByuN or Cure can be a part of that.
That they cannot. That's when we whip out. That's when we whip out Lambo and Mana.
We could. It's possible. I mean, that's the advantage of Team Liquid, is that they have like 2 ace players. Like they have Cure and Clem. So if we do end up in the Super Ace match, Clem is going to be available for that, and Shopify will have to rely on another player to try to bring Clem down. And they already tried that earlier. Remember, he was the problem. He was the problem that they could not answer until ByuN arrived.
Yeah, until ByuN took another stab at him, yeah. Took another stab at it from a fresh perspective.
Exactly. Yeah. Sometimes you got to think outside the box.
Sometimes you have to question the box itself.
Here we go. And speaking of our map of choice, ByuN, he's going to be fighting back here on Alcyone.
Here we go. A very boxy map.
Sure. Alcyone, a bit of a larger map here. I'm curious though, because again, ByuN was the player that did decide to whip out the proxy 2-axe. Does he do it again? Is he stuck in that mentality, which we did see earlier against Clem? Is he going to do it 2 games in a row against Cure?
You know what? I'm going to say he will. And this time it's going to work.
Oh. Okay. I mean, personally, I hope so. I would love to see an ace match. I'd love us to go all the way to that final game, that final like super ace match. But you know, it's on our players to make that happen. It's on ByuN to make that happen specifically.
Really is, yeah. It's on a player to make this happen. As we load into Alcyone, well, over here in the top right-hand corner, man, we have a blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. The last hope, the solution, we have ByuN.
And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have for Team Liquid, the red Terran player. It is Cure. Oh, he's doing it. That's 2 SCVs.
Here we go. Okay, it's not quite going to be the same. I mean, we're going to keep our eyes on the gases here of ByuN, but yeah, so far, throws down his Raxes in a different position, so
yeah,
could be different, and he is taking a gas, so yeah, it looks like it's Reapers this time.
Yeah, 2x Reaper here from ByuN. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Now, we are loading into Alcyone, which means... Oh, we're going CC first. No shot. Oh my god.
Cure checks the area where ByuN earlier proxied his Reapers. Doesn't see any Raxes. Decides that it's safe. No. I support this. I want our super ace. I support this.
This should be a build order win for this is like the stars have aligned. This means a delayed Rax. This means delayed Factory. This means delayed Reaper. Like this is the ideal for ByuN. And I was gonna say that because we're on Alcyone, it's very tempting to go for a Rax expand, but Cure took it one step further. Not even Rax expand, just straight up CC first. He's crazy.
Absolutely insane. If you'll notice, he actually did check the corners of that natural base just a little bit because that was where ByuN proxied against Clem. So it was something that was on his mind. He knows that there's a possibility of a proxy. but he's not really worried about it for whatever reason.
I mean, it was CC first delayed gas, which means the first unit isn't even a Reaper, it's Marine, which is going to be that much worse when it comes to defense against these Reapers. We're waiting for the second Reaper, and now here we go. ByuN is pushing in. I don't think he even was able to scout what was going on. He does get eyes on the Marine, and he goes for the dive. He wants that kill, and he's going to get it.
Like so. Doesn't quite get boxed in by these SCVs either. If you can take out that SCV building the factory, then this is just gone game here. This is we're gonna get our super ace.
This is already so much damage. Where there's almost zero mining time. The Reapers are forced out of the main base. There's only one Marine. Reapers, they're gonna have to be very careful with how they maneuver. Again, we don't want to get surrounded. Gonna be rotating over towards the left hand side. Second Marine is on the way, but we take control of the natural base, and we just get even more damage done.
Yeah, decent body blocking here on top of the ramp here for Cure, but like you said, this is a lot of damage, and there's still going to be even more damage dealt thanks to all these KD8 charges. Never underestimate Reapers in the hands of ByuN. He is the player who got Reapers nerfed the first time.
He is, and everything's going down. Again, a build order win here for ByuN. GG gets called, and with that, ByuN ties it up 1-1. We are going to the Super Ace match.
That is a big look of relief on ByuN, but that is even more pain on Cure than when he first got O2 tonight.
Yeah. I mean, it's so, your heart sinks. Your heart sinks when you realize that there's really nothing you can do to win. Like, as soon as the two Reapers showed up for Cure, it's like, I mean, like, what? With the tools that I have, like, it's just going CC first like that into delayed gases into Marine. Like, there's only so much you can do, and as long as your opponent has good enough control, there's no way for those Reaper to really get surrounded. The Reaper should never get surrounded unless a mistake happens, and in that position, Cure is just relying on ByuN to make mistakes, not himself to overcome him. It's
one of those positions where you can do literally everything correctly, but if you do everything correctly, but if your opponent also does everything correctly, then there's literally nothing you can do. You are supposed to lose.
Yeah.
It's the math. Doesn't check out.
it's math. It's just math, Papi. It's all it is. It's just math.
It's just math at the end of the day.
GG, well played. With that, ByuN does take the 1-1, which means we have one best of one remaining, the Super Ace match. So for those that are curious, both ByuN and Cure are revived players, and they did just knock each other out, and you only have that one revive available initially. In the Super Ace match, we can revive again, but neither ByuN or Cure can be involved in this.
Yeah. You get one resurrection. That's all you got.
That's all you have. So, with that, the logical conclusion would be for Team Liquid to whip out Clem. Clem makes it's the clear choice for Team Liquid as he is still available to be revived. Up next, it's going to be on Shopify to decide who can snipe Clem.
Yeah, definitely a tough nut to crack at that point. Harstem definitely got close earlier in his own series. It was just unfortunate couple of mistakes here and there that did lead to Clem taking the upper hand there. So I think maybe Harstem would be the way to go.
I agree. I feel like Harstem probably has the best chance. Unless Lando wants to get down and dirty, like right? Like,
oh yeah,
Lando hasn't been fielded yet, and I guess he might be a viable option as well. It's possible.
It's so funny to think of Lambo as the wild card because normally he plays as straight laced as possible, but yeah, in this case, he really would be throwing a wrench in the works. He really would be a massive surprise to whip out at this point. So I support this. The Lambo wildcard.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're in the chat, let us know who you think comes out for Shopify. If you're curious, there's Lambo, Harstem, and Scarlett. Who do you think is sent out? Who do you think has the best chance at bringing down Clem? I guess the advantage for Shopify is that they know more it's not 100%, but it's like 99% chance that Clem comes out as the Super Ace player. So they have that kind of advantage coming into their player pick, because they know who they're playing against. But just because they know it's Clem doesn't mean they can beat Clem.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like Shopify Rebellion's advantage is they know that Clem is going to get fielded. Team Liquid's advantage is Clem.
Yeah, that's a pretty big advantage. That's a pretty big advantage, Papi. Yeah. I think my money is probably on Harstem. Harstem would make the most sense. But what do you stick with Harstem, or do you want to go for the Lambo pick? Or Scarlett?
There is a touch of smudge going on there potentially.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's how you use it.
True.
You know what? You went with Harstem, so I'm gonna say Scarlett.
Okay.
And then we'll give Kura Lambo.
That's you don't get a choice, Kura. You're picking Lambo. It's happening. Oh. So we shall see. We shall see who does get picked here. Ooh. And yeah, for the time being, the players are just deliberating. Not just that, but I also believe for the Super Ace match, there is no predetermined map. I think it's I think it is. You have to go through this
up to the
the vetoes.
Yeah. Go down and you know. I find it interesting that you know, for this season anyway, it seems like they did decide to for the clean feed anyway, they did decide to mute the audio from the Chinese casters.
Yeah.
That's okay, I can read lips.
What are they saying?
So sour pickleballs.
I see. They're talking about the food, the challenge that they had last time.
Yeah.
There you go. A big shout out to the WGL casters as well. That's Xiaosan and Maxid that are currently casting. Yesterday XY was casting as well. Xiaosan. So they do rotate between all the casters, which I think is really smart because fun fact, we're still not even halfway done. We still have the
not even
DK
halfway done
for
this evening or for the playoffs in general.
It's true. It's very true. We still have the DKZ waiting after this. Again, these broadcasts are so long. It's already been 5.5 hours, Papi. Oh my god. Crazy. Let's go all the way.
Yep.
Also, your brother's in the chat. The War Buffalo, the American Yaku. Let's go.
I feel like I need to dress for the occasion.
Oh no, you don't. It's okay. You don't. You don't have to. Don't worry about it. It's okay. We're just getting a bit of a cam shot here of the team. We have Scarlett deep in the smudge, Lambo as well. Harstem suspiciously missing.
Yeah, conspicuously. He's rocking up to Clem's house. I appreciate that Lambo is trying to counteract the smudge, with stage light.
Yeah, with a notepad, a Word document.
Fortunately, it seems to have gone a little bit too far in the other direction.
A little bit. Hopefully it's okay. We can see of course, Team Liquid team, and as you mentioned, there is they're happy. It's there is of course a slight chance that maybe another player other than Clem is picked, which would be crazy. It would actually blow my mind, at least.
Yeah. All right, so who we betting on? There are 3 options. Well, actually, no, there are 4 options. Technically, I mean, Skillless isn't on the call, but
true,
he might just get whipped out.
Okay, we might whip Skillless out. Yeah, it's possible. It is going to be possible. I'm loving the titles here: Lambo, the Lord of Light; Scarlett, the Princess of Darkness; and then we have Harstem, the Paladin of Invisibility.
Let's go.
Now I just want like a StarCraft 2 pro gamer D&D session. That's what I want.
That was the thing, wasn't it? At one point.
That was the thing with casters. Casters did that.
Right. That was
Yeah. That was
I remember that.
a bunch of community members. It was I think that this was actually a couple of
Cats.
D&D groups. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember there was a big one which involved like cats and zombie grub and whatnot.
Yeah,
Mostly
yeah.
NA focus for obvious reasons.
Yeah, there was one
As-
that was
As we have learned, trying to organize D&D across multiple time zones. doesn't
it's
end
hard.
well.
It's very hard. It's very hard. There was the D&D session of there was Fear Dragon, Maynard, Zombie Grub, Livy B, and Oli Malik. I think that was the original D&D group, and then more. I think in the past year or something, there's been another one with Chicken Man, Apoptosis, Zombie Grub.
I remember that one.
Yeah, and a couple of others, and
There were goblins.
They were. I think they're currently running it. All the D&D.
All the D's and the D's. Yes. All the D's and even more D's.
It looks like our teams are still just trying to. They've probably already picked their players, but they're probably conducting their vetoes. Vetoes are most likely underway at the moment.
They are.
Just because the extended map pool, vetoes take a little bit longer than normal.
Yeah. There are 9 maps this time. Oof.
And
we're only playing on 1. You have to eliminate 8 of them.
That's math. That's math. There you go. Oh, Harstem, he's back.
Oh.
It's also very possible that maybe our delay is because Harstem was gone and he's the player. Like, I'm piecing it together.
The mystery. Well, no, actually, Harstem was there the entire time. You just couldn't see him.
Oh, okay. True.
If I'm getting the lore correctly.
Oh, and here we go. We have our player out. We're soon to find out. We have our map. Throughout all the vetoes, Alkyone. That is the final map here that we will be playing on.
All comes down to this. 1 map, 1 life, 1
chance.
World, 1 chance, 1
opportunity.
1 is before
Mom
2.
Spaghetti. And there it is. It is going to be Harstem versus Clem.
Here we go.
Again, it does make the most sense here. Based on what we already saw, Harstem had some really good games against Clem. Did end up losing 2-0, but a lot of those games were very close. And Harstem, he had his moments, he had his opportunities, and it was not a bad performance. Again, I highly recommend checking out the VODs if you did miss out on them. Harstem versus Clem was live earlier today, and now we're getting into
versus Team Liquid. A's. Let's start the game.
And let's get it started. Let's finish it. Here on Alkyone, in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our blue Protoss player representing Shopify Rebellion. The Paladin of Invisibility, we have Harstem.
And sporting the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player for Team Liquid, Clem, the revived ace.
The Yang Mills Existence and Mass Gap. Is that too long for his title?
It's beautiful.
The Riemann Hypothesis.
Shout out to the sponsors, by the way. Shout out to Doyu, Honkai Star, Tidal, and Autofool. Without these lovely sponsors, we could not have this event. Whether it's World Team League, Kung Fu Cup, or Masters Coliseum, a big shout out to the sponsors. Again, they do support StarCraft. They support WTL. Much love here as we are getting into the Super Ace match. Those wondering, this is a best of 1. 1 game, as you mentioned, won everything. It all comes down to this.
It all comes down. Everything is on the line right now. Neither player really wants to take any unnecessary risks. We don't see any proxies coming out. We don't see anything out of the ordinary whatsoever. Harstem even producing, for a split second, producing a safety zealot just in case. But now that he recognizes that nothing funny is going on, he is going into a much more standard much more standard build order.
Exactly. Speaking of, Clem is going to be aggressive. He opened up double gas. Double gas opener out of Clem, a delayed expansion on Alkione, which is a little bit surprising to me. We saw that even someone like Cure is willing to go CC first on this map, but Clem is being very, much more aggressive and in a way safer as he does find the probe.
And he will take out the probe.
Here we go. Also, I love that the Alpha X boys they found each other in the chat. Oh no, not like this.
They're reliving old times back when the good times.
Yeah, the good times before Overwatch, before back when we all played StarCraft. It's crazy.
Back when Heroes had HGC.
Smash. Unironically, I think that, yeah, you're not wrong. Feels bad, man. And here we go. Now, with that double gas opener, we have a faster factory, double cyclone production, reactor cyclone production on the way here from Clem. So he's going to be very assertive, very aggressive here in the early game. Meanwhile, we have our tech of choice from Harstem. It is not a Stargate.
Tis not. There's going to be a very versatile blink opener coming out from Harstem. Once again, not wanting to take any chances whatsoever. Clem, puppet out the Cyclones as we are in the Clone Wars.
Hello there.
And, I like sand. As he is.
That's not the line. That's not. No one likes sand. And here we go. The Cyclones, they have arrived. Again, we spoke about it. Again, the aggressive opener out of Clem is just looking to snowball out of control. He's diving on top of the Adepts. Oh.
Yeah, questionable choice to lock onto as they actually don't take that bonus damage from Cyclones. Harstem able to take out one of the Cyclones, able to take out the Reaper as well. Reinforcements are rocking up right now for Clem.
Yeah, but he
will get dealt with.
And we're just rallying across the map. Two more Cyclones have arrived. As you mentioned, it was an interesting decide for which unit to lock on initially, and it feels like Harstem is held. He has deflected this army, and Harstem immediately looking to take a third base.
Yeah, he knows he has some map control, so he might as well take advantage of that.
Yeah, honestly, like, this is a really good start. Really good start for Harstem.
Yeah. It's not often we see Clem on the back foot here after producing these Cyclones, but Harstem has been able to force it out. Meanwhile, he is getting his own tech double forge. That's how safe he's feeling.
Yeah, double forge here from Harstem. You can see Clem shake his head after he was forced back as well. So not really happy with the trades of the Cyclones. It wasn't really worth the investment. And it does mean that Clem is going to be a bit of a step behind here as we're trying to recover. Now, Clem did throw down additional Raxes before the starport, so he's building up for a second wave. And what's important is he did keep his Cyclones alive, so he's going to have that much more when it comes to his stim time.
Yeah, that's just gonna continue to add on more damage as when it does eventually push out. It's one way of making use of these Cyclones, which don't scale too well as the game continues, but if there was ever a player to find a use for Cyclones in the mid game, it would be Clem.
Yeah, we'll see how hard he can hit. As again, he's just amassing his army. Stim is done. Combat Shields is on the way. Behind this, we're going for a mass Swarm Toss style. As you mentioned, because of the double forge, we have delayed splash damage. No Colossi, no Storm, no Archons, no Disruptors, just Stalkers and Zealots.
Yeah, I do just think that the Swarm Toss style works pretty well against Clem specifically. We saw Harstem use it to pretty great effect in his own series earlier on when he faced Clem. Earlier tonight, he was able to get some really key force fields. He was able to split the bio army of Clem in half over and over and over again, so it didn't really matter so much that he delayed his splash damage. It was more of the fact that Clem was able to survive with a very healthy economy into the late game, where he was able to pick off the splash damage of Harstem and then just collapse on everything else.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he just outscaled Harstem over time. But here we go. We are pushing through the center of the map. Harstem picking up whatever he can. We also have a drop going into the main base. Harstem, he should be able to hold on to his third, but does he have the attention to split up and to defend that main as well?
Yeah, even if he does have the attention, we'll see if he even has the production to really keep up with that. Good force field over by the third base location, but a little bit of unfortunate aggro, a little bit of misplaced attention here for Harstem.
Yeah.
Loses 3 of his stalkers pretty unnecessarily, and now it's starting to look like Clem's getting out of control.
Yeah, exactly. One mistake like that can cost you the game here. That was what, like 4 or 5 stalkers going down for free. 6 probes go down in the main base. Overcharge is going to be popped. We are overextending here as the Marines. We can just stim on top of the stalkers.
That we can, and these Marines do not stop coming. Clem is parade pushing his way all across the map, and Harstem barely has an army to deal with this.
Barely has an army. We do have another big warp in of Zealots. 1-1 is going to be kicking in for Harstem, but does he have enough? The stalkers are being focused down one after the other, but we have reinforcements coming in.
Yeah, charge did finish up here for Harstem, so that's definitely going to be helping him out a little bit in zoning away this army. A whole bunch more gateways did finish up earlier as well for Harstem, and he hasn't taken that much economic damage. He lost, I think, 5 probes earlier on, so yeah, he can still continue to produce, but Clem is starting to pick him apart. That drop from earlier was not wiped out, and we're seeing even more multi-prongs coming out from Clem.
Yeah, even more damage being dealt at this point here. As 6 more probes go down, we are picking apart the army as well, and Harstem, can he keep up? He's struggling here.
Immensely, yeah. I mean, just looking at an army supply difference, it really doesn't seem that Harstem can do too much, especially with a Swarm Toss style. If he had a Colossus and maybe a couple of shield batteries, maybe that can make up for this deficit, but that's not the build that we went for here. That's not the game that we have on our hands.
Yeah, exactly. We're just heavily reliant on this Swarm Toss style, as you mentioned, and Swarm Toss is so heavily reliant on momentum, and there's no shield battery, there's no overcharge either. A massive minefield behind this. How good are the mine shots going to be?
Pretty dang good is going to be the answer to that. Pretty much just stalkers remaining, and they do melt to these marauders.
Yeah, exactly. Another mine shot going to be going off as well. Behind this, Clem, he's on 3 bases, an even base count and a better economy for Clem as well, as he's even on workers plus mules on top of that. He's running out of steam, he's running out of marauders. Clem has to be careful to overextend.
Yes, reinforcements are a little bit delayed, but here they come.
Yeah, here come the reinforcements here as we are looking to push on forward, looking to break this position. Again, the Zealots do a great job at soaking damage. 2-2 is done here for Harstem, but we're running out of Zealots.
Yeah, we are starting to run out of Zealots, but at the same time, we're starting to run out of Bio as well for Clem. He has a much higher army supply, but I didn't realize just how much of that supply was medevacs.
And Medevacs is still coming across the map as well. Harstem, he has snuck out a 4th base, and it is getting up and running. He does have a decent economy behind it. Clem still has a better economy, though. And again, here come the Marines. That's what we were waiting for.
And they are really looking to punish this. Harstem sneaking out a 5th base as a gold, so definitely a very ballsy choice here for him.
Yeah, very ballsy move here. Widowmine has a borrowed mine shot going to be going off on a Stalker. Good split there from Harstem, able to avoid any kind of splash damage. But we're breaking on through. We shut down all of these Zealots. Once again, getting on top of the Stalkers, and we are losing far too many Stalkers at this point.
Yeah, at a certain point, upgrade advantages cannot make up for just being behind on the army supply, especially against stimmed Bio. These are pretty decent force fields, but we have just so many medevacs here for Clem that he is able to pick up and is able to back away. Mines in the main base will be getting even more economic damage, by the way, and
we're
props
snowballing.
to Harstem for props to Harstem for surviving this long, but in the end, that was too big of a snowball. GG is called. Clem will be taking the Super Ace, meaning Team Liquid will be taking that series that went all the way to the Ace match.
GG, well played. Clem snowballing out of control there. Snowballing out of control does break the back of Harstem, just pulling him apart left and right. Harstem was barely holding on. He was treading water, but treading water is not good enough, especially when you go for this Swarm Toss style. As we mentioned, you don't have a backbone to your army. There are no Immortals or Colossi or Disruptors to really fortify yourself and build up around. You're heavily reliant on your Stalkers. Your Stalker count, that has to build up over time. The Zealots, you can waste them, but the Stalkers need to build up. But we were just bleeding out far too much. Clem snowballs out of control. With that, Team Liquid take the win.
Indeed, they do. A very, very hard-fought win at that, though. A win that this might honestly be the closest series that we're gonna get in this season of WTL, which makes a lot of sense. You know, we were kind of mentioning it earlier on as we were getting into the series. Team Liquid and Shopify Rebellion, they do kind of feel like the two teams that are the most similar to each other, and you know, a lot of that can be traced down to the fact that some of our Shopify Rebellion boys were on Team Liquid for a very, very long time as well. But it was just how, in the end, only one of our players, only one of our teams could take that W.
Only one. And again, with that, congratulations to Team Liquid. I believe we're going to have a winner's interview. I believe we may have an interview with Cure or Clem, not too sure, but we are going to be setting things up for that. So stick around, of course, if you want to hear from our winning team. And take this moment as well to get some food, get some water, get some, take a quick break here as we are getting ready for our next matchup. 2 best of 7s tonight. And that was the first one. It's almost 6 hours. Almost 6 hours for our first best of 7. We made it. We have one more ahead of us. We're in for a long
only
one.
6 hours left.
Only 6 hours. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Up next is going to be Team Liquid versus CranKy Gaming. So, on the one hand, you have Team Liquid with 2 ace players, 2 heavy hitters like Cure and Clem, but DKZ is a team of ace players where we have Elazer, Hero, and Dark.
Yeah. A lot of potential going on there. We'll see you when we do start getting ready. We'll see you for our next match, our next series here in World Team League Season 6, Winter.
Yo, I see some of the. I'm going to bed. Wait, no. we gotta go all night long, Poppy. All night long. It is almost 3 a.m. here, almost 3 a.m. in Australia, and we're gonna be here at least until 5, 6, maybe 7 a.m., maybe 8 a.m. in the morning. Oh boy, it's yeah. So as you mentioned, we're gonna be going on a short break. We're going to be leaving you with both Maxed and Chauset. They can keep you company. And again, soon we should be getting an interview with the champions. We should be getting an interview with Team Liquid. We're just going to quickly take this moment to rest up here in preparation for CranKy Gaming.
Indeed we are. Go to the bathroom and stuff.
感谢我们2位专业解说的精彩分析。那我们的比赛也是在进行当中，这里的话是赛后采访环节，让我们赶紧来连线一下 Clem 选手吧。Hello Clem, Felicitations！ 那么也是恭喜拿到了这一场比赛的胜利，打得很不容易，打了非常久的时间。那想问一下你的第一个问题是，面对 ByuN 的这个第一把，有没有预测到他当时是野了你2把两边赢？当时你看到他在野边赢的时候，你是如何去应对的一个决策呢？跟我们分享一下。
Congratulations on your winning. So our first question is that facing ByuN, who actually did 2 times proxy barracks on you. So did you expect that? And how did you do the countermeasures?
Well, first, thank you. And against ByuN, it's a very tricky player to go up against because he does a lot of proxies and also very greedy stuff. Like he does the extreme opposite. Like he plays very greedy, and he does some very aggressive cheeses. So it's always a bit hard to play against, and always a little bit. It feels a little bit like gambling in the opening in some way, but he plays it very well. Like he takes very good gambles, so it's always tricky to play against. I knew it was a possibility, but I didn't think he was going to do it the second time as well. Yeah, on the Equilibrium game, I got a little bit fortunate because in my mind I was wondering if I wanted to go for a double gas or a reactor first, or like just like normal double gas or reactor first. And then last second I was like, okay, I'm not gonna do the reactor first, and you would have lost instantly against the double rack sweeper. So there's always some little gambles in the early game.
好的，首先我要说的是，其实ByuN 选手他的这个打法其实是非常的鬼的，他这2次野兵营其实打得非常的猛，也非常的贪， 我觉得他给我造成了很大的困扰，但其实我觉得还是有一定的运气的成分。当时我略慌了一点点，但其实稳定之后觉得我是有机会的。虽然第2次的野兵在我的意料之外呢，但是有一定运气的成分。这个瞬间我还是觉得我跟他拼一下，他进来我就直接冲出去。那么还是抓住这次机会啊，把他反打了。
是的，确实 Clem 选手在临场的应对决策上面把握的也非常不错。那其实，在比赛当中有没有感觉到，其实 Harstem 打你的比赛，他都是对你有非常多的一个制定战术，特别针对你的战术来打你。你在打的时候有没有感觉呢
Okay, now talk about Harstem. Do you feel that Harstem had prepared, especially have prepared many macro plans on you?
I think he likes to play pretty macro against me, especially and take very early third bases, because I tend to play Reaper Expand a lot, and Reaper Expand can be a bit hard to play against like fast third Nexus, because he can be very greedy, and if you open with a Reaper, it's very hard to punish the early third bases. So I think he likes to play that against me. And then he also really likes to play Stargate, but this time he played Twilight 2 times, I think. So maybe he wanted to mix it up a little bit.
我确实感觉到了，哈斯汀选手呢，他是想跟我打一个长期发展，而且他也早早的用了这个3击的打法。而对于我特别喜欢用的这个死神的这个扩张打法来讲，可能对他也确实没有起到太好的效果吧。总体来讲，对于他对我是确实做到了准备。
是的，确实，我们刚刚看到这一轮的比赛是非常的精彩。那接下来的话，你们还会有一轮鏖战。那我们这边也是不多打扰你们这个备战的时间，可以赶紧去跟队友们休息一下，商量一下，准备一下后面的比赛吧。希望你们在后面一轮的话能够有好运。
Okay, that's all for our interview. Good luck to your future game. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
好的，我们精彩的比赛仍在继续，后面会有一轮更精彩的对决等待着你们。我们休息一下，一会儿回来。